ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says aspirations for a better future for Indigenous Australians did not end with the defeat of the Voice referendum last year. Speaking at the Garma Festival in East Arnhem Land, Mr Albanese says closing the gap must remain a priority. The Prime Minister says his government will continue to work with First Nations leaders to shape a better future.
We can, and indeed we must, close the gap. These aspirations for a better future did not end last October, and nor did the respect, understanding and cooperation that will take us there.
Police are treating a fatal shooting in Melbourne's northwest last night as a targeted attack. Costa Haratos reports.
The 34-year-old man from Wallen, north of Melbourne, died at the scene after suffering a gunshot wound outside a property on Tenterfield Drive in Burnside Heights. Police were called to the area just after 9 o'clock last night, where they also found a car that had been sprayed with bullets. Neighbours have told the ABC they didn't hear shots fired and that the area is usually quiet. Police do not believe the attack was random, but detectives are working to determine the exact circumstances surrounding the man's death. Anyone with information is being urged to come forward.
The Victorian opposition is calling on the state government to place the suburban rail loop on hold until funding arrangements are worked out. Freedom of Information documents show Infrastructure Australia asked the state government for details, including the economic impacts of the $216 billion project nearly 2 years ago. The state government says the project is of national significance and will deliver 230,000 new jobs. But Shadow Transport Minister David Southwick says funding should be redirected to other services.
The Premier doesn't have the money to be able to take this project forward, and in an economic crisis and a cost of living crisis, this project should be paused because Victoria simply cannot afford it right now.
Consumer Affairs will lead a crackdown on rental properties in Melbourne's southeast this weekend. The inspections will take place in Clayton and surrounding areas to ensure rental providers and estate agents are meeting the minimum requirements. The state government is also using intelligence and a new complaints platform to help stamp out non-compliance. Consumer Affairs Minister Gabrielle Williams says the blitz will increase living standards for renters.
Functioning kitchens, lockable doors, making sure there's no mould, having a heater that works. These are all fairly basic, I think, provisions. It's just about making sure that our rental market has fairness at its heart.
The US Defence Secretary has revoked a plea deal struck with the alleged mastermind of the September 11 attacks and 2 accomplices. North America correspondent Barbara Miller reports.
Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin has revoked the plea deal struck with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 2 alleged accomplices to the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the US. The dramatic move comes days after the announcement of a plea deal. Victims' families were told the accused, who are held at Guantanamo Bay, had agreed to plead guilty to almost 3,000 counts of murder in order to avoid the death penalty. The Biden administration had previously been unwilling to agree to some of the conditions requested by the men for a plea deal. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
To sport, and Australia has moved up into 3rd position on the Olympics medal tally after a golden 90 minutes of competition earlier today. Saya Sakabgabara won gold in the final of the women's BMX racing. And as Tom Maddox reports from Paris, the swim team added 2 more gold.
An amazing result in the pool. I think that's 7 gold for Australia this week. But Cam McAvoy and Kaylee McEwen, both incredible stories in their own right. McEwen has done what no other Australian has done in swimming or any other athletics field, that is, and that's win 4 individual Olympic golds. After backing up in the 100 backstroke, she's now backed up in the 200 backstroke. And then Cam McAvoy, he basically gave up the sport a few years ago. He was exhausted after things didn't quite go his way in Tokyo. He thought, well, I'm going to give it one more crack, with Paris beckoning, and now he's a gold medalist.
To the weather now for the state, mostly cloudy on and south of the ranges, with isolated showers extending from the west during the day. Possible thunderstorms about the central and Gippsland coasts, dry and partly cloudy in the north. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, the medium chance of showers about the southern suburbs, the slight chance elsewhere, becoming less likely in the afternoon and evening. We're heading for a top today of 14 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 15. Partly cloudy on Monday, also 15. Tuesday, partly cloudy and 15 again. It's currently 13 degrees. ABC News.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, mes amis, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Matt Clinch.
A turnover from Scrimshaw. Ralph Smith, out past to Dustin Martin. Is this his moment? It is! Dusty with the opening goal in his 300th match. Taking centre stage once more.
AFL coaching record holder
Mr. Mick Mulhall. Man's about to coach a team to the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Miles pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Clinchy, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
As we enter the final month of the amazing 2024 AFL home and away season, who will emerge as the premiership favourite? Beware the Bulldogs, 51-point winners over Melbourne, honouring their Footscray past with a fourth straight victory to climb into the top four and heading towards the top eight.
They want it more, the Dogs. Richards is involved. Bramble just hacks the kick. Treloar by himself. Well, if Font doesn't get you, this bloke will. Treloar celebrates with a love heart up to the crowd.
West Coast snapped a 9-game losing streak to deliver Jared Schofield his first win as the caretaker coach of the West Coast Eagles and ending the Suns' finals chances.
With to the tap to Duggan. Duggan snaps on the left, and the Eagles co-captain puts them in front in the dying stages. Liam Duggan.
Scott Pendlebury joins the 400 club, becoming the fastest to reach the milestone and the sixth player to pass 400.
It's going to be a huge game. I can't wait to get out there with all my teammates, have all my mates and family in the crowd, and do what I love doing with all my mates and go out there and try and get a win for this football club.
Great to have your company on AFL Saturday. Matt Clinch with you from Docklands. We start with round 21, the Battle of the Wooden Spoon as the 17th place North Melbourne take on the Tigers on the bottom. Dustin Martin returns, both on 2 wins for the Stees, and Tyson Segel has been named for the Cats despite being in hospital last Sunday. The Cats have lost just 1 game since round 16. That was against the Western Bulldogs. Can they get the points against the Crows? And Collingwood and Carlton from the MCG tonight. 95,000 plus expected. So much on the line as the Blues look to keep their top 4 hopes alive and Collingwood's premiership defence hangs by a thread. And then off Broadway, there's Port Adelaide and the Sydney Swans just to keep you occupied. So multi-TVs, multi-radio coverage is needed as the Power, after their upset win against the Blues last week, look to continue their climb. And Sydney, all of a sudden, they've lost 4 of their last 5 matches. Can they get back on the winners list? The coaching icon Mick Malthouse was with me last night from Docklands. We watched the Western Bulldogs get a comfortable win. We then went home to watch the West Coast Eagles and the Olympics. Mick, there's so much taking place. Good to see you once more.
Thank you very much, Matt, and Bally and all our listeners. I had a good night last night. 2 former sides I'd coached, and to see their method of winning those games was fantastic. Extraordinary in many respects over in the West. 17th in a row, I think, for Gold Coast to have lost on the road, which is it's astonishing. And it's got to show mental weakness, I'd say, because you can't go through a process like that and get chewed up at vital times and make the errors that you make and then go home and be bullies. And the Dogs, well, I don't think there's question marks about the Bulldogs, but there's massive question marks about the D's and where they're going. So we might talk about that a bit later on, but looking forward to today, and of course, I might just add, we're a bit weary watching last night how impressive again were Australia in the goals, and just competing. All with the fact that Bally's looking at me and I'm looking at Bally and saying, where are the Australians in the basketball? Really?
Well, they've advanced through rather fortunately, but yeah, I was trying to explain to my wife, Jess Fox, in the canoe and all the drama that took place with that this morning. Scott Pendlebury, picked 5 back in 2005. You were his first coach. Will he be going along to the G tonight?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Nanette myself will go along, have a look at a champion, and I wasn't aware. I just heard you say he's the quickest one to get there. Now I don't know whether there's more games being played. Michael Tuck, I think was in the 18 or the 19, 20 game bracket, so he probably would have lost a few over that period. Michael Tuck also played. I reckon he played 3 or 4 years in the reserves before he got there. Scott Pendlebury only played a few games in reserves before he moved up and was never out of the side. Outstanding bloke, outstanding player. Great to see a role model for so many.
I'll get Mick Moldhouse's thoughts and Luke Ball, their tribute to Scott Pendlebury after the 1 p.m. ABC News. Luke Ball is back with you, the Premiership Pie. You've been up at the Snow, Bally. Good to see you. You didn't see some Melbourne fans up there, did you?
Oh, good one. Yeah, hi, Clinchy. I saw a couple. Yeah, I saw a couple. Was it the game? Was it last weekend where they didn't really show up, did they, against the Giants? 16,000? Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did. I thought, I'm swooshing down the slopes with a few of them today, but... Good to be back. Good to be back here under the roof, Mick. Looking forward to today's game. But, yeah, broadly, not enough screens, televisions at home at the moment, is there, for the smorgasbord of sport that's on. The Olympics has been fantastic. But, as you said, Clinchy, last month of the season, and August is really when the big, real threats start to emerge. And we saw one last night. We absolutely saw one last night. I think the Bulldogs could go on and win it. I think you're right that the questions, you said there was no questions. The questions, and they're probably 6 weeks ago now, were clearly around their defence. I think we know, you looked at their team, very strong through the middle of the ground. Forward line was starting to impose itself. Norton comes back, Ugle-Hogan. You can see the pennies drop for him, hasn't it? He's starting to really look like a guy who wants the big stage. It was really around what's happening behind the ball and their ability, not only personnel-wise, but their ability to actually defend the ground, all over the ground. Well, in that sort of 6 week period, they've clearly dialed up their pressure. That's been really significant. I think it was the Carlton game where they were ferocious. And it's almost like they came out of that game and thought, gee whiz, if we play like that, we can beat anyone. And since then, that's what they've done. They're playing guys that are performing that. We know there's guys out of the team with big CVs that potentially weren't doing that. So there's some integrity with selection. And then, Rory Lobb's gone back and stiffened them up. And, Karmas has developed, hasn't he? And Lockie Bramble, we're going to talk to him. He's doing a great job as well. So you talk about the anatomy of a premiership team. Clearly, top 4 defence. Well, that's where they've been the last 4 to 6 weeks. So they tick that box. It's still a bit of a question mark for me. That's still the one thing.
The back line, you mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Just Karmas one I'm not.
Yeah, well, Jones back. Jones is clearly the linchpin back there. Can Lobb do it under pressure? In a big final. And then it's Karmas and Caulfield, who are pretty inexperienced, and the smaller guys. Jaray's got some premiership experience.
Yeah.
Stacked through the middle. Great. And English is back in form, giving them first use. That was his dominant performance out of the middle of the ground last night, as you'll see. They'll have at least 2 All-Australians. And Ed Richards will finish high in the best and fairest as well. That's been a terrific move.
Good change, that.
And then the forward line, when you talk about quality and X-factor, which Waitman is. Waitman's been the one. I know the big guys.
One you haven't mentioned.
Oh, go on.
No, go on, you keep going.
I'm just going to let me, finish with the forward line. They're starting to impose them. And aerially, they were just way too good for Melbourne last night, who we know, even though May went down, have a really strong defence. So, tick a lot of boxes, Mick. Who have I missed?
Darcy.
Yeah, Sam Darcy. Well, he's pretty tall, so he fits into that sort of...
That's what I mean. But you mentioned Norton and Ugle-Hagan, and I reckon if you've got a fair defence, and I'm talking about the top 8 or 9 sides, they could probably get around that. Darcy all of a sudden becomes, and the great thing about those 3 players, they don't get in each other's way. And when I look at Darcy swing around, they're looking at a bloke who's nearly 2 metres, and all of a sudden the dynamics of their back line has to change.
The other thing they do...
Against them, I mean.
Agree. Well, the other thing that Ugle, because the question mark is, even in finals, when was the last time a big key forward tore the...
Yeah, I agree with
But the other thing they do, though, is they tackle Norton and Ugle-Hagan. You can see again last night, the pennies dropped with him. It's not all about flying for high marks. Some of his defensive efforts last night, so he's on board. I reckon Norton's always done it really well. So that just means that, okay, the height, it's not a factor. Because even if they're not clunking it, they can get involved at ground level and apply forward pressure. So, no, you would. I mean, it's all there for them, isn't it? And I think I heard that under Luke Beveridge, they've actually never finished in the top four, which seems crazy to say because they've won a premiership, obviously, and played in a grand final and played in other big finals. So good last 3 weeks. I think they go to Adelaide. You back them there. Then they got North here, and then the Giants down at Ballarat.
In Ballarat,
so if they go 3 from 3 there,
they'll probably kick him into the top 4.
They'll be top 4. Yeah.
Just on Darcy, I know I've used his name, but we've seen Richmond have 3 fantastic premierships, and they've got through with a second ruckman who is probably 6'1", 6'2". With the Dogs, all of a sudden they've got another 2-metre player playing in the middle. Now, he's not as dynamic in the middle yet, not as strong, but you can't stop the height factor around the ground. He'll take his marks behind the ball and he'll set them up. So the completion of that side, and no one has a perfect side ball, as you know, has been, I reckon that Richards has made a comprehensive difference because he's able to get out, which leaves Liberatore in. Bont no longer has to be both. He can just be one or the other, whichever one pleases him, and he can go forward. And once you've got that combination, and we've remarked about what it was like with you in the middle, and we've seen other very good football sides with that sort of combination. He's changed the dynamics because of his speed, because I thought they were very one-paced, and I got nothing against Jack McRae because I think he's a bit stiff not being the side, quite frankly, but they were very one-paced, so they didn't have that outside run, which they've now got, Clinchy, so, you know, they've got to make it first. You know, look, let's face it, one slip up, and they could fall from 8th to 9th, wherever they're going to end up this weekend, but they go back to 9th. It's not over.
It's no longer a talent question now. It's a consistency question. And to think only a couple of months ago we were asking as to whether Luke Beveridge would be the coach of the side at the end of the season. Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball, Matt Clinch with you for AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We love to hear from you. 0437 774 774. And the Hawk cum Bulldog, Lockie Bramble, will be our feature guest. So 41 shots from 65 entries. The Bulldogs, absolutely, Mick, as we said, they could have won by 10 goals. They could have won by 100 points.
Yeah.
They had a kick straight. So 5 goals, 12 from Jamari Ugelhagen, Ed Richardson, Cody Waitman, in which Jamari Ugelhagen booted 2 goals, 6. But I did
set shots too.
Yeah, had a lot of set shots. I did leave last night thinking, did we see the Brownlow medalist in full display last night? Marcus Bontempelli with his 2 goals, his 33 disposals, 532 metres gained, and 15 score involvements. The Melbourne coach Simon Goodwin and his coach Luke Beveridge was full of praise for the Bont.
Oh, look, he's, if not the best, one of the best. He was outstanding again tonight.
Well, I mean, his first half was extraordinary, wasn't it? But, yeah, is he the greatest Bulldog ever? Well, I mean, at the end of his career, he just may be. But he's got a few years left in him.
Would a Brownlow sort of push him up in that conversation, Mick, as someone who coached Footscray back in the day, and watching him go to work last night, he no longer needs to be the player that carries the Dogs on his shoulders. He can be a weapon for Luke Beveridge.
You know, it's very interesting. You tend to look straight at premierships, and the club's won 2. He was part of that one, wasn't he? Yeah, so he's part of that. He's been around a successful era, albeit the fact, as you just mentioned, they've never finished in the top 4, but they've been always dangerous. Some of the greatest players have never won a Brownlow. Have a look at Ablett, have a look at Carey, Matthews, Bartlett, the list goes on. Djakovic, Hawkins, etc. I was of the opinion, I know there's another subject we might touch on in the bye week, who knows, Clinchy, but I was of the opinion that umpires should never look at stats. But after last year not looking at stats, I reckon they buggered up a lot of it. And I'm always thinking maybe they need some stats as a guide. But I know that then throws it straight into midfield. But let's face it, the midfielders have been winning it now for 20 or 30 years. I would hate to think that he was judged on his last 15 minutes where he went into self-preservation mode. He was clearly the most dominant player. Do umpires who have to focus and concentrate so much on the game come in and go, oh, we hardly saw that bloke in the last quarter, but do they remember the first part? Because you've got to look at last year. Lockie Neal, he's a wonderful player. Was he the best player in the competition by the way we vote? No. But the umpires put him there, and I think in one occasion he had 11 or so possessions. So I'm just not sure that we should be judging the Brown. I think the umpires should run the Brownlow. There's no question about that because it's their award. But
they should get a bit more help.
But yes, a little bit more help. And the defining thing about Bond, if he doesn't win one, does that make him a lesser player? No, it doesn't in my eyes, because it's what we've seen, and he's just he's a powerful presence on the ground for his teammates.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would say a premiership is more important to him
Absolutely.
than a Brownlow at this stage of his career. But I'm thinking Bally with Patrick Cripps, Nick Dacos, Lockie Neal, Isaac Heaney early in the season. Marcus Montepelli is now up to 28 goals this season, behind Jamari Ugelhagen with 39.
Yeah.
So second leading goal scorer for the Bulldogs, and he can now play the versatility of playing in the midfield when they need him. He can be an inside player, he can be an outside player, or he can go forward if they do try and tag him like Tom Sparrow did last night.
Yeah, he'd be a popular winner, obviously, wouldn't he? He's a
very popular.
He'd be like a Richo figure, wouldn't he?
Everyone a bit like
universally
that,
loves him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but those other names you mentioned, I mean, it's going to be a fantastic count, isn't it? Caleb Sarong is another one who polled well last year, and for all intents and purposes had a better year this year.
Yeah,
and
it's a good call. Who's taking votes from him?
And they're winning a lot of games. That's right. So look, it's going to be fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, but I think to answer, it would be great to see him. With that gong to his CV, I think he's got everything else. He's got a player as MVP. We know that. Has he won a coach as MVP? I should check that. Let's presume he has. So he'd be thereabouts if he hasn't. Yeah. And he's won a Best Captain Award as well. So you're right. I think for him, though, and knowing him a little bit too, the team, and it's a bit of a throwaway line at times, isn't it? But given where they've been the last couple of years, off the back of, so he gets the premiership success a bit early. It's a bit like Scott Pendlebury, really, in a sense. Premiership success early, climbs to the mountain, has a look over, they fall short. Then they come off a bit, and the leadership of the club, so which I know he wears really, really strong, really hard as well, given the criticism around Luke Beveridge and by broader nature leadership as well. I think that now that they've been able to turn it around and he can see what's ahead of them, that will clearly be the number one target for him. But I'm sure he'd love to win one as well.
How many? He's been second, hasn't he?
He was second last year.
Second in the Brownlow before.
Only the once, or has he been second twice?
Only once from my memory. He's a two-time Lee Matthews Trophy winner and a Coaches Association Player of the Season in 2019. If you want to join us, 1300 558 222. Just hang on, Peter, because Lockie Bramble's been good enough to join Matt Clinch, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. He's one of 6 Bulldogs who have played all 20 games in 2024 and part of their big win last night against the Demons. Lockie, welcome. Thanks so much for your time. What was it like going to sleep last night, realising that you're playing some of the best footy in which any of the sides at this stage of the season?
Yeah, thanks, buddy. It was nice. We've been in some pretty good form over the last couple of weeks, so to keep that going last night and have a nice win over the D's was, really pleasing.
Lockie, Luke Ball here. Well done on your form in particular. We've just been talking about your captain. We might just get a quick word before we move on to last night's game. Just you see him obviously day in, day out, and behind the four walls as well. Just tell us just some reflections on what you've seen from your captain in your short time at the club.
Yeah, Bonte's terrific. He's been really, really good to me coming into the club. Always trying to help guys. Works really hard at the club. Just strives to get better every day. Doesn't waste a minute. Just all sorts of things you want to see from your captain leading from the front. I couldn't speak highly enough of him, to be honest.
Mate, your own year, it's a fantastic effort. I think when the club was going through that little period of struggles early in the season, and I guess some of the players at the club with premiership medals and bigger CVs, we know who are finding themselves out of the team. Your own form, though, that must be a great show of confidence from the coach. That you're relied upon to play week in, week out, and you must be feeling really comfortable out there now, having played so many games this season.
Yeah, it has been nice. Bevo's been really good to me. Sort of coming in from day one, he's sort of backed me in. He sort of saw what I was capable of, so every week, sort of the same message, just backs me in, tells me to play my way, use my strengths. Continually checking in with me every week as well to see how I'm tracking, and he's been huge. So it's nice to get a little bit of continuity this year. Coming off the last 3 years at Hawthorn where I probably was in and out a little bit. So to play every game this year has been really pleasing for me.
In a way, sorry, just last one. You've been the constant, really. I know Bailey Dale's had his challenges, but he's back to his best form. But we spoke off the top around probably the big question mark through the middle part of the year was around the Dogs' defence. And since that, I think probably that Carlton win, really you've been able to turn that around. A lot of it's been around the pressure and intent, but clearly the personnel change and Rory Lobbs personified that. It's been incredible, hasn't it? The performance of him to go back there over the last month or so.
Yeah, he's been great. He's I didn't really know what to expect when Lobby was coming back, but and with Jonesy going out too, he took that upon himself to really grab it by the scruff of the neck and obviously started extremely well down back and to find himself still in the back line with Jonesy coming back in's been huge, and I think it's working really well. We've got a really good mix at the moment, so the boys are gelling really well back there, and we're loving our footy.
Lockie, well done. Mick Malthouse here. Just for the listeners, could you give us a little bit of a rundown on your career? You're a 26-year-old. You're sort of in that period where your body strength is now close to it. If you can hold it now, it's going to be what you're going to get for the next 4 or 5 years if you can hold it up. And also the fact that you've now cemented a place in the side. Just go back to your under-18 days and where you played your footy and how you've come through.
Yeah, so under 18s, I played my footy at Calder Cannons. Obviously I wasn't lucky enough to get drafted out of there. Probably a bit light-framed at the time. Probably was pretty raw and wasn't ready, so just had to bide a little bit of time with Williamstown in the VFL, and then made my way over to Box Hill for a pre-season, and then trained pretty well. Trained every Wednesday, sort of once a week with the AFL side, with the affiliation there. So, impressed Sam Mitchell, and then was lucky enough to get a list spot with the SSB.
And I know your history, but I wanted you to say it because I just think I'm wondering whether not a lot of young lads that are 18 years of age, when I was coaching back, say 10, 15, or say 15, 20 years ago, we used to draft about 100 players. They're only drafting 60 these days, and I think you're a lesson that sometimes I think that younger players think that they're finished by not being drafted. Yep. You've gone on. I know our former captain, Bawley, Nick Maxwell, was 19, went to Ballarat before he was redrafted, was sort of drafted in. Tell us the transformation, though, from the way you played at Hawthorn to now to fit into a side. And by the way, the Hawks are going extremely well. Both you, Brisbane, and the Hawks are probably the form side. So how do you find your niche? You said about Luke Beveridge, but is there any other special way of that you've been able to force your way into that side? Because there's a few good names sitting in the seconds.
Yeah, there is. To be honest, Mick, not really. I think I'm just a bit more confident in myself, especially the messaging from Bevo and the coaches, Daniel Pratt, my backs coach. So just sort of backing me in every week, allowing me to play with using my strengths. And I think, it's pretty much a confidence thing for myself. Getting a bit of continuity, not being so much in and out and not knowing whether I'm going to be playing or not helps a lot with that. So, I'll probably just put it down to a bit of confidence.
Yeah, I've got a few of your stats here. 360 odd metres on average gained. So do you build your game around the running? It seems that the Jonesy's a bit of a lockdown. I think Lobb down there now will probably be more the intercept marking player. Players like yourself, I guess you have to get on your bike to get that ball flowing as quick as you can into a pretty dangerous forward line now.
Yeah, definitely. So those guys, obviously really good in the air, and we back them to win the footy in the air. Me and Bailey Dale sort of just try and get to drop a ball and get the footy in our hands and try and create going up the other way. So, a lot of running involved and a lot of unrewarded running at times, but it's working at the moment.
Bulldogs running defender Lockie Bramble is with you on ABC Sport after their 51-point win over Melbourne last night. So, Lockie, you've beaten the Blues, you've beaten Geelong in Geelong, you've beaten Sydney in Sydney, you've now seen off the Premiers in 2021 Melbourne. I guess the big question we had around the Bulldogs is the consistency. Does Luke Beveridge make any reference to that? For as good a form as you're playing at the moment, it is such a tight season and you have to just keep winning to try and keep your top four hopes alive.
Yeah, it's obviously really tight. The guys, we're sort of loving that challenge. We didn't really move too much up the ladder, and we thought we were playing some pretty good footy, but we're sort of stuck in that, just outside the 8 for a little while. So to be in the top 4 now and to knock off a few good sides at a good time of the year, we look to Adelaide now, and we'll try and knock them off and go into the last few rounds on a high and just keep it rolling.
And is Bailey Smith around the club at all? Is there any possibility he might return before the season's out?
Yeah, he's been around the club. He's still doing his rehab, looking really fit actually. So yeah, hopefully we see him out there next year with us. And but no, looking very strong and fit at the moment, and his rehab's going really well.
And a great occasion last night with Adam Treloar playing his 250th game. Lockie, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we look forward to seeing you against the Crows next week.
Thanks for having me, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, well done.
Lockie Bramble from the Western Bulldogs joining you on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse with you.
Takes a good player to keep some of those players out. I'm going to say this right now. There was so much criticism of Luke Beveridge. I try to be more balanced in regard to coaching, so I know how difficult it is. And the other thing that they know, Bawley, and you've worked in a football club, is they are more intimate in what's happening at the coalface. We make these assessments from here, and I make them too from here. They know their players, and one of the things that for the Dogs to go forward with the same side, and we know the old saying, if you keep doing the same thing over and over, then and you expect it to change, you know that it's a sign of madness. So the thing is about it, he could not, and I'm talking about Luke Beveridge, and by the way, we know he was at our reunion a couple of weeks ago. Just the fact that's the sort of bloke he is. He's so team, and he was, he didn't have to turn up for that. That was, I think, before the Carlton game. But in my mind, he was so brave in going, Daniel, everyone loves Calum Daniel, loves him. Bailey Dale, great kick, one of the best in the comp, All-Australian. Jack McRae, again, loved by many.
All-Australian, yep.
All-Australian, I think multiple times. He had to look at that and go, if we go there again, we're going to be competitive, then we won't. We might make the 8, we may not make it. He had to make changes in his own mind that changed the dynamics of the side. I mean, the fact of lob, that is a brave move. It could have failed because he did it against the best sides. He didn't do it against one of the bottom sides. Richards going to the middle. Now, I know sometimes you're going to fluke a few and sometimes some work and some don't. But now he's making those 3 players and he's made Bailey Dale a better player.
Well, he's added depth, hasn't he? When you think about it, Aaron Norton's had his concussion issues. Yes. Jamara Ugle-Hagan missed some time at the start of the season due to personal reasons. Yep. Tom Liberatore also with concussion. So Ed Richards sort of was forced to come in and play that role. They've obviously had their issues in defence, so he's tried different avenues with Alex Keith, and now Buku Khamis is getting the opportunity. And you're right, Rory Lobb, if it hadn't have worked, the conversation might be completely different to how we're having now. But it feels like, boy, this is a side that has depth now, starting to build in confidence and belief. And maybe you need a player like Lockie Bramble, who's making the absolute most of his opportunities. And Jack McRae might be the hard luck story at the moment and can't force his way back in.
Matty, who's the bottom 6 of the Bulldogs?
Well, I was just about to talk about. So what you're talking about is integrity at selection, and that was being questioned at the start of the year. This is what you're talking about. Yep. You're saying, why are they playing Bramble over?
They're all getting into him,
McRae,
coach. Yeah.
Why are they playing O'Donnell over? Why are they playing? Yeah. So, but now you can see why. You can see what he was doing, and now you talk about who's their bottom 6. Well, I was just about to make that.
In the bottom, point. I'm talking the bottom 6 from last night.
Yeah. I'm just So you look at their role players. Let's call them that, and we know that. Again, the anatomy of a premiership team, you need your star, but you need just important as your role player. So you look at Vandermeer, Garcia, Bramble at the other end, even Poulter, who was on the scrap heap from Collingwood, was pretty good last night, wasn't he? Played his role. Riley West has had his career best year, hasn't he? But just playing that specific role, it looks like there's real clarity around the roles, the role players in the team, and there's integrity around selection. You play this role, you're going to play. Doesn't matter if there's a premiership player sitting in the stands watching, you're going to play.
Yeah, where I'm coming from, Bawley, is you couldn't identify the bottom 6 of Collingwood last year, but you could easily identify the bottom 6 of Brisbane. That's why I thought Collingwood would win that premiership, because of the fact that the top 6 are always going to be instrumental, but the bottom 6 get you, in today's football, when I look at the supposed bottom 6 of the Dogs, I can't identify them from one week to the next, because over the last month, it may have been the 6 you mentioned just then. It could have been another 6 the previous, and those 6 jump up into being from 10 to 16. It varies, and that's so healthy for a list, because what it ends up doing is you can't pick them off. You can't, we'll attack this flank because we know this winger doesn't man up, or he doesn't pressure, he doesn't do this. All of a sudden you go, no, he's actually one of the best on the ground. So you don't give the opposition a chance to actually settle in on your weaknesses. I think that they're in a very good position, albeit the fact, if facts be known, and we've only related to 2 games, yes, they're in position, they're basically only 1 game inside the 8.
Yep.
And they've got 3 to go. That's just have to be the test of their mental aptitude. But the remarkable thing is, Clinchy, is yesteryear we go, oh, well, the top side can have a bit of a breather. No, they can't. They're in all sorts. The second place side, oh, they're not too bad. No, they've got to keep going to get a home final. The third place side, I think, is Carlton going, we want to stay in the top 4. We've got to stay in the top 4. There's the 3 best sides at the moment have got to hold on, and the others have got to chase them.
Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. Hopefully that answers the question coming through around the doggies' depth that came through. I think that was from Paul asking about Vandermeer and Garcia, some of the unheralded players. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. I hope the doggies keep on backing in Karmas. He's really impressed, improving weekly in his vertical leap and marking ability is a real X factor. From Rob, who's a Demon supporter from Highmarsh Island. I looked at the sides when selected during the week and wondered how this current crop of Demons could compete with a list of athletic, fast-twitch, muscle-fibred giants in the Bulldogs team. Hi panel, this is from John in Rosanna. All credit to Bevo, got criticised for turning some players over, rebuilding their midfield and running players. Now they're flying. Well done to him and the players. Go the doggies. And Brendan from Hobart, what do they get for Bailey Smith? We might come back to that in a moment. Here was the thoughts of the Bulldogs coach, Luke Beveridge.
The game's hard. We've seen this year how even the competition is. Your fortunes can change pretty quickly. And it can be because the opposition have just surprised you and ambushed you, but it also can be because you have a bit of bad luck, with injury or whatever it may be. So you don't take anything for granted.
So living in the moment, Luke Beveridge, in a word, can the Bulldogs win the flag, Mick?
I believe they can. I really believe they can.
Yep, they can. Yeah, they can. Apart from anything else, you just spoke about it, Mick. No one else is shooting the lights out, are they? It's just going to be who can get on a run, who can stay healthy. And then, I like the star power, the star factor. You think about Bontempelli in a big final.
You've got to have You've got to have a tough, strong midfield ball. I don't care who you are, what you are. If you lack that, you do not win finals football. Finals football is won in the trenches.
Yeah.
The other side of that, I'm sure you want to elaborate, Mick, is Melbourne. Simon Goodwin with his thoughts on last night.
Obviously, the start was incredibly disappointing to be on the back foot like that. They dominated us around the ball and were able to score way too easily. So, incredibly frustrated with how we started the game. And in patches, we were able to bring that back into the game that we were looking for. But overall, just nowhere near the level required.
So Mick Malthouse has asked for the new ball. I think this is leading you into your mixed messages for the week.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Yes, it's a very simple one from last night. My message would be for Melbourne. One is, please don't get rid of Oliver. I think that anyone who's had a pre-season like here, it's one from hell. At some stage it's going to get you, and it's got him. He's essential to come back for them to win that football through the corridor. They need to restructure. They cannot leave it all up to Gorner. He is starting to show his age. He's starting to wear down. They'll completely wear him out. Their game structure was built on the contested football. They're being smashed in the contested football of recent time. They have to regenerate. I'm not saying about the coach, but their team as it is, their glory days of that premiership are far removed from the way they're playing. They need to rebalance, reset, go to the draft, get as many running players as they can who can use the football. At the moment, they are so identifiable in regard to being a middle to bottom side.
It's interesting. I mean, 2021, they win the premiership, and everyone looks at their team and thinks, goodness me.
This might be the first of many.
Yeah, it's going to be the first. Now, I mean, there's a bit of a fallacy in that. I think these days, probably gone are the days where you're going to win 2 or 3 in a row. It's just too hard. We've seen that this year. We've seen that with Geelong.
It will happen, but
possibly, but
they're rare.
The comp's so even.
That's right.
And there's so much needs to get. So when you look at that team, what's gone wrong? Now, you say gone wrong. It hasn't gone wrong to the sense that they've gone from first to 10th. Now, that's where they're probably going to end up this year. They played finals, and for some better kicking or a little bit of luck potentially, okay, they didn't get the job done and were bundled out in straight sets. But
65 inside 50s and got beat. But Bally, the biggest worry for them is they're getting smashed. Actually,
so let's pick that apart a bit. So defense, they've always been defense and contest.
Yep.
They've always been very consistent, and they've stuck to there. They've tried to tinker with it a bit this year, but that's really been it. You think about Lever and May at their very best, and last night, I mean, that was. I think they had 40. It could have been worse. 46 or 7 shots on goal from their 62 entries or something like that. So that's just
15, 20, Melbourne, so it's 35.
That's just unlike Melbourne. We're just not used to seeing that. And we know that May went off and Lever's been injured and not in great form. They can't really work out what to do with Petty, I think. I wonder whether they missed a trick. You talk about getting some high draft picks in, maybe. It looks like they've committed to him, though. But then, so Brayshaw retires. He's a really big player for them, I think. We know that
won't change. He's out, won't come back.
We know that Oliver has to go and have the biggest preseason. He's just nowhere near the player. We know why, to an extent, but can he recapture the form? That's the question mark. And then Petrarca's the Bontempelli. He's both the leader and the star factor that clearly they're missing.
Yeah, best.
But yeah, he is. Yeah, but and I like the fact they put Rivers through there, so that they are trying to find new avenues and answers through that middle part of the ground. And Jack Viney can't do any more, can he? But
that's the
really
thing.
since that 2021, it's been.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, Bally. Gawn can't do any better. He will not get any better. He's still going to be a great player, but he's not going to get any better. Viney will not get any better. Petrarca is going to be always. He's going to have some great games. He'll have some middle games, but he probably won't get any better. May won't get any better. Lever's. If you manage your forward line correctly, you'll find Lever out every time because he's slow and he has to pick up someone. If they have 6 forwards and 6 backs, he gets found out because he has to chase blokes up on the lead. Their methodology is wrong at the moment against the better sides. They're getting flogged, so that tells me that their lack of interest, lack of attack on the football, lack of class in many respects. Because you can't have what happened here last night and think that it was because of Petrarca being out of the football side. It wasn't, because as much as English was very good, I thought Gawn probably beat him in the ruck, but once the ball hit the hand, whooshka, it's gone. So they've got to readjust a whole lot of their thinking. Now, can their coach do that? And that's the big ticket. If he's going to play the same role again next year, they'll finish up in the same spot.
Well, they are going to have to do it from what's within or go young, because, I mean, I haven't got the numbers, but the salary cap's pretty full to the brim.
Yeah.
And we know why. And that's what happens when you win a premiership and everyone talks about you winning the next couple. That's what you do. You go, as you should. You go and load up. It's a game to it.
Who should they move on, boy?
Well, I think Petty was the one when he had the currency. I'm not sure that because I think there was first round picks offered for him.
That'd be
they won't be this year.
Well, I've said they should keep Oliver. Do you think they should keep Oliver? I mean, he's locked in. Contract.
I do. Yeah,
I'm glad you do that.
Give him a chance. Just have the honest conversation, which he'll
terrific
know. Clearly, you'll know that. Yeah.
It does feel like Melbourne are at the fork of the road. Do they have enough top-end talent to regenerate? They have done a bit of that this season and reload, or will they have to potentially look at the draft and bring in some next talent? Matt Clinch, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball with you for AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Of course, the other winner last night was the West Coast Eagles. They kicked the last 2 goals of the match to beat the Gold Coast Suns. They snapped their losing streak, and Jared Schofield, the caretaker coach, was finally able to get his first win.
It's why you coach. I love being in the seat. I'm enjoying it. I said that many a times. That was even when we haven't won a game. And, you definitely enjoy it a lot more when you're winning. We want it to be a habit of ours. And, the feel's been there. The fire in the belly, I've said that 3 weeks ago. And when you're in this seat, it gets exciting. And when you see the players get their reward for their hard work, you see the fans that turn out over the last 2.5 years get excited about what we're chasing. We talk about our identity. That's the fulfilment part why you coach, and that's why I'm enjoying being in this seat at the moment.
Jared Schofield, who is the interim coach, taking over from Adam Simpson. So it snaps a 9-game losing streak. Perth was rocking, as it does when the Eagles are flying. So it's a two-part question, Mick. I guess the question is, where are the Eagles right now in their quest for their next coach, and what potentially that coach will have to build on? And we'll come back to the Suns in a couple of moments' time. But relief for West Coast just to get back on the winners list for their fourth win of the season.
The old school jumpers on too.
Yeah, they have got the old one. Yeah, that's one of the premiership jumpers. Where they're at, I'll tell you, this might surprise you. I reckon they're where Melbourne are at, because they've still got Jack Darling, who's probably in his last year, if not second last year. They've got centre half back McGovern, and then you have a look around the side. You've got younger players that are coming through, which I think that they're probably now, if you flipped on the Melbourne basis, they've gone to the draft. They've drafted players. They know they've been touched up by Geelong over Kelly when they thought they were in a window to win another premiership. They've realised that wasn't the case. They're now, and this is not going to be win-win-win. They're going to go, we'll have a couple of wins, have a couple of losses. So next year will be a learning curve under the new coach, and the following year, with the new coach into his second year, knowing his players, they will show some ground. So where they're at is they've got to get the right coach that can grow with the younger players, what they inevitably have to get. They have to get, because they're not going to be able to go to beyond the draft. I think free agency is not going to supply them with enough good players. So the draft is it. They've already drafted probably one of the best players going around for a number of years, and this now has got to be their catalyst. So the coach is so vital.
Yeah, they need more. They need more talent.
Absolutely.
I know what you're trying to say, but last night was
through the draft,
really good performance. Yeah, they need to keep piling. I mean, it's interesting. Hartley Reid, since he's come back from suspension, he really hasn't. He's been okay. He
hasn't hit the lofty heights.
Absolutely hasn't. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so young player,
I understand that. Yeah, but the whole conversation around what a travesty this rising star is going to be. I'm not sure. I think it's given the form.
Name should never win it. Not a name. It's got to be action. You're right.
Exactly. But that's the point. The point was he was $1 before he got suspended. I'm saying since his suspension, he hasn't really reached anywhere near those heights.
Outstanding.
So the panel has been announced for the appointment of the next West Coast Eagles coach. So Harry Taylor, the former Geelong Premiership player, will be involved alongside Dom Pike, the General Manager of Football, Gavin Bell, directors Jan Cooper and Rowan Jones. Rowan Jones is a 2006 Premiership player. So, Bally, a question to you in terms of what is the most important question, having sat on that panel that appointed Craig McRae at the Magpies. And Mick, for someone who is uniquely coached in Western Australia, the challenges of coaching a club like the Eagles.
Yeah, well, the coaching the Eagles is unbelievable for a start off, because if you are a Victorian or somewhere not Western Australian and you have to travel, you are an Easterner. You've got to overcome the Easterner for a start off. And I don't think anyone really appreciates that. You are not a Western Australian. You're not. You might come from Victoria, but you are an Easterner, and Until
when? It's a really interesting point.
Oh,
someone who never experienced
win a few games. Win a few games, win a few games, but also show that there's a future.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming you weren't asked to be on the coaching selection panel, Mick?
No, I wasn't.
But if you were to ask one question to the candidates in terms of embracing the Western Australian, the Perth lifestyle, what would be the question you'd want to know as to whether that candidate is ready for the internal and external pressure?
Well, I'm not 100% sure there's only one question, Clinchy, but the line of questioning would relate to the family. Can your family hack the fact that no matter where you go, you are going to be principally the only person that they want to, and your kids are trying to grab hold of your leg and they're getting pushed aside, and your wife gets pushed back, and you've got all these, it's a constant drain on your times in the state. Can you handle it? Can your wife handle it? Can your kids handle it? Go to the school and being perhaps in many respects bullied. So I would, the first and foremost must be, are you prepared for that? Then are you prepared to travel every second week? In my time there, we didn't have every second week. We could go for 2 or 3 weeks in a row with amateurs. So therefore, we'd get back. They'd want to go to uni. They go to school. They a little bit work. Then you got to train after hours or before hours and this sort of stuff. But now it's still 1 week on, 1 week off. Are you able to say, with confidence that over the journey of 4 or 5 years as a coach, I am able to travel away, and the demands will be, you've got to win away, because I went there and they said, can you win 11 games? I said, well, what's the significance of 11 games? Oh, we can't win away. I go, well, you're not going to win a premiership without winning away. So then you've got to turn the whole psyche of the state, the whole psyche of your board. You've got to engage all the Western Australians. If you don't engage one part, you're a Victorian, or no, you're an Easterner. So my line would be more on, if you're there because you've either played or you coach. So let's face it, but you probably haven't had the experience of one, a big club, massive club, expectations, high expectations, because that club is one of the most successful ones in history. 2, family and travel. That's without even touching the football.
I mean, the X and O's are important, clearly, and in a lot of ways, though, new coach in particular will bring people with them that will help them with that. Clearly, what's more important these days, and my little experience with the McRae piece was just around the character and the culture that new coach is going to bring to the place.
Shouldn't bring people with you. My first thing with any of those football clubs, when you take that role, you go clean with all the people around you. Should be Western Australians who are already there. Do not make... my first thing was, when I got appointed the job, very easy to go and get people who I trusted because they back you up. No, I went over there and thought, I've got to make sure that I get the trust from Western Australian people. Yeah, I got Rob Wiley because I played with Robbie, but there was Ian Miller. I hardly knew Ian Miller. There's Trevor Sprigg, who I knew he's a famous player, but I would disagree with that, Paulie. If new bloke goes in, get locals.
Yeah, you have a couple, but he's got to bring some. He's got to bring some of his own people with
Who?
him. What do you mean?
Well, who's he going to bring with him?
Well, McRae brought.
No, but that's here. That's here. I'm talking about Western Australia.
I'm talking about the coaching stuff. Clearly, you can have some local people on the ground. You're not going to throw out the whole footy, the whole footy department.
Oh no, I'm not saying get rid of them, Bully. I'm saying don't bring people from. If let's say it's a Victorian appointed, do not take Victorians over with you. Start with Western Australians. Build a Western Australian background.
The CEO and the footy and the footy the head of footy. They're not looking for new people there.
So there's already been reports that Matthew Knights is not looking to continue his time in Perth. He'll be looking to come back to Victoria, so there might be one position available. Dean Cox has said he's not interested in the job. He wants to stay at the Sydney Swans. Josh Carr has said he's committed to Port Adelaide, even though that might have been a South Australian media question. Nathan Buckley has said he won't be interested in applying for the process. So when you looked at the Collingwood coaching gig, Bally, are you looking for experience, game plan, structure, culture? Is there one overarching thing you're wanting to sort of be knocked back?
Overarching. But that's my point around. So the X and O's are one thing, but that formed 20. The last 20% of the coach's application for the role was around, this is who I am. These are my values, and this is how I'm going to build. This is what I'm going to instill in my not only my team but my footy, because we know that the head coach now answers to the whole club and builds the whole club. One of the key figures of the club. So it's not about just what happens out there. And you've heard Craig McKay talk about it. He spoke about being a winner. He backed it up via the experience that he had working with Mick Malthouse, working with Lee Matthews, So I reckon you're looking deep into that. Let's have a look at their coaching pedigree and if they're any good, they'll be able to tell you what they took from each of those opportunities that they had. McRae worked at the Melbourne Storm, so he took something from them. So you're looking at it's not just what happens out in the grass. Absolutely, that was the almost the last piece of the puzzle. It was really around, this is who I am and this is why. This is my story and what's made me who I am now. And this is, genuinely, this is the team and the club that I want to build. That's the first part.
0437 774 774 is the SMS line. Matt Clinch, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse with you for AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Eric in Warragul, Western Australia fell in love with you, Mick. So, yes, the question. I spoke with Paul Roos on the ABC AFL Daily podcast around whether a club like West Coast could benefit from a succession plan. Obviously, he's a big advocate of it, but the challenge of going from being an assistant coach is stepping up to being a senior coach, especially when you are in a two-team town, and the challenge associated with that. So, interesting to get Roosy's thoughts on that. The Gold Coast Suns, what a disappointing season it's been for Damien Hardwick. The hope that he would be able to take them to September for the first time. Unfortunately, he was the Suns coach on the reflections for the next 3 weeks coming up.
Well, it can be shattering, or the next 3 weeks could be defining for what it looks like moving forward, because This is an all-familiar tale to this football club, to our football club, and we've got to change it. So at the end of the day, our playing group, our coaches, our organisation has to stand up and say, listen, let's get to work. You know, we've got 3 weeks to turn something around. We've never had a winning season. You know, I think our max win's 10. So let's work towards something. Let's try and sit there and, you know, supporters who are hanging tough and are building and all that sort of stuff, we want to make sure we sit there and finish off the way we should finish the season off.
Damien Hardwick, the Gold Coast Suns coach, so he's been frustrated with narrow losses to North Melbourne and St Kilda. He's gone the expletives at times to try and express his frustration. Would he be rethinking his comments when he arrived at the Gold Coast Suns that 80% of our premiership side are in this room right now? Or is it a maturity, a development thing that he needs to, a psychological test that he needs his playing group to advance through?
Well, maybe not. Maybe don't put a number on it. I get what he was trying to say, and maybe that 20% is made up of building leadership. I mean, clearly they're low on that. And then building resilience and grit. I mean, all the talk about Essendon this week and they're same old again, and their inability when the whips get cracking and the going gets tough to stand up and find a way to win those sort of games. Really, that's what's happening at the Gold Coast. Now, they don't have the history that Essendon have and the proud history, so they tend to probably get away with it a little bit more, but you can tell that Damien's not going to cop that anymore. So he spoke about making big calls. What does that look like from a list point of view? We'll wait and see. I'm sure he's not going to wait another year, put it that way, to make some calls on whether it's players or the way they play to get change, because that's not what he's used to. You know, as a player and a coach, that's not what he's been used to, and not what he's going to cop. And I think that's a good thing, because I think we all want the goal in a certain way, don't we? We all want the Gold Coast to make it, get there, and break that sort of finals duck. But you know, performances like that are just so disappointing to fall away late. You go, what is it? Because they have periods where they look really good, and then they just let the Eagles, you know, bottom team, go down and score way too easily. And you go, what was that? Was it someone just not being hard enough in a contest, not standing up in a tackle, or just being too flippant with a handball and a turnover and goal? It's a common thread for teams that aren't going to play in finals, that still have ability and at their best show that they're as good as the top four. But the reason they can't do it consistently is because they don't have that mental strength and that mental toughness and resilience to do it over a 4-quarter period for the whole season.
Are we not pointed enough to the playing group, given we've now seen multiple coaches across the journey, and it's still the same challenge in terms of being able to hold momentum, but also the maturity of winning away from home?
I think his 80% is close, because looking at that player group. But I don't care who you are, what you are. You identify the true captain of the football club. Now, He may come back and say, I've already got him. He's the one I want.
Well, in fairness, he hasn't been playing, and this is Took Miller.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Witts is there, sorry, but Miller they have missed him in these sort of situations.
Miller is, but if, and I'm against this, you know, flip the coin, who's going to be captain today? You know, Sydney had 3, now they've worked it out, they only need 1. You only need 1 captain. You've got to have intestinal fortitude of yourself to say, there's 1 captain, and he's the one that got. It's quite amazing when I look back over my career that the captains of and I you don't really be defined on premierships, but Worsfold, Maxwell were outstanding, and it's no accident that they captained premiership sides. So they then need assistants who are scattered through your group, who will not budge from it. I know that. I was talking last night to someone about the 2002 Premiership Grand Final we lost. Buckley was captain, so that's why I say it shouldn't be never defined on a premiership, because it was Shane Wakeland was I ran to Shane Wakeland, and you've got an Anthony Rocker and a Jimmy Clement, you've got Scotty Burns and these sort of guys. They don't tolerate they don't tolerate second-rate performances, so they dragged other players in. Now I'm wondering whether Gold Coast have got enough of those players that just don't. They're so accepting of we're a new side. No, we're not. You've been there for so long now. Not much different than GWS coming a bit later. Didn't they come a bit later or same side? Yeah. So I think a lot of us really got to do with leadership.
And that's
Leaders
the
cover
question,
so
isn't
much.
it, for the off-season? Who do they target? Do they try and bring in a Dan Rioli, a Dustin Martin?
Well, he's not
given
going to
the
be a
fact that
leader.
they've
Dan
announced
Rioli's not
that
going to be a leader.
Brandon Ellis is retiring already. So before the season is out and the next wave of leaders, Noah Anderson, Matt Rowell, Ben King, are they ready to take the Gold Coast Suns to the next level? Mick Moldhouse, Matt Clinch, Luke Ball with you for AFL Saturday. For a South Australian audience, you're off to the footy. There's no late changes here with Robert Hansen and Camden McIntosh, the subs for North Melbourne and Richmond. For everyone else, after the next edition of ABC.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says $20 million in funding will be used to create a Garma Institute in partnership with the Northern Territory Government and the Yothu Yindi Foundation. Mr Albanese's made the announcement during a speech at the Garma Festival in East Arnhem Land in the NT. He's also outlined a new direction for the federal government's Indigenous Affairs policy, including investment in economic opportunities for Indigenous Australians.
My colleagues and I came together to renew our commitment to a better future for First Nations people. We will leave here more determined than ever to bring it into being.
US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has revoked a plea deal reached with the accused mastermind of the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and two of his accomplices had reached a deal with the military commission at Guantanamo Bay that would reportedly see them plead guilty in exchange for taking the death penalty off the table. But Mr. Austin has rejected that deal, issuing a memorandum withdrawing from the three pre-trial agreements. US Vice President Kamala Harris has secured enough votes to claim the Democratic presidential nomination. The Democratic National Committee says Ms. Harris has clinched the nomination, even though the online vote doesn't end until Monday. On a phone call with supporters, Kamala Harris expressed her gratitude.
I am honored to be the presumptive Democratic nominee for President of the United States, and I will tell you the tireless work of our delegates, our state leaders and staff has been pivotal in making this moment possible.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is accusing the opposition there of producing fake evidence to contest the results of last weekend's presidential elections. The BBC's Leonardo Rocha reports.
Mr. Maduro said the United States was behind what he described as a farce and a coup attempt. The opposition says he has obtained the official data for more than 80% of ballots cast. The data, which was published online, shows that its candidate, Edmundo González, won the election by a wide margin. In a media conference with foreign journalists, Mr. Maduro said the opposition was spreading false information and encouraging violence in Venezuela. Most Latin American leaders have rejected the official results.
Australia's Olympic team will have more chances to boost its medal tally heading into day 8 of the Games in Paris. Here's Fraser Fife.
Many of the Australian team's medal chances will come by water, with the swim team taking on both the men's and women's 4x100 metre medley relays. The men's water polo team will look to maintain its strong run in the preliminary phase as it faces Hungary. Australia is in 3 rowing finals, with Tara Rigney in the single sculls and both the women's and men's 8 having a shot at a medal. Jack Robinson is down to the last 4 in the men's surfing in Tahiti, while tennis duo Matthew Ebden and John Peers are one more win away from gold in the men's doubles. Australia sits third in the medal tally with 11 gold, 6 silver and 5 bronze.
2 men have been taken to hospital after what are believed to be targeted shootings at Claymore in southwest Sydney. Police were called to a shop at Claymore this morning following reports of a man with gunshot wounds to his torso. Shortly afterwards, police were called to a second scene at a nearby car park where a man was found with wounds to his head and torso. They were both treated by paramedics before being taken to Liverpool Hospital. Police say they don't believe a fatal shooting in Melbourne's northwest overnight was a random attack. Here's Alexandra Alavro from the scene.
Police were called to a home on Tenterfield Drive in Burnside Heights around 9 o'clock following reports of a man with a gunshot wound. He died at the scene. The man has been identified as a 34-year-old from Wallen, north of Melbourne. Police are continuing to investigate the circumstances surrounding his death, with detectives currently on scene. Police earlier examined a car with multiple bullet holes in the windscreen. Neighbours have told the ABC the area is quiet and home to many families. Most say they didn't hear shots fired.
There's been a mining fatality in North Queensland. A 48-year-old man died in an accident this morning at the Bio 1 coal mine near Glendon in the Bowen Basin. It's believed he was operating a pick and carry crane that overturned. Resources Safety and Health Queensland says investigators are at the scene. An Australian golfer, Grace Kim, is in contention after the second round of the LPGA's Portland Classic. She's 3 shots behind Dive Weber. Kim shot a bogey-free round of 765 to sit at 13 under for the tournament. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Get a unique perspective on the world around you through ABC iView, like with Australian Story.
Notable Australians, amazing lives.
I got kissed on the arse by that rainbow, no question.
7:30.
What were you most afraid of? Never see family again?
Four Corners.
I think I'm done, guys. Are you walking out, really?
Nemesis.
They destroyed each other's governments. Politics is personal.
And Landline.
Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
Always free, always informative on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Clinchy, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
When you find yourself in deep congestion, heavy traffic, 1v3, kick the ball to Scotty and breathe. To the little half-step thing, suddenly he's off and free. They can't tackle, pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe. They can't tackle, pedal breathe. In the short off-season, Scotty also runs a winery. What a diverse skill set, pedal breathe. Though I'd like to buy a red, his cheapest drop is $1.50. Not made of money, pedal breathe. Pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe. Your wine is too expensive, pedal breathe. Pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe, pedal breathe. But he sent me a bottle and it was free.
That's the voice of Ben Henry, who performed his Scott Pendlebury song when the team was in Western Australia, and the Collingwood players absolutely loved it. So he'll be at the MCG tonight as Collingwood take on Carlton. In Scott Pendlebury's 400th game, he becomes the 6th player to achieve the milestone. Matt Clinch, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse with you for AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. And the man in which, of course, he joins is Brent Harvey, who's been good enough to come and join us in the commentary box. Boomer, welcome.
Good afternoon, boys. Just over here for a past players function, so a couple of quiet beers after this should be nice.
Well, you've been good enough to pop up and share your experience with us of playing game 400. What's Scott Pendlebury in for tonight?
Well, I know what he's been in for the whole week. It's a bloody big week. We were lucky enough to go there on Wednesday, all the other 400 gamers, and share some experiences with him. And you could see that I spoke briefly to him around, I think it was Wednesday we went there. It had been a big week. He had Thursday completely off, and he said, I am taking my head out of football. There'll be no media tomorrow. And I said, that's a great thing to do. And then obviously the build-up to the game is going to be huge. He'll have, probably 100 tickets to give out to friends and family. And, it's going to be a big day. The one thing that you really want to do, and he'll enjoy the experience with his family, and running out with his kids is something that I'll never forget. That was amazing. But the one thing you really want to do at the end of it is put your arms around your teammates and sing the song. If you don't do that, it does put a little bit of a damper on the evening, I would think. I was lucky enough to play in Brisbane, so we had a lot of friends and family fly up there for it, and we won quite easily. So it was a good night.
Brent Harvey, 432. Michael Tuck, 426. Sean Burgoyne, 407. Kevin Bartlett, 403. And Dustin Fletcher, 400. Scott Pendlebury becomes the 6th player to pass the 400 milestone. He's got all sorts of homage to him. A billboard on the corner of Punt Road and Jolimont, a Wellington Parade, I should say.
Some wine.
Some wine, which he's released.
Song.
He gave
chart-topping song. Do you get one of those, Bert?
He gave us a bottle of Scotty Pendlebury 400, so we'll crack that open one day, I'm sure.
So when you played against him as an opponent, what sticks in your memory about the legacy of Scott Pendlebury?
I think leading into the game, Scott Pendlebury was the one that you had to stop. We've all said it, and it's probably been spoken about 100 times, but he just makes the game look so slow around him. I'm sure that's not the case. But he had elite hands, elite feet, put other players into time and space, and that's why you had to put so much time into him. You're probably not going to stop him getting 25 touches because he works so hard. It was just, you had to negate his possessions, whether it was just a hand in on the back of the jumper or a push in the hips when he was kicking the ball. Because if he didn't do that and he won the ball forward to centre, 9 times out of 10 they were going to score.
Mick, you spoke last night. You're his first coach, picked 5 back in 2005. To see a player in which you were there right at the very start of his career go on and become the 6th player to reach the 400-game milestone. You must be incredibly proud.
I am. I played in the same era as Kevin Bartlett, and I knew what it meant to him. Certainly the media expectations wasn't as high then. It's now sort of drawn right out. The 6th man in 100 and Collingwood 1880 something. So you're looking 130 odd years. So he's basically been there almost a seventh of the time. And will he be regarded as one of the best players? You got Coventry's kicked 1,000 odd goals, and multiple times he kicked 10, 12 and 15 goals. Hard to stop. You got Bobby Rose, was finished early because of a payment structure. I think he's finished by 23, 24. He went and coached. Nathan Buckley's 5 or 6 time best and fairest. And the list goes on in regard there. But Scotty has always played outside the last couple of seasons. He certainly dropped off marginally, but there hasn't been a great shift from day one to the 17th, 18th year. And that's remarkable, but when you know the person, it's unremarkable because he's a full professional. He's one of those rare ones that just goes to a source to learn more and more and more about his body, about the game, about inner strength. And what he does, he capitalises on that because he doesn't leave it until he knows it. So he's just got better and better and better as time goes on. And he's very demanding, very, very demanding of himself, but he's also very demanding of his teammates. So he drags a lot of people with him. I know you're going to talk to Bully a minute on the ground. I've never been on the ground with him, but as a coach, I couldn't be more proud of him, the way he's done it. And I messaged him during the week to say that very thing from then at myself. It was out of all the things, we're just so proud of him being him.
Yeah. Captain for you in 2010?
Well, he was vice
captain, of course.
Medalist, but the longevity, and I think it's 13 top 3 finishes in a B&F, I think. So
13.
It's just remarkable. I remember playing against him in his first couple of years and thinking, this guy's just perpetual motion. He was a bit raw then and a bit gangly. I mean, blessed, very, very blessed physically, I think. Terrific sort of 6'3", modern day player. Okay, not explosive speed, but not slow. Don't be forward. He can motor when he needs to and maintain a really a high level of running over a long period of time. And then we know the basketball background and the awareness, all that sort of stuff. But just, clearly his footy IQ, I think, is almost unparalleled across the history of the game. In a sense, he's been a coach out there from that very early age. And then, when I went across and watched him then train and prepare, there was clearly no secret as to why he was able to perform at such a high level for so long. Just an insatiable appetite to get better in everything he did. He wasn't demonstrable. You're right, he was demanding. He wasn't overt, and, whereas Maxwell was. He was never that. Sometimes it was just a look, and okay, I've got to do, I've got to fall in line here, and that's that was the way he went about it. And he speaks about just a humble, but just a fierce competitor as well in everything he did. So it was a joy to play with him. And now, 10 years on from when I finished playing, it's a joy to still watch him do what he does. One little flight, he's had a lot of pump over there. One little thing this week, and you see he had great hand. For a bloke who never fumbled, he's got horror fingers, Pendles. Horrible fingers. He's broken 3 or 4 of them. He used to have screws coming out of them. Yeah. And he used to crack them. He used to sit in the meetings and just crack them non-stop. What are you doing? And that's probably why. So you look at his fingers now; they're shocking for a bloke who's never fumbled in his life.
You know, you've just summed him up. You could almost do the same with Boomer.
Yeah,
and you could do the same with KB.
Yep.
Dusty Fletcher. I played with Kevin, and I was able to coach Dustin Fletcher through the Australian series, and with Boomer. Sean Burgoyne. I've only tagged a play with two players on two occasions in 30 odd years. He was one of them. And Michael Tuck played against Michael Tuck, same age with Michael Tuck. As I said before, I think he's played three. But all those things that you mentioned, they've all got the characteristics: very hard on themselves, demanding of their teammates, professional, got an inner strength that they don't want to be beaten. So it's a uniqueness, but it's not unique with that group of six.
Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball, Matt Clinch, and Boomer Harvey's been good enough to come and join us in the commentary box as we reflect upon Scott Pendlebury and his career as he becomes the sixth player to reach the 400-game milestone. And then there's the occasion, Boomer. So Collingwood Carlton, the arch rivals, a crowd of maybe 95,000 in attendance. Collingwood, of course, what they did to the Blues in 2022, where they denied them the chance to feature in finals. Of course, Carlton got there last year, but there is the chance for the Blues to return the favour and really spoil the party for Scott Pendlebury tonight. Well, we've got you. How do you see the actual game playing out?
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? And take Pendlebury out of this now. Just the Collingwood and Carlton rivalry is going to be huge. MCG, as you mentioned, on a Saturday night. One team is going to walk away from this game really disappointed. Now, if Collingwood don't win, they probably miss out in the finals. If Carlton don't win, there's a huge chance that they don't play top four. And you go back 2 or 3 weeks ago, they were the second best team in the competition behind Sydney. So there's going to be some big ramifications for either team. But look, I always think the game is won or lost through the midfield. Tonight, it's going to be interesting to see who goes to Dacos. Collingwood don't really tag. What are they going to do with Cripps and Sam Walsh? So whoever gets the matchups right the way that they want it and the game on their terms early, I think is a bigger chance of winning. Right now, take Pendlebury away. I would say Carlton just slightly through the midfield for me with Walsh, Cripps. And they've got a few players that can, Kennedy, that can tag. So if something's not working on Dacos, they can throw to somebody else. I'm not sure if Collingwood have got that flexibility with a few injuries.
Could they, DeGoey coming back in the side? It'd be interesting to see how he...
Yeah, I think, Mick, with my check out, I think he's got to play more forward of centre. He's got to kick a little bag of goals. I think it's got to be a 2 or 3 goal game for him for Collingwood to win.
He's sore too, DeGoey. He's got lingering groin issues, so we know he's not going to be at his best. I think Pendlebury would put his hand up to go to Cripps. He's done it before, and I think in a way it'll actually help him because it'll give him a target and it'll sort of refocus him away from the occasion. Okay, deal with that, and then I know that if I can do a job on their captain, it'll really go a long way to help him win.
That's right. Yes.
And then you're right. Yeah, Dacos, is it Chincotta? I'm not sure. You know that would work in a sense. So yeah, there's such high stakes.
Why wouldn't it work, Paulie?
Chincotta likes to come from outside of the square. I'm not sure that it'll be interesting. I think I'll probably go with it.
Well,
but
I think he's going to take one of those. He may well take Josh Dacos. I was thinking, I don't. I was so critical looking at last week's game, and you think, like he said, 17 possessions to quarter time, or 18 possessions to quarter time on record numbers. Had a quieter second quarter because the work was done at the stoppage more so. I'm with Boomer. I'm with you. The midfield wins the game.
Yeah.
But and that's the Matt, that's the big decision tonight. Is do you allow them to run free? Dacos, if Dacos ends up with 40 or 35, he's going to use half of those hitting targets inside front 50.
As we let you go, Boomer, thanks for coming up. We'll hear you as part of our commentary team tomorrow for the St Kilda and Brisbane game. So the Kangas want to win today, North Melbourne and Richmond, in the battle for the wooden spoon.
Well,
you're just a supporter now, Boomer, so just give me your
Let's
your
just
view.
go back 12 months ago when we won round 23 or 24, whatever it was, against the Gold Coast. I think that tells you that we want to win every single game that we run out and play. So no draft picks, nothing. Clarko will be in there saying, this is how we beat Richmond. Let's go out and execute that. And I think we can win today, yes. And to answer the question, absolutely we want to win today.
And when you played your 400th game, do you know how many text messages you got? Was there someone you thought, that's pretty cool?
Ricky Ponting's a big North Melbourne supporter, so I got one from Ricky. It was bizarre, just the walk of life from people I went to school with to coaches from that. Mick coached me 2 games for the Australian tour. Got one from Mick, just teammates, players that I played against. It was really bizarre. So I'm sure Scott's going through that exactly the same thing, and he probably want to turn his phone off for a couple of hours today and get maybe a couple of hours sleep before the game.
The full circle of your playing career when you reach 400. Boomer, thanks for coming up.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Brent Harvey, who of course you hear across ABC across the weekend. Matt Clinch, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball with you for AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. The other question I want to ask you around Bally is the Bombers. Of course, they play the Fremantle Dockers at the MCG tomorrow. They've slipped outside the top 8. Brad Scott was speaking during the week about the disappointment of failing to meet expectation.
When we played games that we should win, could win, need to win, we've failed that weight of expectation. And most of that expectation is internal expectation, the players' expectations. And so the game on the weekend looked to me like we had players, probably as a club even, went in with an attitude of, gee, I hope we win this. Or even worse, I hope we don't lose this. And I tried to guard against that really strongly, and we failed the test.
So Fremantle are flying at the moment. The challenge has come quick and fast for Brad Scott. What sort of response do you want to see from the Bombers in terms of just expectation and standards?
Yeah, it's good honesty, isn't it? You can tell there's no mincing of words there. And I thought they'd turn the corner, the Bombers team. Maybe I was more hopeful, but I thought the way they were playing, not the wins and losses, the way they were playing.
This year, you're talking about?
Yeah, this year. To the halfway point of the year.
Yeah.
Again, take the wins and losses out on who they played. I felt like they were playing a more reliable, tougher brand across 4 quarters, and part of that was a bit of personnel that had come in and stiffened them up, and we know that some of those guys like Durham and Cornwall have done that and had terrific years, but really, again, we spoke about it with the Gold Coast. It just shown the last month the lack of leadership and grit out on the field when things get tough, and Brad well, it's not coming from this is what would be killing him, what would be hurting him. That's right. And you look at Zach Merritt can't do much more. And he to me, on the weekend, he almost looked, he came off and he just looked completely, what the word is, just distraught, bewildered. It's happening again. I can't do anything about it. I need some help. And so I'm really, really disappointed for them. I mean, Essendon supporters, they don't need anyone else to be disappointed for them. But they do have an opportunity still. So they can come out this weekend against a team that's going the other way. We know that, this Freo team, that are looking really stiff and strong behind some good young leaders all across the field, so they can turn it around. So to answer your question, it's got to be the way they play. It's got to be a fiercer commitment to defence and contest and pressure. The supporters would take a 6-goal to 5 win if it meant a consistent application of pressure all over the ground. So Ben Mackay, you got to lead it across. You got to lead it down back. Merritt's going to do his thing in the middle. Caldwell, Durham, and then who is it for the ball? I mean, Peter Wright hasn't been the answer this year. Jake Stringer, can it be you? You so much promise to the half point of the year falling away. In a lot of ways, personifies what's happened to them in a sense. So they can do it, and as I said, Mick, Brad very well. You know what he'll be talking to them about this week.
Well, that's why they've got a chance, because they're playing a Fremantle side that I'm still not convinced has the consistency to keep meeting challenges without some sort of hiccup. I like Fremantle, I like the way they've been going about it. I think their side is pretty sound. I'd love to see. I'm sure Pearce is not back in the side this week.
No, he's not back
so with a broken arm, I don't know whether the screws moved or the plate moved, whatever, but they need him back. But I think they've got a genuine chance, the Bombers, because of what has taken place. But that's the story at the Bombers. They seem to react to a foot in the backside, then they look okay, then they fall away. Then we've got to start all over again. But if you look at Fremantle's record, it's up and down. They've got a couple of beltings as well. So I think this is... I'm picking Fremantle, but it's very gettable by Essendon.
Yep, very interesting afternoon at the MCG tomorrow to see the minimum standards for the Bombers. What sort of pressure, what sort of intent do they bring after intense scrutiny, really, and a review where Brad Scott says he's put it on the line, and the Dockers as to how high can they rise in what has been an impressive 2024 season to date. We still haven't brought you Cool Hand Luke, so a chance to focus Luke Ball's attention to one of the topics of the weekend.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
The champion bloke.
failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Little late one, Mick, and it hasn't necessarily been in the news or sharply in focus this week, but as we come along here to watch a Richmond team with D. Martin back in the team, and we cast our mind, and we've already spoken at length today around the disappointment of the Gold Coast Suns last night. I can't help but think again, this idea that Dustin Martin going to the Gold Coast. Now, we'll preface it by saying that he's of sound physical and mental capability to want to go on for 1 or 2 years. But this idea that he would go up there and stunt the growth of some of these young players or not be helpful because he's not an overt leader like a Luke is absolute and utter nonsense. Look at the side last night. There's not one bit of finals. So we're talking about the greatest finals player of all time, ever of all time. And we're saying that he couldn't go up and help that team, stiffen them up in situations like last night. And have a significant impact on those players. It's to me, again, with the preface that he wants to do it physically and mentally, is absolute nonsense. I think he's actually what they need.
So 4 rounds to go. Is he auditioning Dustin Martin to continue his career, or
it'll be up to him? It'll be up to him.
I'll go the other way.
Yeah, I know you've gone the other way, and others have. I just can't. And again, the salary needs to be all that sort of stuff. But this idea that he'd go up there and take someone's spot. I mean, David Swallow's playing in that team. You don't think he's an upgrade to a David Swallow to play mid-forward in that team?
No, you're missing my point, Paulie, is it's not a matter of... I think there's a few factors. One, I think his body looks... He's never been... He's not a Scott Pendlebury or a Boomer Harvey. Or hasn't got that flexibility. So he's always had little back issues. He looks very stiff to me when he runs. Okay, so that's the physical component. I know you've already mentioned that.
Okay.
Then you've got to look at the other component, which is a bigger component. Does he want to? And is he hungry enough to actually want to drag a side with him? He's never done it before. He's never dragged a side before. He's just done what he's done, and inadvertently the others have gone. But this is a different proposition altogether. He's now 33. He's tasted the ultimate on a numerous number of occasions. I don't know whether he's got, looking at his body, looking at maybe his history, whether he really wants to go through that process again. And if he does, it'll be because he's been talked into it by Hardwick, and he goes in there and he plays football. But when it starts to get tough again, well, he'll be questioning himself. And when you start questioning yourself, it's like retirement.
No, yeah, I take all that. I take all that on board. But and he's a proud player, proud person. He'll make that decision, and he'll commit either way. It'll either be no, I'm not playing, or no, I've still got a bit left in the tank. We know the relationship with Damien Hardwick. I'll tell you where your back gets a little bit better, because I've got a bad back. When I go up to Queensland and get out in the water in the sun, I start to feel a bit better about myself. So that's all. I take all that on board. But this idea that he would go up there and take someone's spot and take games off someone that's a team that we're trying to take from 10th to no. Give me, that's nonsense. So
you can't teach Jack McCosh or something.
Oh, Bailey Humphrey or
ask
Matthew Rao whether he'd like to play with Dustin. Yeah,
it's not about taking someone's spot.
That's been the conversation, though. That's been the conversation. He can't go to the Gold Coast because he'll take someone. He'll play in front.
So that's only a part of it, Paul. The main part is that. Then the next two is one physically and two mentally, and I don't think he's got either of those going for him.
I'm saying if he does, I think he's exactly what they need.
That if is
of course it is.
It's under 50%.
You said the same about Luke Hodge when he went up to Brisbane. Same thing.
We'll get a look this afternoon. Dustin Martin, Toby Nankervis and Jack Graham has been linked with a move to Western Australia come in for the Tigers. Unfortunately, George Wardlaw is out for North Melbourne. No late changes, so Robert Hansen and Camden McIntosh the subs. Paulie, Mick, who wins? North Melbourne and Richmond.
They should be winning this North. You could just start to see it. It started to turn the corner. They were really good for a half last week down at Hobart against Geelong. I think it was Hobart. They just can't quite maintain it, can they, across the course of a full game? But against a team which sort of matches up in terms of experience and youth on paper today, under the roof where we know they play pretty well, I think they should be expecting a win. And I'm with Boomer. I mean, this year in particular, it doesn't seem like there's a clear number one pick if you want to go down that path. There's a pretty good group of midfielders in that sort of top 10 range. I think, more important to win a game like this and keep moving forward.
Well, I've watched Richmond live last week and North Melbourne.
Yes.
They're both pathetic.
I'm with you, though. We saw Patrick Cripps get 40 disposals. We saw Nick Dacos. I'm watching Adamuze today. Don't let Harry Sheasel get 40 disposals, because then it's an indictment on your coaching. And Port Adelaide and Sydney, in a word.
Oh, geez. I like what I saw from Port last week. Can the Swans arrest the slide? I'm not sure they can today. I think Port can beat them at home.
Yeah, I'll go for Sydney.
I'm on the fence as well, but I'll be the MCG for Carlton and Collingwood tonight. We can't wait to bring it to you in front of 95,000. Chris Rowbottom coming in alongside Joel Peterson, Adam Ramanauskas to join Luke Paul. It's Richmond and North Melbourne as round 21 of the AFL continues. Don't forget you can catch up on the podcast on the ABC Listen app, AFL Saturday and AFL Sunday. Thanks for your company.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I woun't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows magnetizing on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal.
Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish.
He seizes the moment.
Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The opportunity is here for the bottom two teams on the table to get what has been a hard-fought victory in season 2024. For the loser, of course, it's the top prize at next year's draft. There are so many names in contention to be picked number one. The fan bases of these two teams know that they'll be right in the mix at the top of the draft. But what's more valuable, the best of the crop for next year or a late win in this 2024 campaign? It's North Melbourne and Richmond under the roof of Docklands. Great to have your company. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Joel Peterson with you. A big day of footy ahead. Geelong and Adelaide from down at Kidinia Park. And a blockbuster Saturday night across the ABC. Collingwood and Carlton and Port Adelaide and Sydney. Chris Rowbottom's alongside me to call all the action. G'day, Chris.
G'day, Joel. Great to be here. It's an intriguing matchup, isn't it? Lots of little subplots and storylines with the way that the season is shaken out for these two clubs and, of course, what's at stake. And as you put it really well off the top, the value of a win, and, you know, your mind automatically casts back to that last round of last year with North Melbourne and Gold Coast. The name Harley Reid looms so large over that game. It's a little bit different this year, but it's going to be fascinating to see how this one plays out. Richmond with a couple of big names back, so it should be a reasonably entertaining contest, all things considered.
Absolutely, it should be. So Camden McIntosh, the sub for Richmond, Robert Hanson Jr., the sub for North Melbourne. No late changes to the two teams. So Pink McKercher, Ford in for North. Out go Griffin Logue and George Wardlaw, both injured, or Wardlaw with concussion. Liam Shields has been managed. For the Tigers, they get Dustin Martin, Toby Nankervis and Jack Graham back. So three big guns. Out goes Samson Ryan, Thompson Dow, and, of course, Caleb Smith. Our experts are in place on ABC Sport. Luke Ball stuck around after ABC Saturday. G'day, Paulie.
Hey, Joel. Yeah, nice to be here and call with you today. Yeah, I agree. Good, well set up. It is an interesting game. I think with North, fast forward, or looking back to last year, it's a different North, isn't it? Certainly the last month of footy that we've seen from them into the tail end of this season. We know the ladder position says the same thing, but it's got a different feel about it, I think. Through the middle of the ground, they've been really, really impressive. I thought, last week they really controlled the game in a sense in that first half against Geelong, and it's just their ability to be able to maintain for longer periods of time against more experienced teams, just been the challenge. But as I said before, we've got a team that probably is like for like a bit in terms of experience at the other end of the field today. So they should be going in really confident and expecting to win this if they're able to continue to play like they have been over the last month.
For North Melbourne, it's about franking that recent form, essentially an opportunity today. For Richmond, it's about bouncing back after a tough run over the last 6 weeks. And Premiership bomber Adam Ramanaskas is with us too. G'day, Rama.
Good afternoon to all. Look at it. I think the fascination about this game is obviously the ladder position. So let's not hide away from that. But look, I'm of a different opinion. I think anytime you can win a game of football, you need to take that opportunity. If you allow losing, you allow a losing culture, and that's as simple as I can put it. So, okay, people talk about certain players and the like, but the quicker you start to win games and string wins of games together, you climb up the ladder, and that's all forgotten about. So, and that's a mindset I think of a player. If you accept and promote losing, I think then the players then be living this land of mediocrity for a long period of time. So I think, I hope both teams will be trying to win this game. North Melbourne has certainly changed their fortunes around after the halfway point of the season. They went into more contest, clearance, tackle, pressure mode, and they stripped their game right back. Early in the season, they were trying to move the ball fast, and they couldn't defend behind the ball, and they were getting scored against heavily, and Clarko clearly stripped the game back to go, well, we've just got to teach this young team about contest and about winning contest, and that will keep us in games for longer, and that's proven correct. So you're seeing those young North Melbourne players develop before our eyes. I think Richmond has certainly been a disappointing year for the Tigers. No doubt they've had some injuries to key players at different times throughout the season, but I think if you look down Richmond's list and you look at the quality of player still there, I think Richmond fans would have thought they would have been in a different position at this time of the season. But that's the way football is. Unfortunately, there's a team that's going to be in position 1, and there's going to be a team that's in position 18. Now Richmond find themselves in position 18, and I don't think they've ever won a wooden spoon. The Tigers, if my memory serves me correct, I may be wrong there. So, but yeah, they should clearly be better with the talent they have.
I mean, it's their turn in the cycle, isn't it? Yeah. We know that the success that they had not so long ago, but you did feel like when you looked at your right round, and when you looked at the quality of players still on the list, and we're not even talking about the Martin types. I mean, you look down, Jacob Hopper, Tim Taranto, who they brought into the club. Dion Prestia and Liam Baker and these sort of players. Okay, they have had some injuries, but you would have expected a lot more of a competitive showing across the year. Okay, new coach, bit of a new system, new voice. There's some teething problems associated with that as well. But they'll be keen to finish off the year on a strong note as well, regardless of ladder position and draft picks, all that sort of stuff. They need to set up their year.
And they set up their pre-season.
That's right. We've seen the Saints, haven't we? We've heard the Saints coach talk about that. Okay, we can't take finals, but what we can do is lay the foundation for next year. So both teams should be very much trying to do that, and that starts here today at Marvel.
Is there a bit of pressure on North Melbourne in a funny sort of a way that they've been this team over the back end of the season? A lot of people have seen, it's starting to happen for North Melbourne. We can see it. They're improving. And now you get the opportunity to actually put the 4 points on the board, Bawley. How much of a challenge is that for a young developing team to go from, people are thinking a bit more of our performances to this is a game where we've just got to get it done.
Expect to win, and you're almost, you go in favourites. Look, it's an interesting one. It's a fair comment. And I think there you're really looking for the leaders to control that and make sure that the pre-match and the build-up is pretty similar across whatever game you're playing. So that's been the challenge and the question mark for both teams really in terms of on-field leadership throughout the year. I think North's leaders have put together a much better second half of the year. I mean, Luke McDonald, fantastic for him to play his 200th game today. He's a shin boner, isn't he? So they'll want to play well for him today in terms of effort. And I think Simpkins had a good second half of the year, and we know some of these young players like Sheasel as well, young leaders are really showing the way. Tristan Cherry, I mean, that's going to be a great battle. I love the Cherry v. Ant Curvis battle today. That's going to play a big role in proceedings, isn't it? So you're really looking at Aiden Core. I think across halfback. You're looking for him to be able to sort of control that as well and make sure that the effort and the intensity sets the tone.
Well, there's an argument for Tristan Cherry to be in the All-Australian squad.
Yep, second highest rated ruckman in the competition.
Yeah, so he's had a terrific year of football, and he's the old school bash and crash ruckman. He's not ultra athletic, but I tell you what, any opposition ruckman that plays against him know they've played a game of football. So, and Toby Nankervis is no different.
Ask Tom De Koning.
Yeah, so they're gonna be. There's gonna be some banging bodies in the middle of the ground, but also around the ground in clearances today. So that's one part. I think of a fascinating battle. The other part is, I wonder if Richmond go after a Sheasel. He was terrific last week with the amount of score involvements that he had. Is it the evolution of his game that he's gone into the middle of the ground now? We saw him so effective last year across half-back, and there was a few of us that wanted to see him go into the midfield and across half-forward because, realistically, ball going inside 50 is really what counts in our game. If he was to get somebody to sit on him, how does he handle that?
Who is it? I'm just looking. I'm sort of looking through this Richmond team. Maybe it's a job for one of those young sort of mids. Is it Ralph Smith? Is it Banks, or is it? I mean, do they just back themselves in with Prestia and Hopper and Taranto?
Well, if they do, he'll have 35.
He will. Yeah, absolutely will. Yeah,
that's just what it will be.
So I'd be setting one of these young emerging type of players that we're still trying to find out a bit about. I'll be setting them the task.
I'd love to see
Phillips.
Yeah, Will. Yeah, I'd love to see a Wardlaw go to a Taranto or something like that. Just I'm a big believer in you give your young players a lot of responsibility in a game of football to develop. He's an out. Sorry, Wardlaw.
Yeah.
He's not.
Phillips. You meant
Phillips. Sorry, I meant Phillips. Sorry. So I'd love to see Phillips go to a Taranto or a Hopper or whoever that may be. Because the responsibility of playing a role, improving yourself as a footballer and solidifying yourself in the team becomes important week in, week out. So, and then on the other hand, Bawley mentioned Sam Banks. There's a number of young players.
James Tresize.
Yeah, Ryan Mansell's in there. Who else we got in there? Like Brown, I think's been a terrific. Tommy Brown's been a terrific player.
Last week.
Yep. Steely Green's there. So, give those guys prominent roles.
Yeah, I think just thinking back to last week and watched the game closely, but I think they sent Campbell to Nick Dacos, who had 18 possessions in the first quarter, so something had to happen, something had to give. I think they sent him to Dacos after quarter time, so maybe we look to that that matchup today. Jack Graham's another one who's had run with roles in the past, hasn't he? So he might be
one. He could go to Sheasel,
yeah. He might be one that can spend some time on Sheasel. But yeah, you expect them to be physical.
Well, it's not going.
He's nothing else.
He's coming to the bench.
Coming to the bench, okay. So that's not the answer.
Jaden Short coming to the bench as well for the Tigers. North Melbourne won the toss and they're kicking to the locket end. Just on the Tigers, so 3 times they finished bottom in the common draft era. So 1987, 1989 and 2004. 2004, of course, our own Brett Delidio was the number one pick of Richmond.
I apologise to Lids.
1989, they had the number one pick. 1987.
Who was that? Anthony Bannock, I reckon?
Anthony Bannock played 49 games.
And that was the other year?
1987, Richard Lounder. 4 games, 5 goals for the Tigers. Of course, Jason Horne-Francis, the only time North Melbourne's had the number one pick in their club's history. So the loser of today's game, with West Coast winning last night, putting themselves another chunk of games ahead, seems like they might be destined for that last place finish. Who wins it, Rama?
North Melbourne.
Yeah, North for me. Looks like Charlie Common's going to go back.
Good.
So, yeah, interesting. They're going to stretch them forward with Teakle, Larkey and Toby Pink.
Dustin Martin in the goal square, Bally. Aidan Corr's got that role.
It's a good matchup for North.
Well, Jackson Archer and Shea Bolton. No, that's a really good matchup.
The 2 big blokes in the middle, in Sherry and Nankervis, set to go head-to-head. An intriguing clash under the roof on a Saturday afternoon. There's pride to play for. There's picks to play for. There's so much more than that. Here's Chris Rowbottom on ABC Sport.
Underway, under the lid, the 2 big diesels in Sherry and Nankervis go at it. Sherry won it down. Congested footy at ground level. Davies Uniacke goes in hard. He's wrapped up by Nankervis. We'll have an early stoppage.
70 more tackles than the next best player, Tristan Sherry at North Melbourne this year. Incredible.
Sherry again. Simpkins' kick was smothered out of the congestion. Rioli fed a handball to Hopper. He was immediately claimed. Got it out to Prestia in the long sleeves. Back to Floston. Back to Prestia. All by hand here, the Tigers. They work it forward. Here's Nankervis and now Ralph Smith on the outside, who send the Tigers in the dusty direction. He's at the left half forward. Just controlled it down to himself. Shared it with Kaczynski. Hard up against the boundary. Right towards goal. Dusty Martin almost kicks a classic to open the game, and it just missed on the near side. A minor score. Richmond 1 behind. North Melbourne yet to score. Some early excitement here at Docklands.
Wouldn't that have been something? McKercher bounds in from fullback for the Roos. Drives a long kick toward the broadcast side wing. Sheasels up, crashing over the top. Nankervis to kill, in fact, Bolter. Brought it down to the front of the pack. Was taken by Bailey Scott around the body on his left boot. Finds Simpkin. The marks just defensive side of the wing. Hot start. Physical start from both of these two teams. We've both got a point to prove. Simpkins kick to McKercher on the half volley. He's taken away by the Tigers. Baker's infield hand pass. Releases the run, and now the handball to Prestia. He's caught. How did he get rid of it? Umpire said it was okay. They still fight for it in the middle of the ground. Taranto has a play at it. Hopper had it and lost it. Davies Uniacke has it knocked down. Steely Green, the handball inside forward 50 for the Tigers. 45 out. Martin was up to meet it. Ball beat into the footy. McKercher got run down. He gets caught by Green. Holding the ball. Richmond free kick.
Yeah, I love that, Bally. Richmond started this game with plenty of energy. Steely Green there. No, McKercher just too slow. I think you can give one balk, but then you're inside your defensive 50. The ball's got to get on the boot. You know, teams just want to hunt in their forward 50 to get run-down tackles, and Green was good enough there. A terrific tackle. Textbook tackle there by Green.
So it's a kick of 40 metres for Steely Green. One of these young Richmond players who's showing a little bit of promise and some very green shoots as he kicks truly. And the Tigers are on the board first. 1-1-7, North yet to score. 2.5 gone opening term.
Yeah, it's a great sign, isn't it? Great early sign of intent from these young Richmond players, and they just committed numbers to the ball. It was a bit of a sloppy kick, really, that allowed them into it from one of the skippers there, so that's a pretty ordinary start from Jai Simpkin. Just to kick in off one step inboard, which put the team under a bit of pressure, and then it was just a matter of forcing it forward. And good pressure, good front half pressure. Steely Green, haven't seen a lot of him, but it's a terrific start. Maybe Colby McKercher there, just not being prepared to kick on the right foot, Ram.
Yep, no doubt. Not many left footers can kick on their right foot, Bally.
Yeah. Good start, Tigers.
So Richmond on the board via the boot of Steely Green, the first 2 scores.
Good name, isn't
the afternoon.
Steely Green.
It's a terrific name. And Curvis won it down decisively, only as far as Simpkin. Baker went in after it. Fed a handball up to Hopper. Threw it on the boot. Bouncing ball inside 50 now for the Tigers. Over the head of Kaczynski. Mopped up by that man, McKercher. The teammate on the outside in Tucker. His kick's no good towards the wing, but it's off hands of Loston, and it'll be a free kick. It was infringed in the marking contest. He'll take the free on centre wing out of side.
Right foot kick from Floston. Inside the forward 50. Oh, nest of ruse. None of them can take it. Picked up by Nankervis. Hands it off to Baker. Left foot kick. 40 out. No. Way to the right-hand side. Just hooked it a little bit. Endeavouring start from Richmond. 1-8. North Melbourne yet to score through 4 minutes on ABC Sport.
In from full-back. So Core from McKercher. Now back to McKercher. Breaks the defensive 50, takes a bounce. He kicks a shocker. He's picked out Taranto, and they're away again here, the Tigers. Baker inside 50. Saw something he liked in Kaczynski, but Comgan just outpointed him. Tucker arrives. Picks up the loose footy. Shares the handball out wide to Stevens. Just lost his footing at the crucial moment. Had to scramble in back after it. Got it back out to Tucker. Now they're in some trouble, the Roos, and the Tigers force it out of bounds. They'll get a boundary throw in 45 metres around from the left-hand behind post.
Well, they're hunting, aren't they? But they're being helped at the moment, the Tigers. Yeah. Some pretty sloppy stuff from the Kangaroo defenders. Probably McKercher. He's had his hands on the footy a lot, but he's had a few that he'd like to have back.
Luke Ball and Adam Romanascus, your experts on ABC Sport. Premiership players with you on Saturday footy. Clearing kick ends with Curtis for the Roos, but it's going to come straight back in. Taranto's handball made Ralph Smith work. He hooks it inside the forward 50. Bouncing ball taken by Davies Uniacke. Oh, can he slip the tackle? Only just. They are living dangerously, North Melbourne. Powell inside the defensive 50. Shoots the kick back to McDonald. Some overlap run from Comben. Needs to be neat with the delivery, and he was. He stabs it to Zurhaar. They've only got it as far as left half back North. They're still within 60 of their defensive goal. They trail by 8. 5.5 gone opening term.
Even that had some risk attached. Oh, big fly over the top from Bolter. Rose over the back of Pink and took a really nice mark defensive side of the near wing.
Watch seeing back behind the ball, Bolter. I think that's his role going forward. Centre half back.
Heaves it towards right half forward for the Tigers. A big fly from Bolton at the back. Couldn't get hands to it. Runners on the outside here. Richmond around the body went Mansell. High ball towards the teeth of goal. Standing strongly underneath it was Sherry. Taking a good mark over Prestia.
Well, that's 8 inside 50s now to Richmond to 0. North Melbourne.
Haven't had it past halfway, North.
Yeah.
Luke McDonald marks in the goal square. Across goal they go. Here's Core, who feeds the handball to the running McKercher. He pokes a pass outside defensive 50 to Curtis, who cuts inside to Powell. So Powell at centre half back for North Melbourne. Struggled to get it past halfway in the early stages of this match. He just elects to go short in 2 minds. Powell thought about the long ball.
And it's not a bad little tactic. Just slow the game down a little bit here, North Melbourne. Just get a couple of chain of possession. Make Richmond defend, because North Melbourne's defenders will be exhausted at the minute.
So McKercher's 7th disposal had plenty of risk attached, but he went inboard to Cam Zurhaar, who was good enough to take the mark. Fresh after re-signing during the week, he spreads it out wide to a contest. Tucker at the fall of the ball. Fed it up now to Stevens. He just got past one opponent and then drilled it past the right half forward where Simpkin takes the mark on his chest.
Simpkin's got the overlap run. Driving kick inside the forward 50. Cutting it off and doing well is Banks, who's offering a bit of defensive support. Tucker's kick was an easy pick. Banks's kick almost the same. Bolter was able to turn the defender inside the back 50 and control it at least for Richmond. They can possess it out of half back. That was, again, dangerous stuff this time for the Tigers. Kaczynski to Nankervis. Neat kick down the wing. Prestia got clattered into by McDonald. In game 200, the Kangaroo making his presence felt, but Richmond have kept it in their hands. Hopper to Bolton. Bolton toward Martin, coming across to fist it away. Tucker's run the length of the ground.
It was a great contest by Luke McDonald. Prestia looked sure to mark that ball. The 200 game, Luke McDonald comes in late. Affects the spoil with the ball, but also crunches into the body.
Boundary throw in, right forward pocket for the Tigers, who lead 1-8. North Melbourne yet to score. Out of the stoppage, Taranto had the ball held to him and was brought to ground. So another ball up, 35 metres out from Richmond's goal. It goes. Nankervis front spot straight down the throat of Graham. Hooks it towards the top of the square. Comben got hands to it but couldn't complete the mark. Then span in and out of trouble. Off to McKercher. Disposal number 8. Back to Comben. Across goal. It was picked off by Bolton. He almost juggled the mark inside the boundary line but just lost control at the crucial moment, and over it goes for another boundary throw-in. 25 metres around from the right-hand behind post.
They're not going to die wondering, North Melbourne.
No, they're taking a lot of risk with ball in hand, particularly in the back half of the ground. You're living dangerously if you continue to do that.
Chuck back in, Nankervis underarms it in front spot. Now it comes out, Taranto to Martin to Graham, back to Martin, up and down the mine shaft inside the forward 50 as he hit the fat side of the footy. Bounces its way out in front of Green, taken by Tucker. 2 Tigers immediately onto him, and he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. So another entry coming up here for Richmond. 9 inside 50s to 1. 9 minutes gone the opening term. Tigers by 8 points. Ralph Smith kicks to the pocket. Brown the target. Taken away from him. Scott back there for North. So too Tucker. And now Bailey Scott can link up with Stevens, who arches the back. Darts outside the defensive 50. Kicks the City side wing. Straight back to Richmond. Another mark, this time Miller.
Miller comes into the middle of the ground. Broad marks, back edge of the square, and he spreads it towards the near side where Jaden Short marks. Around the ground they work it. Here's Banks. Short kept running, received the handball, takes a couple of bounces, runs to right half forward, launches Richmond inside 50. Getting front spot was Comben, couldn't quite reel it in, brings it to ground and locks it up, and another ball up, this time 25 metres out from Richmond's goal.
The pressure's good, but they're really set up well behind the ball at the moment, the Tigers. Got Bolter sitting back here by himself now, was able to cut off that forward entry from the Kangas.
Sherry over the top, got it down to Scott. His kick only went about 5 metres, but ended up with Simpkin, who dumped it on the boot, broke defensive 50. Now it's a 2-on-2. Dusty arrives here on the near wing. He got the handball up. Here's Short now, receiving. Back inside 50 go the Tigers. Sherry stands tall underneath it. Couldn't take the mark. Comben, his handball was affected. Spilled out to Davies Uniacke. Now Scott. Now McKercher on that left foot. Finds a target in Core, who marks it left half back for the Roos.
He's got to hold it up and just let his teammates reset here.
Yeah.
North,
Get ahead of the ball.
There they are. They're right up against it.
So, of course, kicks down the broadcast wing. It's just floated its way into the arms of Powell.
Again, just wait here. Let his forwards reset. You've got to give your defenders a break.
So Tom Powell, the Sturt product, drops it into the bucket for Eddie Ford, who's off and racing, moves it inside the 50 for the Roos with intent. Curtis goes up. Ralph Smith there with him. Curtis kept in front of himself, but could only dribble it out toward the boundary line in the left forward pocket. But a chance for the Roos to lock it in now in their front half. They haven't scored. Richmond 1-8. 11.5 gone in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Did well there, Ralph Smith. It's that wing roll, pushing back. That's twice now the Tigers. Sam Banks as a wing roller, getting back and supporting their defence. Looked like North were going to take a mark inside 50.
From the boundary throw-in, first meaningful foray forward here for North Melbourne. Over the top, Sheasel tried to get creative and tap it into the path of a teammate, but it was Ralph Smith who swooped on the loose footy for Richmond. Out wide now go the Tigers. It was Brown who comes inboard and unable to hit a target. Archer got in the way. Took the mark for North Melbourne. Inside the defensive 50. His kick again out towards the forward direction. But getting in the way was Campbell on this occasion and knocking it out of bounds. They are all over North Melbourne, are the Tigers.
Tassie lad, Seth Campbell from the Burnie Dockers.
There's a couple of Tassie lads out there today. Campbell and Banks and
Curvis,
McKercher, yes.
Plenty of them.
Strong Tassie flavour.
Actually only 9 Victorians in the Richmond team out there this afternoon, so they're in the majority are the locals. The ball's chucked back in. Goes to ground, we'll have it balled up. Joel Peterson, Chris Rowbottom calling the footy for you. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, our experts. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Cherry and Nankervis renew acquaintances in ruck at right half forward for Richmond. Here is Campbell. Nice give inside forward 50. Taranto with the outside of the boot. A little bit too much screw on it. And it misses on the right-hand side of the upright. 1-3-9 Richmond. North still yet to score. 13 gone first term.
Well, that inside 50 count just continues to tick over. 14-2 in Richmond's favour, but only the 4 scoring shots.
Stevenson with the kick-in duties. Decides to lope out of the box, take a bounce and kick beyond. Defensive 50 over the top was Pink. Couldn't take the mark at ground level though. Was one of those Tasmanians in Banks. Tried to feed the handball over the top to Taranto. Bolton was lurking, pounced on the loose foot. He kept it in somehow over the top to Mansell. It's Tassie time here at Docklands, and Mansell puts through Richmond's second. They are dominating the Kangaroos in general play, and they go to 2-3-15 to the Tigers. North Melbourne yet to score, 13.5 gone. First term Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Luke Ball.
Just a bit of Tigers of old about that, remember, wasn't it?
Surge
forward. Bit of brilliance there from Bolton, just being able to keep the ball alive. I like Banks. Banks winning a real 50-50 ball, wasn't it? I liked his start to the game. And then Bolton, as I said, with a bit of magic, just keeping the ball, surging forward. They're just committing. They're outnumbering at the moment, aren't they? They're just working harder, the Tigers, at the end of the day.
Well, you would say North Melbourne are holding up pretty well defensively. That's 15 inside 50s for the Tigers, so 2 goals, 3 only. But they can't live like this, North Melbourne, where the ball is just forever in their back half of the ground. They need to start to take some territory. They need to start to slow the game down in their forward half.
6 clearances to 2. So this is where it's been starting. Bounce goes askew. Jeff Dalgleish, Paul Revashini, Matt Young, James Strybos, our officials this afternoon. Kajitsky's in there for the Tigers. Got a hand to it. Trying to wrench it free was Teakle, so both second rucks. Did so to Sheasel on the up to Scott. Now bursting clear is Simpkin. Kicks inside the forward 50 through the hands of Larkey. Zerha out the back. Might have got into the back of Broad there. Umpire said nothing for it. Eventually comes in, crosses the arms and says we will have a ball up. Halfway gone in this opening term. Richmond 2-3, North yet to score. 35 out from the Roos goal at the Lockett end. The Arden Street end of the ground here with the North home game.
Kazitsky into the ruck for Richmond. Got it out to Graham. It was dragged off his kick. Crowd wanted ball. Umpire said no. Ralph Smith now bangs it on the boot. Baker's out towards the boundary and he's harassed over by Stevenson. It'll be a boundary throw in at right half forward for North Melbourne. They're still yet to score. 15.5 deep into this game.
Never thought of it as the Arden Street end, Joel. It's not bad.
I completely lose my bearings any time I come in here. I don't know where I am, Remmer.
Teakle into the right.
You're right, though. You're absolutely right. It is the Arden Street end.
Bronx cheers from the North Melbourne faithful as the Roos get a free kick, and it's Harry Sheasel just forward of the wing on the outer side.
The other street, the other end's the pagan end at a North home game. Sheasel drops it inside the 50 and charging out to mark is Larkey, who takes it in front of the eyes, 45 metres out. Better than a 45-degree angle out to the right.
His first kick of the game, Harry Sheasel. I know how efficient he's been. With
well, I've been watching him.
Yeah.
Ball. He doesn't look like that there's anybody going to him.
Well, he started at half forward, so
ball's lived in Richmond forward half.
That's right. So they put him into the centre bounce after that last goal, and he's just had a few touches of the footy. But yeah, big score involvements last week. They need the ball in his hands.
Kicked 6 against the Tigers last year. Larkey first set shot here. Gee, it was right to the line. Just missed. Heard Brent Harvey talking about him last week on your broadcast game, Chris, where he just drops the ball right over the top of the goal line. He didn't quite do it there. First score for the Roos, a minor one. They trailed by 14 through 17 minutes.
Oh, from full back. Gee, it was a fair old Roos, but to nobody in particular because Core standing all alone.
I actually liked the kick. It's just there was no Richmond player in the vicinity.
Had the distance, not the accuracy. Core goes to the near side where McDonald marks. He'll put North Melbourne inside again with a raking left foot ball. A pack of North Melbourne players flew. Larkey ended up with it. He was taken to ground, though, by Baker. So a stoppage inside North Melbourne's attacking 50, 40 metres out.
Serious tall timber down there, so just got to be mindful not to get too bomby, though, North.
Up it goes, Teakle, just slapped it into the path of Sheasel. Shared it with Phillips. It's bending, and it's a goal.
Umpire was right there.
Well, it was fast hands from Sheasel, a little too fast, said the umpire. Would have been an early highlight for North Melbourne, but it's been called back for a free kick. Richmond come out of the defensive 50 to a pack on the near side. It's tracked over the line by Banks, and we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of the interchange benches.
North fans.
It's not one of those old flick passes, the Teddy Whitten flick passes.
The old crow throw.
Crow throw, yep. Andrew Jarman special.
Ball chucked back in front of the interchange. Teakle had it bounce off his peck, able to control it down. Powell to Scott. Scott around the body. High kick to the edge of the 50. Zerha sits under it. Broad knocks it away from him. Ford lays the tackle. Nathan Broad coming off a career best game last week. Terrific in that loss to Collingwood. Some big numbers. 15 marks. Career high for disposals as well. Ball on the edge of the 50 here for North Melbourne. Powell might have dragged it in, but it came out eventually. Slapped away at Prestia for the Tigers. He screws a kick back the other way through the arms of Comben. McKercher had it, lost it, picked up by Martin. Dangerous handball, but Graham got himself out of trouble. Back to Rioli, linking up over the AFL logo. His handball looking for Taranto. Taken away by Davies Uniacke for North. Now Bailey Scott runs onto his left boot, kicks the Roos to half forward. Coming in over the top is Broad, knocked it away from Zerha, spills to Ford. 60 out from the Roos goal. Simpkin tries to measure the pass inside the 50 at the feet of Larkey. They crash in, back to Simpkin. He's hemmed in on the boundary line, 45 out. Now back to Scott. Frenetic stuff from the Roos. Scott's kicked to full forward. Run down by Ralph Smith. Can't mark. Prestia's there for Richmond and short. Chaotic kick outside the 50. Lands in the lap of Bailey Scott again.
60 metres out, decides to square it up to Davies Uniacke.
Oh, God, they were queuing up. Should be able to find a mark here.
He pokes one inside 50 and a man's gotten free. I think it's Phillips, it is. So he'll have another chance to kick his first goal of the afternoon.
That's better North, isn't it, from Rammer? Well, it's better Rammer.
It's poor checking by Richmond.
Yeah.
They're just sitting back on their heels there inside their defensive 50s where they needed to come up. So Davies Uniacke was always looking for the short there. And you see, you look back. You always look back. And there was too many Richmond players just sitting back.
So Phillips will kick from about 40 metres out, directly in front. No dramas for Will Phillips as he gets North Melbourne on the board. Richmond 2-3-15, North Melbourne 1-1-7. 20 and a half gone, first term. Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas.
Just a little bit of ball in their forward half of the ground, Bally. So the repeat entries there. Thought Bailey Scott was important. Just in his wing position, wing role there, where he just held his wing. The ball came out. He was able then to square the ball back up into that centre corridor. Davies Uniacke, you could see his eyes straight away from when he marked that ball. He knew he couldn't get the distance from 60, so it's who can I get it to? Who can I get it to? And Will Phillips just made terrific position. And as I mentioned, Richmond were just sitting back, so you've got to find those short passes to draw defenders out so you can eventually get it to your key targets.
Been everywhere, Bailey Scott. Yeah. 9 positions already. He's had a good year. Bit of an unsung.
Just plays his role.
Yeah, he does. Really good role player. Well done, Will Phillips. He's been made to earn it at the moment, isn't he? Back into the team with Wardlaw out.
Had a contract at the end of the year, of course, Bailey Scott. No doubt that he'll have options. Free kick out of the middle for the Tigers to Prestia, and Short comes racing off half-back. Launches it inside the forward 50 to a pack of players. Core took it off hands. Handball to Stevenson for the Roos. Hemmed in the left back pocket. Able to chisel his kick up toward Curtis. Dropped it on the half volley. Tigers back in possession across half forward. Floston, handball to Graham. Right forward pocket now for Prestia. Throws it on the boot. High kick to full forward. Almost coming across to mark there was Comben, who's gone down awkwardly. He's back on his feet though, which is good to see.
Rolled that ankle or jarred an ankle there.
Had a little bit of a fitness concern coming out of last week against the Cats, but Charlie Comben's back on his feet. Meanwhile, ball in. Right forward pocket, 15 around from the Richmond goal. They lead by 8, 22 gone first term.
And it comes. Tigers searching for their third. Can it come via Prestia? He tapped it down to himself. Couldn't bring it under his spell. Sheasel just dragged off it. Got the handball away to McKercher. Now McDonald. Now Archer around the back. High ball outside defensive 50. Good contest between Curtis and Floston. Down to ground it comes. Curtis goes in after it again. Feeds it out to Ford. North Melbourne on the move now by Simpkin. Had to arch the back. Couldn't quite escape the tackle. Got a handball away to Sheasel. He got boot to ball. Ford in the general direction. Here's Phillips in over the top. What will the umpire say? Lets it go. Another tackle laid here by Banks. He's just disposed of by Ford as by Curtis, isn't he?
He's very strong, Paul Curtis.
Yeah.
You rarely see him go to ground. You rarely see him tackle there. There he had Banks on his back and was just able to stand up in that tackle.
They bred him tough at Melton South, Rammer.
No doubt.
One of 2 players to come from that footy club. The other, a premiership, or an Essendon premiership player in '93, Sean Denham. Was from Melton South as well.
Snorkel.
Former teammate of yours.
Good man, Shawnee Denham.
Boundary throw in right in front of the interchange benches. Came down to Stevens, spun into trouble, but got a handball out to Sheasel. Now Simpkin are waiting on the outside. We just dropped the ball onto green grass, gathered it, and then sent North Melbourne forward. They're at left half forward. Off hands Miller. Now Floston had to release the handball quickly. Found a teammate. Now Rioli off half back. They work it through hands here. The Tigers building nicely on the near side. Baker receives on the bounce. Inside 50 go Richmond. They've got a one-on-one they'll like the look of. Dusty and McDonald couldn't quite bring it down at ground level. McKercher, now Archer, handballed it to himself. Now Stevens, and now the Roos will work it through that left boot of McKercher. Can they get out via forward? They can. Who marks strongly in front of Prestia.
The bully there. Bully was sitting there and Bully's going, give the handball. You've got to give the handball to your runners. Sheasel's going past there.
Oh, dangerous kick infield. It's picked off by Campbell, who races away and rams it through from the 50. And North's mistakes continue to come back to haunt them in the back half. That was an easy giveaway. And Seth Campbell makes them pay full price. 3-3-21 to the Roos, 1-1-7, 24 and a half gone, opening term. Gee, that hurts if you're Alistair Clarkson at North Melbourne.
Eddie Ford takes a great mark, Paulie. But then Sheasel's running inside with no opponent onto him. You just, that's a simple handball. Simple handball, whereas then Eddie Ford doesn't give the handball, tries to kick him board, turns it over, rest is history. So it's the simple things in football that you've got to do over and over again in a game to get the win. That was a simple handball where the ball should be in North Melbourne's forward 50 rather than Campbell kicking a goal the other way.
I like these guys up the top end of the bingo numbers here for Richmond. Green, 48, 44. They're all having an impact, 41. Sam Banks.
So 3 of the first 4 goals of the afternoon go the Tigers' way. We're back in the middle. No clean possession yet, but it's Phillips now working to Davies-Uniacke. He streams inside 50, sets sail on goal, vacant square. He bangs it home for the instant reply. Davies-Uniacke hits back immediately for North Melbourne. Richmond 3-3-21. North Melbourne 2-1-13. 25 and a half gone. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a good response, isn't it?
Centre square
mistake,
goal.
Yeah, centre square goal. And that's what they've been really strong, North. It was Davies-Uniacke actually laid the tackle, so you could tell that he was smarting from giving up that last goal. Good pressure. Phillips involved. He's had a good start to the game. And Adam Uze will be disappointed there, though. Just way too easy out the front of the stoppage, especially for a clearance machine like LDU. And that's a nice finish, breaking the paint. It's one thing that he's probably improved a bit this year, I think. He's kicking, he's finishing as the year's gone on.
My grandmother loved playing bingo, played the 6 books, Paulie. Used to go down to the local clubs during the week, loved it.
And from the middle, look at Bolton burst away. Can he pinch one back? He just got shoved as he kicked. He took 2 bounces out of the middle, raced inside the 50. It's coming back with some interest, though. Archer to McKercher, looking back for Archer, ran into a teammate, pinched by Ralph Smith inside the 50 for Richmond. Off to Bolton. This is dangerous territory, and he just didn't hit it as he'd like. It wobbled its way through for a minor score. Tigers 3-4, Roos 2-1, 27 gone first term.
He's composed enough there, Ralph Smith, to realise that Shea Bolton was in a better position, gives it to him. Shea Bolton's got to finish that.
Yeah, had plenty of time and space, didn't he? For a player of his quality.
Could even straighten up and kick the drop punt.
Luke McDonald has it deep in defence for North Melbourne. Combin's got some time and space inside defensive 50. He's even going to take a couple of bounces. There was a hard chase, though. He just got the kick away. Had a man in Teakle on the near side, just in front of the benches. Couldn't take the mark. In after it was Ford. He was wrapped up by Campbell. And we'll have a ball up right in front of the benches. Richmond 3-4-22. Lead North Melbourne 2-1-13. Deep into the first term. It goes Sherry down to Davies-Uniacke, who just split the stoppage, went one way then the other, then the releasing handball to McDonald, who had to ride the tackle, put Sheasel under a little bit of pressure. He wanted McKercher. Umpires plucked out a free kick here.
Well, lucky. Let's go forward there for your LDU. Shoulders out, just trying to be too cute with the hands. Inviting Richmond's pressure.
So we'll go to North Melbourne, so McKercher will go laterally into the middle of the ground to Archer. He goes wider again to Core. So they've worked it all the way out to the outer side, have North Melbourne.
It's Jackson Archer, another to ink a contract extension during the week. 2-year deal for the son of the shinboner of the century. Heads out wide, LDU.
And he's very deserving of it. He's had a terrific, particularly second half of the year, Jackson Archer.
Played 11 of the last 12 and slotted into this team very nicely as indeed for North Melbourne. Here's Dersma. First kick of the game's a long one. Inside the 50. And a terrific mark. This is Dersma who's pulled that down.
Yeah, well, this is a taste, I think, Joel, of what this kid can do. I've been fortunate enough to watch him a lot through junior football. He's an incredibly talented player. So whether that's playing across half forward or going into the midfield, he's got size. He's got great hands. It's probably the first time we've seen him do this season, where he's been able to just to drift in and take a really strong contested mark.
Got it from Tucker. He just about won Vic Country the game against Vic Metro last year at the end of the National Championships. He can go forward and have an impact. And he misses to the right-hand side. Going to be a very busy month for that family. Of course, Xavier with Essendon. Willem playing in his under-18s as a bottom ager. And Yaz about to start an AFLW campaign with Carlton as well. 8-point margin, the way of the Tigers. Almost half an hour gone opening term.
Floston out of full-back. Just had to penetrate the North Melbourne defence, but does so with aplomb. Now Rioli has it. Still inside defensive 50, the Tigers.
A few Ks for mum and dad there. The Dersmas.
That's what you call a footy family.
Oh, yeah.
And you're travelling down in Foster as well.
Well, I think Willem Dersma is a very good basketballer as well, playing Vic Country.
Graham goes up the line, but Sherry stands strong underneath and takes a mark in front of his opposing ruckman, Nankervis.
What are they the talent, mum or dad? Or both?
Probably both, I reckon.
From left half back, he sends the Tigers forward. They work it off hands, but Zerha's chopped it off. He tried to find something in the middle of the ground, but the siren beats him. And that'll be all she wrote for the first term. Richmond, the slight advantage after one. 3-4-22, the Tigers, North Melbourne. 2-2-14. Some goal kickers for you. It was singles all around. One to Ryan Mansell, one to Seth Campbell, one to Steely Green for the Tigers. And for North Melbourne, Will Phillips kicked their opener.
Davis Uniac.
And Davis Uniac, of course, streaming inside 50.
Running
a wonderful
goal.
finish. So 3-4-22 the Tigers, North Melbourne 2-2-14.
Worst first quarter team in the competition, North Melbourne, and they can't get their third first quarter win of the season. The Tigers got out to a hot start, plenty of pressure, and they lead by 8 points at the opening change. A big opportunity for both of these sides. A massive Saturday of footy on ABC Sport this afternoon. Plenty to come throughout the course of the afternoon. Quarter in the books under the roof at Docklands. 3-4-2-2. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, mes amis, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Steely Green to handball inside forward 50 for the Tigers. 45 out. Martin was up to meet it. Ball beat into the footy. McKercher got run down. He gets caught by Green. Holding the ball. Richmond free kick. Steely Green is showing a little bit of promise and some very green shoots as he kicks truly.
Banks tried to feed the handball over the top to Taranto. Bolton was lurking, pounced on the loose foot. He kept it in somehow over the top to Mansell. It's catching time here at Docklands, and Mansell puts through Richmond's second.
Oh, dangerous kick infield. It's picked off by Campbell, who races away and rams it through from the 50. And North's mistakes continue to come back to haunt them.
No clean possession yet, but it's Phillips now working to Davis Uniac. He streams inside 50, sets sail on goal, vacant square. He bangs it home for the instant reply.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Tigers by 8 points at the first change. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 3-4-22 Richmond to North Melbourne 2-2-14. Both of these teams looking for their third win of the season. Richmond in last place on the table, 2-17. North Melbourne the same record. 1.4% separates the two sides. And they are both hoping to register a third win of the season this afternoon. Joel Peterson, Chris Rowbottom calling it for you. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Big day of footy coming up. Geelong and Adelaide, the next game we will send you to down at Cardinia Park. Collingwood and Carlton, Port Adelaide and Sydney. Of course, for much of our audience, you get our Olympic coverage tonight or the NRL. The Titans and the Broncos, the Storm, the Dragons, the Sharks and the Rabbitohs in action in the National Rugby League today. And then, of course, the Olympics. A golden night for the Aussies overnight, both in the pool and on the BMX track as well. It just continues to be a terrific Olympic campaign. And, of course, the track and field getting underway yesterday as well. So the action very much hotting up in Paris. And the Boomers have qualified for the next round in the men's basketball too, which we've just been discussing off air. So much to look forward to in our Olympics coverage if that's available to you in your part of the world. Tigers by 8 points here at quarter time. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, what do we make of the opening term?
Well, look, the obvious is the inside 50s in Richmond's favour, 22-11. Now only 7 scoring shots out of that, 3 goals for. So I think they would want to. I think they would want a couple of more goals on the board, the Tigers, with the amount of inside 50s that they had. But at the same time, if you look the way Richmond are playing, so North Melbourne had 35 marks. So they're trying to slow tempo down, trying to control the game. Richmond only had the 13, so they want to keep the ball in constant motion. Bally mentioned one of the goals in that quarter where Shea Bolton just kept the ball alive. It was that old surge mentality that the Tigers have used so well in their premiership years. It looks like that style of play that they're going with today, Bally. So North Melbourne, on the other hand, I thought they were too cute in that first quarter against a better team. There would have been 7 or 8 goals on the board, no doubt, against. So they were trying to play the game in their back half. They were being way too cute with how they were using the ball. There was far too much handball for North Melbourne. So they've had 66 kicks, 55 handballs. That ratio's got to be a lot lower than that. So, but to their credit, they weathered the storm. Yep. They were able to get a couple of goals. There are 2 goals there. So their first came at the 20-minute mark, then the second at the 25-minute mark. So they're able to weather the storm. Yeah,
they invited the pressure, didn't they, early, which plays into this young Richmond team's hands. And they were terrific early. That's how they set it up, the Tigers, with their front half pressure, and they're able to compete to get repeat entries. But you're right, they lacked a bit of class. They haven't taken a mark inside 50, Richmond. So for 22 entries, you'd hope that someone could get on the end of one of them. So. That's the difference. You're right. The Richmond method is to just surge and try and create some goals and find a way to hit. I mean, when you look at the personnel forward of the ball, there's probably reason behind that. I think. When you look at, Martin probably had a few opportunities, but they need Kajitsky to play big, don't they? They need a few of their young key forwards to have an impact in the air, whereas they weren't able to do that. And as you said, North steadied as the quarter went on, and they find themselves in touch. So you'd expect that Clarko wouldn't have been very happy with that first 15 minutes and would have given them a bit of a rev up at quarter time.
Your text is on 0437 774 774 as we go throughout the afternoon. We're underway in this second term. Richmond by 8 points. And immediately the brawl's on in the middle of the ground. Baker wraps up Sherry and we'll have a ball up.
Just quickly, Joel, we should have made mention. Colby McKercher had a standout first quarter.
15 disposals, Rammer.
It's a big first quarter for Colby.
37 a couple of weeks ago. Of course, did Colby McKercher. He knows how to find the footy.
He will go into the midfield eventually.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no doubt. He's too classy, and his sideway movement is elite.
So another ball up, still in the centre square. Hasn't cleared the area. Now the Tigers are able to get it moving. Bolton to Rioli. Tumbling kick inside the forward 50. Trying to run it down was Baker. He was held without it. And he's going to get a free kick.
Smart. He pushed the ball out in front of him. Darcy Tucker there. Fell for it. Held on. Liam Baker gets a shot at goal here, 40 metres out. Slight angle should convert.
Another whose future at Tigerland is uncertain. Out of contract at the end of the year. Hot start to the season, but it's just cooled off a little bit, the West Australian. Can he get the Tigers going early in this second term? Right foot kick on the way. And he's just snuck it in. Goal umpire watched it all the way. And Liam Baker was able to get it to talk just enough. And Richmond's lead is back out to 14 points. 4-4-28. North Melbourne 2-2-14. Minute and a half gone. Second term, your experts on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, it was sharp clearance work, wasn't it, from Jack Graham it was originally. Then out to Rioli, that sort of releasing half-back roll. And just panicked a bit, didn't he, Darcy Tucker? Didn't really need to do it. Plenty of numbers around the ball. And a definite free kick. Well done, Liam Blake. He has a bit of class, doesn't he, forward of the ball. We spoke about the challenges in finding a mark.
Well, he's active.
He is, that's right. He's always on the move. So having to conjure ways, different ways to score at the moment, the Tigers. But so far the game on their terms.
14-point buffer for the Tigers early into the second term. Taranto goes after it. Might have been held by Davies Uniacke. Umpire said no. Ball at ground level. Sherry over the top. Lays a tackle on Taranto. It's not going anywhere. A ball up just forward of centre. Richmond attacking half. Up it goes. Sherry won it down only as far as Taranto. Swung as he kicked it. Inside 50 go the Tigers. Bouncing ball. Who will arrive first? McDonald was there, as was Brown, and Core came in for company too. Picked it up and shared it with McDonald. Dumps it outside defensive 50, but it's good because Larkey arrives and takes the mark. He's a long way up the ground. He's able to set something up to Powell, who's the back edge of the square.
So Tom Powell coming off a big game last weekend, 34 disposals. He's been able to find the footy. Former SANFL under-18 best and fairest. And Stevenson kicks inside forward 50 for North Melbourne. And we've seen plenty of that from Nathan Broad. Gobbles that one up inside the defensive arc for the Tigers. Kicks short to Nankervis. Dangerous option, kicking short to Ruckman inside the defensive 50. Nankervis was good enough to hold on to it. Richmond by 14 points. 3 minutes gone, second term. Stabs it out wide, just inside the boundary line to Flostone, who returned to the Tigers lineup last week. Rolls around onto his right boot. Sends a long kick down the line, stretching to mark. Impressively was Kazitsky, and he can roll and move it forward for Richmond.
Inside 50 go the Tigers via Kazitsky. Gee, Dusty was mobbed by a pair of Kangaroos. It spilt down to Brown, who got a handball inboard. Stevenson was waiting, chopped it off. He was brought to ground. Over the top by Baker. Couldn't find a target. Sherry got in the way, just bulldozed his way through. Handball only as far as Kazitsky. Stevenson arrives, lays a tackle. It spills out the back. North Melbourne have the numbers. Phillips gathered. He was tackled and swung as he did so. And it's going to be a stoppage still inside attacking 50 for Richmond. They lock it in as Sherry lays a big tackle. I'm going to have a blood rule here. So coming from the ground, it'll be Mansell, who was the victim of that Sherry tackle. Gee, hits hard, doesn't he, Tristan Sherry?
Oh, he just tackles the keeps. That's what you want your big men to do. Show their big men. Show how big they are, how strong they are, how physical they can be. All within reason, obviously. It's got to be fair. But if you get the opportunity, you got to nail that physical pressure, physical presence on the ground.
Steely Green makes his way onto the ground as the replacement. Umpire gets things back underway. Sherry over the top. Nankervis went in after it. Sherry applied the tackle.
Another ball up inside forward 50 for Richmond. Nankervis reaches over the top, slaps it out in the Bolton direction. Knocked away from him. Picked up by Phillips, goes to ground, got the handball away to McDonald for North Melbourne. The 200 gamer kicks up the line. Teakle reaches over the top of Flostone, knocks it to Curtis. North now working in their defensive half again. Sheasel, quick handball to Tucker, smothered by Ralph Smith, sees it out of play. And the effort is celebrated accordingly by Steely Green.
I like that by Steely Green.
Oh, yeah, underrated step to smother. Yeah. I love it. They're on, aren't they, the Tigers? They have started this quarter like they did in the first. They can sniff a bit of blood in their front half.
They lead by 14 points, 5.5 gone, second quarter. Baker at the stoppage. Bolton thought he was held. Arches onto it for North Melbourne. Toes the boundary line. Handball to Davies Uniacke, who arches the back and bursts away. Second bounce didn't quite come back to him. He launches a high kick inside the forward 50. Larkey! Made beautiful position. kept his eye on it all the way in, juggled it into his chest and marched 30 metres out.
Well, he was out of position, and you're right though, Joel. He somehow turned himself into a good position. That was just terrific forward craft. Ben Miller would be disappointed with himself there. He had the opportunity to at least spoil that one. Terrific stuff from Nick Larkey.
All-Australian last year. He kicked 21 goals in the final month of the season. And he pokes that one through and pumps the air with the fist immediately after he lets it go. And Larkey gets North Melbourne going here in this second term to answer Richmond's opening goal of the quarter. 3-2-20 the Roos. Richmond 4-4-28, 6.5 gone. Second quarter, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a unique kicking technique, style, routine, whatever you want to call it, from Nick Larkey, but it's like wherever he is inside forward 50 or outside forward 50, that's the golf club that he brings out. So on that occasion, it was just a little lob wedge, just kicked it over the goal umpire's hat, and just you get on with the job. Whereas we're so used over the history of the game seeing the big key forwards put it, 10 or 20 rows back and really kick through the football. But it works for Nick Larkey. But again, Bally mentioned it, just a work ethic, a work rate by Nick Larkey, and a want to go and mark that football.
Back to that quarter-time margin of 8 points. Richmond with the advantage in the middle. Bolton had his pocket picked by Davies Uniacke, who sends a high ball towards left half forward for the Roos. But, gee, that's a really strong mark taken by Floston, who held his ground, marked on his chest, then got things moving. Tigers away here on the outer side. Seth Campbell inside 50, or worked underneath it. Was Brown. Archer took the mark for North Melbourne. Umpire said nothing doing in the contest. And he kicks across goal where Stevenson awaits and marks on his chest.
Stevenson looks for Zerha outside the defensive 50. Coming across to knock it away. It's Tresize who sees it out of play. Spun back in. Another one of these young Tigers playing game number 6, James Tresize. Played in the West Gippsland Footy League, a premiership team with Turret and Delmore a couple of years ago with a premiership team out of yours, Luke Ball, in Brent McCaffer, who was racking up big numbers in that part of the world. Tigers now inside the forward 50. Stevens back with the flight. Not paid the mark in the end. Comben ran into Rioli. Phillips is able to pick it up for North Melbourne. Shoots it out to Archer. Kicks down the line. Miller got a hand to it for the Tigers. Might come back for Richmond. Archer ran into Graham. He's channeling the old man with a bit of physical intensity. He's Jackson Archer. And Jack Graham did not know he was coming. He wins it back between the wing and half back for the Roos.
He's strong, Jack Graham, but Jackson Archer just absolutely barreled him.
And now the Roos have made a mess of it because Jaden Stevenson's kick has gone out of bounds on the full on the outer side. They'll hand it back to the Tigers here.
And just quickly, Chris, that contest by Dylan Stevens, that will get enormous credits with Alistair Clarkson and his teammates. It's an area of Stevens' game that has been criticised and people have been critical of, but he ran back with the flight of that ball terrifically well there.
So Floston's kick, and speaking about getting back with the flight and dropping into the hole, Archer took the saving mark for North Melbourne. So they're inside defensive 50 here, the Roos. McKercher, another disposal for him. Across goal to Scott. He's in the right back pocket. He'll come around to the near side. Sees Zerha on a searching lead. He stretches the arms and marks up above his eyes. Still at right half back here, the Roos. It was a perfectly weighted kick to Ford, who made good ground and marked on his chest. Just back of a wing.
Having trouble moving the ball, aren't they, out of half-back, the Kangaroos. Tigers setting up well behind the ball.
He'll just send the ball to... Zane Dersma! Almost hit the roof, did Zane Dersma. Flew early, and then absolutely... Well, he hasn't butchered the kick. It stayed in just onto the chest of Sherry. Not sure he meant it, but...
That's on top of Noah Bolter. So he's all of 6'7", Noah Bolter.
Stood on his shoulders.
Dersma's just gone up. Got the little lift as well, Bally, which is always nice.
Oh, you called it, Ramo. We haven't seen much of this yet, but
he's got it in him.
The little warm-up in the first quarter on that one. Wow.
It's like Tyler Wright in Tahiti. Just a little bit of head surfing as Sherry kicks for goal from right on the boundary line. Always off to the near side. So
come on, Tristan.
Zane
Centre the
Dersma.
ball. You're a ruckman.
Yeah. So Sherry, minor score for the Roos, who are 3-3-21. Trailing the Tigers 4-4-28.
That was terrific there by Zerha. Made up those extra 10 metres. Got a hand in. Gets a restart now on North Melbourne's half-forward flank.
So out of the left half forward, the Roos will get another chance.
That's a little contender, I think, there by Dersma.
Yeah, we know that he's got that aerial ability.
Bobby Hill, Jamie Elliott, now Dersma.
A lot of people saying that Willem might be the best of the four, which is a scary prospect when the third of the Dersma clan can do things like that. Here's Simpkin, who's walked across the boundary line. That'll be thrown back into play, still out at left half forward. 4-4-28 Richmond, 3-3-21 North Melbourne. Joel Peterson, Chris Rowbottom calling it for you on ABC Sports. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts, and now Jack Graham's coming off with a bit of claret.
We can't take the high mark out of our game. It's just one of the absolute features. You listen to the crowd there where Dersma takes that mark. It's, you know, growing up as a young kid watching and loving my football, you would see them every second week. We don't see them as often anymore because of the way the game's played.
And it's unique to our game.
Oh, absolutely.
So no other sport has what we have in that sense.
Yep.
American football's got the physicality and the big hits and the tackles. No other sport has what we have in that aerial ability.
And the photos of that mark will be very, very special tomorrow for Zane and his family.
Absolutely. Ball to be thrown back in here with Taranto replacing Graham on the ground. Cherry down to Davies Uniacke, who's clinical at the stoppage and with the finish. That is special from Luke Davies Uniacke, who drives through his second running goal and brings North back to only a point in arrears. 4-3-27 to Richmond, 4-4-28. 13 played, second term.
Oh, don't run off, LDU. I mean, you're right. How's a tap here from Cherry too? Little offhand hit. I mean, it's a brilliant goal from, as we said, one of the best clearance players in the competition, who's adding that finishing ability to his game, LDU. But that'll really infuriate the Richmond coaching staff. No one anywhere near him. Then they had a whole blood rule too. They had 2 minutes to get themselves set up.
Well, it's stoppage. It's Baker and Taranto there. They just get mixed up. So Sheasel unselfishly goes and sets the block on Taranto. And LDU's just able to come through at speed. If he comes through at speed, nobody's catching him.
Yeah, he's starting to have a huge impact on the game too. 12 possessions, 2 goals.
2-1 to 1 straight so far in this second term as North Melbourne close the margin. Hopper out of the middle around the body, but kick was ill-directed. Stevenson marks at half-back for North Melbourne. They'll go wide to the outer side where McDonald takes the mark. He was made to work just inside the boundary, but good enough to reel it in. So McDonald at left half-back for North Melbourne. We're enjoying a little patch here. Sends a high ball towards left half forward. Over the back was Teakle. Off hands. Ford arrives first. Just had to ride the tackle. Navigated his way through it pretty well. Fed a handball back to Teakle. Back to Ford. Now Tucker looked inside. Then thought about a handball over the top to Teakle, who gets another touch. Almost lost his footing. Release Scott. He showed the candy. Inside 50. Lucky. Squaring ball. Great vision. Larkey takes the mark, gets them afters. He'll go back and kick for his second major of the afternoon.
I'm not sure where Nick Larkey's direct opponent is. So he's got Miller as his opponent. There's either been a handover and nobody's gone with Larkey because he shouldn't be inside forward 50 with that much space.
So Larkey for the lead. For North Melbourne.
That was Bailey Scott finding Larkey inside forward 50.
He'll kick from 45 metres out. No real angle to speak of. Set sail and immediately locked it as soon as it left the boot. He has 2. And North Melbourne lead here at Docklands. They got a 5-3-33. Richmond 4-4-28. 15 and a half gone. Second term Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Luke Ball.
Well, he didn't like what looks like a little bit of a rabbit punch from the back of the head from Liam Baker on the way down. Nick Larkey thought he should have got a 50-metre penalty. Going back, I mean, it looked like they were over-possessing a bit again, North. Teakle, and it was really Bailey Scott who's had a terrific game. Just going forward, taking the space, shoulders out towards goal, and when you do that, it's amazing what happens upfield, doesn't it? Usually things open up, and he was good enough to find Nick Larkey.
There's his direct opponent
up
there.
in the play, yeah, Miller. So not sure what happened there. Just again a young defence getting disorganised, and he did give him one to go on with, Liam Baker. And after Larkey popped the ball over the goal umpire's hat, he let Liam know that he wasn't that happy with it.
So 3 in a row for North Melbourne. To hit the front for the first time in the ball game. Middle of the ground, Kajitsky does the ruck work. Comes ricocheting back to him. He got rid of it, but illegally. And Harry Sheasel will win the free kick inside the centre circles. Not particularly keen to let him up there was Jacob Hopper. Sheasel kicks a low ball inside the 50. Curtis comes over the top, can't claim it. Defensive hand pass was dangerous for Richmond. Dersmer almost ended up with it. Goes to ground, lays the tackle. And the umpire will say a ball up. 40 metres out from the North Melbourne goal. They kicked the past 3 of the ball game after Richmond got an early one. In this second term to hit the front by 14 points. It's North Melbourne by 5. Edge of the 50. Sheasel had it, lost it, gave it up. Baker. Away now, they burst. Banks to Green. Green down the line. Neat kick. Found Bolton. Back to Banks. The overlap run outside of the boot. Kick is spectacular to centre half forward. Hits up Mansell. Mansell off to Hopper. Loping inside the forward 50. Kicks to full forward. North numbers get back. Might have gone untouched in the end, but it went the right side of the post through for a behind. What about the kick from Sam Banks to open things up?
That was a great passage of play, wasn't it? That's Richmond at their best.
McKercher in from full back, kept on running, received from Scott, breaks defensive 50 and just nurses a ball into the middle of the ground. Wanted Larkey, but it was knocked away. Mansell arrives first here for Richmond. Can't quite gather the footy. It's held up. McKercher holds him up. Rolls him like a crocodile. Now Ralph Smith onto the outside. There's a flying shot on goal. It's across the face. And a minor score for the Tigers.
3 points to margin. Brought back into play to Sheasel. He's got it inside defensive 50 for the Roos. Off to Tucker, the former Docker. The Horsham product. Gallops outside the defensive 50. Kicks down the line, but it's a good mark from Broad. Who centres it up, finds Green. Got some space to work in. The eyes light up, but he offloads and does so well. And charging out a full board is Tom Brown, who's taken the mark 30 metres out. Better than a 45-degree angle to the left, and the umpire's just improving the angle for him as well.
I've been really impressed with Steely Green. He looks like a player, so he's got a bit of go about him. He likes the physical stuff, but it's there. You know, that last kick inside forward 50 where he could have easily had a shot, but sees Brown in a better spot.
3 last week for Brown, and he can't straighten up there. He was running right, he left it right, and they just keep whittling this margin away, Richmond. 3 consecutive behinds. Back to 2 points. 19.5 gone. Second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I thought Tom Brown was looking pretty settled behind the ball. I'm not sure why. It's probably that time of year where you can experiment and throw the magnets around a bit. But for me,
he just looked like a natural halfback.
And beautiful kick. I was about to give him a pump up. I'm glad I didn't. But to me, that's where he can be best used. But worth a try.
McKercher now to full back. Breaks defensive 50. Contested ball here. Dusty Martin just fashions a kick. Concedes some ground back to Broad, who cut inside and then cut back outside. Kicks towards half forward now for the Tigers. Kazitsky stands tall and takes the mark. Taranto might have a pop here. He did, but it's missing. There's a man in the square, though, who takes the mark. It might be Brown again. So another chance for the youngster. He'll be 15 or 20 out on a relatively tight angle. Shouldn't have too much trouble from here. So to wrestle the lead back for the Tigers. Comes on in. Makes no mistake. Pumps the fist. And the Tigers just get the little steadier as they get their nose back in front. 5-7-37 Richmond. North Melbourne 5-3-33. 20.5 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I'd leave him forward, Ramo. Looks a natural forward, doesn't he?
You don't see that very often, though. So he's taken the mark, really close to the right behind post. And usually we'll see then a player just do a left foot snap around the corner. But Brown there, straight, kicked it just straight at the goals and was able to kick that goal. So they needed that, the Tigers. So the North Melbourne really had taken control of the game. They're just a steadier there. So Brown should kick the previous one, but then he gets that back and is able to kick them up.
Starting to take a few marks forward the ball, aren't they? Kazitsky's had a better quarter, getting his hands to a few. So no marks inside 50 in that first quarter, 3 this quarter.
From the restart, North take it away. Sherry to Simpkin, kick inside the forward 50s, read beautifully by Powell. He eyes the sticks and drills it. Tom Powell goes Powell. And puts North back in charge in the ball game. 6-3-39 to 5-7-37. Instant response. 22 minutes gone, second term.
And exactly what you want your midfielders to do. So after they win, Simpkin wins a set of clearance. You want your midfielders to start to follow the ball down the ground now. Powell there comes on the other side, the opposite side there, and it gets to front and centre. You see a lot of players these days go behind the pack. But that was a traditional front and centre goal there where Powell worked hard than his direct opponent, gets to the front of the contest, kicks a beautiful goal.
Not for the first time this afternoon. Centre break resulting in a goal.
Yeah, clearances pretty important.
North Melbourne, 2 points to the good. Back in the middle we go. Sherry pumped it down, but it was straight to Taranto. Then Taranto got it up to Davis Uniacke. He had his jumper pulled, got it up to Simpkin, but his kick was smothered. Bobbled into the arms of Prestia. Now Nankervis. Now Seth Campbell hitting up Kazitsky on the lead.
Onto the lead. Saw Steely Green previous. Now Seth Campbell just onto the lead. And if you continue to do that, your forwards will continue to come at you.
Yeah, well done, Dion Prestia too. He got some well-deserved pats on the back from his teammates there. Affected the smother and then set up Steely Green for that forward 50 entry.
It was a good touch kick from Seth Campbell.
It was.
Kazitsky at full pelt. Slide angle here. He'll kick from 45 with Jacob Kazitsky for 2 in a row for the Tigers. Liked it. Raises the finger to the sky. Or should I say the roof, as he pops it through for another for the Tigers. And they wrest back the lead. 6-7-43 Richmond. North Melbourne 6-3-39. 23 and a half gone. Second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball.
He's probably one, Kazitsky, I think, that Richmond will probably hoping for a bit more out of him this year. Now, I know it takes players time to find their feet at a new club. So this last month, I think, is really important for Kazitsky. He's got the role as playing the key forward. There's not many other talls down there. Brown's probably the next tallest player in Richmond's forward line this week. So there's a lot of responsibility on him, and he needs to take that opportunity.
60th game or 59th game today. He's 24. Is that a time to stand up?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Question marks over. I mean, you'd think Tom Lynch won't have much footy left in him, so he can make that spot his own.
Up they go in the middle. Prestia spins through.
Because they don't want to take Bolter forward. They want to keep Noah Bolter as that defender.
Secondary baller. Taranto fights for it for the Tigers. Distant fairest of last season. Ripped away from him. Some hard, tough stuff was Nankervis, as always. Simpkin wanted a free kick. Ends up with Prestia. Handball to Rioli coming off half-back. And now they move it out wide. Tresize's kick was socked out by Stevenson in the end. It might have bounced on the way through and goes out for a throw. And I know you're a big fan of the roof here, Rammer.
Open today.
What about Dion Prestia wearing the long sleeves under the roof?
Absolutely. Oh, I did that often. It actually, with the roof cold, it's colder in here. Today's a beautiful overcast Melbourne day, so there's no sun to worry about. The roof should be open.
Changed to the last couple of Saturdays where it's been plainly diabolical here in Melbourne. Kick from the wing from Campbell inside the 50. Oh, Brown had a good piece of it for the Tigers. Just couldn't bring it in. Going to ground for North was Stevenson. Taranto's back there for Richmond. Handball forward to Brown now for the Tigers. Left forward pocket, 30 out. Left foot kick, hooks it back. Misses near side. Pretty well though, young Tom Brown. He's making an impact up forward.
Yeah, he should have fed that ball back though. I get it. He did the hard work. But that's the one where you feed the ball back. He had 2 Richmond teammates there.
McKercher to Powell on the kick in. Deeper defence still, the Roos. They trail by 5. Across goal they come. Stevenson, uncontested mark. Spreads it wide now to Comben. Just made him work. He gets down low, takes the mark. He's at right half back. Spies Stevens on the lead.
It's a bit sore, Dylan Stevens, from that brave contest. I reckon he's got a corky. He's trying to run it out.
He's limping badly.
So they share it around as Powell goes back to Comben, and he goes right across the ground to Ford, who marks, and he wants to get things moving. Releases McKercher by hand, who tucks it under the arm and now sends a left foot ball inside 50. Broad underneath it, couldn't take the mark, gathered, then spun out of trouble, gave it to Short. Now Graham, now Nankervis, all by hand here, the Tigers. Miller forced to retreat back to Floston. Got some time and room to move. He comes wide, and it's good to Tresias, who marks in the left back pocket. Short ball from him is good.
That'll be, if he can't keep that warm at half time, Dylan Stevens, that'll be a sub for sure.
So Banks and now Floston, who's worked his way to the near side of the ground, is at left half back.
He looks horrible.
He goes up the line. He has to be precise with the kick, and he is. Just kept it in, so he can get things rolling here. The Tigers through the middle of the ground. Taranto, then Baker. His handball was just partially dropped off by Curtis, but Rioli just emerged with the footy. Dashed inside 50. Little grubber. Baker on the bounce. Knocked it into the path of Kaczynski. He was dumped without the footy, or he was taken high. Take your pick. He'll get a free kick for Richmond. Just outside 50.
Against Zerha. Overzealous there in his attempt to tackle.
Oh, Jaden Short.
Jaden Short lurking behind, receives the handball, rifles one towards goal. It's no good.
No, he's going to call him back here.
Why?
Umpire saying you're not allowed in the... He went behind him, didn't he? Not sure why that's going to get called back.
So we'll come all the way back to Jacob Kaczynski, who's inside the centre square. He's now going to elect to have a shot on goal. So from 55, he sets sail. Won't quite have the journey. Pat flies. And gee, what a good defensive mark by Comben, who does look a little ginger, but stood tall on that occasion and reeled it in the defensive goal square.
Such a bright spot for them this season. Charlie Comben played every game since round 5. Tortured history with injuries. The man out of Sale. Big weekend for that part of the world, of course. Scott Pendlebury, fellow Sale product, playing game 400 tonight at the MCG. Roos in the back 50, Tucker to Comben. They trail by 5 points. 29 minutes gone here in this second quarter on ABC Sport. John Peterson, Chris Rowbottom calling it for you. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Archer to Luke McDonald. McDonald kicks long to half forward. They're out the back here, North Melbourne, with Larkey. If it'll sit for him, he can gather. How does so. Handballs to Davies Uniacke. Brilliant over the top of his head to Zerha, who spins free of the tackle. Snaps and goals. Terrific finish from Cam Zerha. And he goes back to look for Davies Uniacke and Larkey and says, thanks very much for the assist, lads. North back in front by a point again. 7-3-45 to Richmond 6-8-44. 29 and a half minutes gone in the second term. The Roos' 5th goal of the quarter.
He just slid out of that contest, Nick Larkey. So his direct opponent goes. He slid to the side. Was able to win the football. Davies Uniacke again. He's just able to stand up, whereas others would go to ground. So it's an over there to handball. Dariel is going to be way better than that, Paul.
Gosh.
That's the old arm tackle.
Oh, he's fat.
Or hands tackle.
Try to grab the... That's not desperate enough. Not good enough for a premiership player.
Got a lunge. Throw your body at the tackle.
Use your body. Use your arms.
Roos back in front. They lead by a point. Ball slammed into the middle of the turf. Sheasel rides a tackle, taken to ground. In after it was Nankervis, and have it at stoppage. Still inside the centre square. Deep into this second term. 5-3 in this quarter. North Melbourne's way. Sherry palmed it down to Sheasel.
I think where North Melbourne have changed in this quarter is tackle pressure. It's 19 tackles to 9, so it's more desperate for the football.
Prestia fed it to the outside to Banks, who kicks Richmond inside 50. Archer had to stand underneath it, no problem there, but swooping on a loose footy was Dustin Martin. Round the body he goes, couldn't get the friendly roll. I know that was the score.
Comben pushed Kazitsky into Jackson Archer there, so it shouldn't have been a free kick.
So all tied up here. 6-9-45 the Tigers, 7-3-45 the Roos, deep into the second term. Saturday footy for ABC Sport.
First time it's been tied since it was 0-0 in the early stages. Kircher comes in with a bounce, drives it toward the interchange gates, and Miller with a big double-handed fist slaps it out of play for Richmond. That'll be thrown back in. If you've got a question for Rammer or Bally at half-time, 0437 774 774. Jan from Euroa saying, go north. Why is Griffin Logue out this week? A wrist injury for him. Steve making a couple of good points, including that Richmond's only had one player who's played every game this season in Daniel Rioli. Their injury toll has been quite significant. 0437 774 774 to ask a question of our ABC Sport experts at half-time. Richmond with a late chance to go forward here. Prestia's got the footy from the stoppage between the wing and half forward on the broadcast side of the ground. 75 from home. The set-up kick to full forward. Comben attacks it, brings it down only as far as Ralph Smith, dribbling, bouncing, rolling, hits the post. Hits the very top of the padding on the right-hand goalpost. Gives Richmond back a 1-point lead.
Out of full-back, into the pocket, forward marks for North Melbourne. Deep into their second term, 32 and a half gone. They muster something in the shadows of half-time. Beyond defensive 50, goes forward to a contest. Bolter just worked his man underneath it. Couldn't complete the mark. Sherry grabbed him. Umpire arrives. So a ball up, just back of a wing. Out of side, up it goes. And Curvis to the front. Sheasel had it taken out of his grasp. To the boundary line, Simpkin couldn't get there in time, and we'll have another boundary throw-in.
So closing in on half-time. Entertaining second term. 7 lead changes. Richmond led by as many as 15 points in the opening term, when North hadn't scored at that stage. The Roos have hit the front on a number of occasions here in the second. Ford's got it defensive side of the wing. It all slows down in front of him, so he stands stationary, then kicks the Roos up toward half forward. Floston fights for it. Teakle brings it down. Handball in field, looking for Zurha. Slides in, takes it. Back to Hopper, back to Zurha. And now back to Prestia. So turnover footy between the Roos and Richmond. Miller out wide to Rioli. Generates some run with Ralph Smith. But the siren will beat the Richmond advance. And the two bottom teams on the table looking for their third win of the season are split by just a point at the main break. 2 and 17 on the season, each of them 1.4 percentage points separating them coming into this game, and only 1 point on the scoreboard separates them at the main break. Richmond 6-10-46, North Melbourne 7-3-45. The Roos kicked 5 goals, 1 in that second term. Richmond a little bit wasteful with 3 goals, 6. Goals for the Tigers to Steely Green, Seth Campbell, Ryan Mansell, Tom Brown, Jacob Kazitsky and to Liam Baker. A couple with pairs for the Roos in Luke Davies-Uniacke with 2. Nick Larkey has 2. Singles to Tom Powell, to Will Phillips and to Cam Zurha. Big day of footy on ABC Sport coming your way. Of course, you can get all the action wherever you are on the ABC Listen app, no matter what's happening on ABC Radio in your part of the world. Geelong and Adelaide, the twilight game before a big night of footy. Carlton Collingwood and Scott Pendlebury's 400th game. And Port Adelaide and Sydney is a September shaper at the Adelaide Oval later on this evening. Tigers by a point here at halftime at Docklands. The thoughts of our experts on ABC Sport, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, entertaining contest, isn't it, Rama? We'd probably hoped we'd get that with two teams. Yeah. With we know where they are on the ladder, but I think that means that the stakes, with both sides would come in thinking they could win this game, and I think probably bar for the first 15 minutes where the Tigers really dominated that first quarter, it's been pretty even, hasn't it? It's been sort of in fits and spurts a bit. I think the Tigers, they've had 16 shots to 10, so they're probably entitled to go into half-time with a bit of an advantage, and it's really taken some little bit of brilliance from North. Think of LDU's couple of goals to keep them in it at times. I think I think Alistair Clarkson will still be disappointed, and a couple of times they flash to the box, and you can tell he's frustrated. If you allow Richmond time and space to play like they want to, they can look really dangerous, can't they? They can cut you up.
Yep.
We spoke about the fact that they hadn't taken a mark inside 50 in the first quarter. They'd relied on turnover goals, but that quarter they started to look a little bit more dangerous ahead of the ball. Koschitzky started to impose himself in the air. Tom Brown's gone forward, and he's looked dangerous at times. So there's some concerns there for the Kangaroos that when Richmond are able to chain the ball out of contest or clearance and then get the ball out into open space to Rioli, to Bolton, some of these younger players, Seth Campbell, I like the look of him. Steely Green, we've mentioned a few times, and Mansell. When they're able to get the ball out in space, Ralph Smith, they look really dangerous. So that's the challenge for North Melbourne. You mentioned that they dialed up the pressure a little bit. Their tackle numbers do look pretty good, but at times, through periods of that second quarter as well, Richmond far too much time and space with which to attack. So we know that's their method, and that's how they're going to go on and win this game. From North's point of view, they've probably struggled to move the ball a little bit across half-pack. It's stood out a couple of times when McKercher or Scott have been able to get the ball in space, but other than that, it's really been clearance where they've been able to do most of their damage with Cherry and LDU involved most of the time. So North, you feel like, have got a bit of another gear to go to. But at the moment, the Tigers aren't really allowing them to do that with the way they're playing. So, entertaining contest, and absolutely, of course, still anyone's game at half-time.
Well, it's contrasting styles, really. So, North Melbourne have taken 69 marks for the half. Richmond have only taken the 32. So, North want to control the game through marks and then use run and spread from there, whereas Richmond want the game in chaos. So, it's a really sort of... I look at look at Richmond's runners. So you got Rioli, Baker, Campbell, Ralph Smith, Bolton, Banks, Jaden Short. They're guys that they want heavy handball received today, get the ball in their hand, run, carry, inside forward 50. Whereas I think North, they were dictated to it in the first quarter a little bit, where they had to take a lot of marks to try slow the tempo of the game down. So maybe a few of those marks weren't needed, but from a game point of view, they absolutely were. They had to change the tempo of that game, particularly about halfway through that quarter. They're able to do a good quarter, 5-3 in North Melbourne's favour. I like what North Melbourne are doing off contest. So whether it's through centre bounce, ball goes to half forward, and then they've got multiple players coming to that contest. LDU's been terrific in that sense, where he's just been able to win ball off hands and then go forward. But that's a criticism of Richmond. Well, you can't let a player of that quality have that much space to go through a contest. So it's a good lesson, and usually you're giving that lessons to younger players. But that's Tim Taranto, that's Jacob Hopper, that's Dion Prestia in a midfield. Yeah,
he's been the best player on the ground. I think the few McKercher's had more of the ball, but a lot of those, well, not a lot, fair few of those have been kick-outs, but every one of LDU's touches has been pretty significant.
Well, 15 possessions, 4 clearances, 2 goals. That's maximum impact.
And 7 score involvements, yeah. So, he's the one. And everywhere else across the ground has been reasonably even. Sheasel he's had moments, but hasn't had a real impact on the game to this point. Prestia's been workmanlike, hasn't he? Been industrious. Rioli's, broken into space a few times as well. But other than that, it's been a bit of an arm wrestle, hasn't it? No one's really threatened other than LDU, as you said, to take this game apart. So he's the one from the Tigers' midfield point of view that they need to adjust, especially around that clearance where we know he's so dynamic. He's the one that they need to absolutely get an arm across. And if he's going to get it, at least have him running away from goal. We know he's so effective when his shoulders are out and running towards goal.
If LDU wins the ball off contest, you want him to handball. If he's able to use his legs out of contest, it's game over. He's too strong and powerful. He's too quick. So and something good usually happens. So that's where Richmond's balance around contest becomes critical. They're winning clearance at the moment, 21-16 Richmond. But it just looks like if you were talking about impact around contest, North Melbourne are winning that part of it. So look, obviously the margin can't get any closer. 1 point at half time. So both coaches sitting in the room, I think they'll be both reasonably happy. Adam Uze with Richmond's start, I thought was strong, and I think Alistair Clarkson will be really happy the way North Melbourne were able to fight back in that
Just got to get it in more, don't they? They've only had 21 entries, North, and scored 10 times. And look, dangerous most of the times.
34 to Richmond.
Yeah, that's right. So I just think their ball use has been an issue across half-back. It was North ball at the start of the year, wasn't it, where they've probably been a little bit too reckless. Really haven't seen a lot of overlap and run and carry and changing, getting the ball off the line out of half-back and getting the ball into McKercher, into Scott's hands. Jaden Stevenson, he's one that needs, if he's going to play back there, we know that he's got some challenges and weaknesses.
He's got to run.
In terms of he's got to run. He's got to create for them. Yep. Otherwise, there's no point in playing back there. And Dylan Stevens has been a little bit hampered with that cork, hasn't he?
Not going to be a lockdown back pocket.
No, that's right. So it sets up for a pretty fascinating second half.
Yeah, the opportunity's still very much there for both of these teams. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, our premiership players and experts on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 to fire a question to Rammer and Bally. There's already plenty there on the text line for the other side of half-time as well. We'll keep you across all the sporting action that's happening around the place. You'll get all of that on ABC Sport throughout the course of the weekend. Half-time at Docklands, Richmond by a point, 6:10:46 to North Melbourne, 7:3:45. Second half is coming up very soon. But first, the latest from ABC News.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Aboriginal people at the Garma Festival in northeast Arnhem Land are reflecting after the Northern Territory Police Commissioner said he'll recognise the injustices and harms caused to First Nations people by Territory Police. Indigenous Affairs correspondent Carly Williams reports from the Gukula Ceremonial Ground.
The NT Police Commissioner Michael Murphy says he will tell the Bungal Ceremonial Ground at the festival this afternoon police will own injustices the force has delivered to Aboriginal people over 154 years. Tiwi Island elder Petawangi says he has been racially profiled by police in the past, but is optimistic this historic moment can bring on reconciliation.
Aboriginal people and Islanders can teach them, but if they don't listen, then that's going to be an issue for them.
The Commissioner is expected to give the apology later today. Carly Williams, ABC News, Garma.
The US government has rejected a plea deal reached earlier this week with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the accused mastermind of the September 11th terrorist attacks, and two accomplices. Here's the BBC's Peter Bowes.
The three men have been held at the US military prison at Guantanamo Bay since their capture in 2003. Following news of a plea deal, the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he decided to remove from the case the military official who oversaw the court and facilitated the agreement. In a statement, he said he determined that in light of the significance of the decision to enter into pre-trial agreements with the accused, responsibility for such a decision should rest with him. It means the possibility of death penalties being imposed in the case has been reinstated.
US Vice President Kamala Harris has secured enough votes to claim the Democratic presidential nomination. The Democratic National Committee says Ms. Harris has clinched the nomination, even though the online vote doesn't end until Monday. Australia's Olympic team will look to continue its strong form as Day 8 of competition gets underway in Paris this evening. Fraser Fyfe has more.
Sitting third on the medal tally with 11 gold, 6 silver and 5 bronze, the Australian team will have more opportunities across sports, including swimming, athletics, cycling, hockey and rowing tonight. Australia's 3x3 basketball team, the Gungaroos, will continue their run in the pool phase against host France, while the Hockeyroos take on Spain. The men's cycling team will hit the road for a 273-kilometre race, which starts and ends across from the Eiffel Tower. Both Jess and Naomi Fox will feature in the women's kayak cross, and golfers Minwoo Lee and Jason Day continue their push for Australia's first ever Olympic medal in the sport as the third round of individual men's golf tees off.
Transport for New South Wales Coordinator General Howard Collins says staff will be available to help commuters adjust to changing bus routes ahead of the Sydney Metro Rail opening. The Metro line between Chatswood and Sydenham was set to open this weekend but has been delayed because of safety approvals. Bus routes will change as planned, and Mr Collins says travellers are being urged to plan ahead.
there is the opportunity always to use another bus route or the existing rail services. And if you by chance end up stepping off thinking that you haven't realised that the metro isn't opening yet, there will be people during the peak there in their blue shirts to help you get back on.
2 teenagers have been badly injured in a single vehicle crash at Ipswich, west of Brisbane. The boys, aged 17, were in a car that hit a tree and overturned at Goodna last night. 3 other teenage boys suffered minor injuries. Police are investigating. Hollywood star Idris Elba has been allocated land in Tanzanian island of Zanzibar off the coast of East Africa to set up a new film studio. The British actor, who has roots in Sierra Leone and Ghana, has previously voiced his ambition to develop Africa's expanding film industry. Local media, quoting government minister, as saying the studio would be similar to any in Hollywood or Bollywood and may give rise to a new term, Zollywood. Firefighters battling a massive wildfire in California are bracing for tough conditions this weekend. Forecast thunderstorms are expected to bring strong erratic winds and lightning. 6,400 firefighters are currently battling the Park Fire, which has burnt out more than 1,600 kilometres near Sacramento, which is bigger than the entire city of Los Angeles. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Edge of Country brings you the biggest, boldest and best new tunes from genre-bending country artists from home and around the globe. We serve up a weekly cocktail of the coolest country on offer. Strap in for a wild ride through the canyons, dive bars, honky-tonks and halls of fame as ABC Country brings you your new favourite music show. Stream Edge of Country on the ABC Listen app anytime, anywhere. We love country.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Send the balls. Zane Dersma almost hit the roof. Did Zane Dersma? Flew early.
Cherry down to Davies-Uniacke, who's clinical at the stoppage and with the finish. That is special from Luke Davies-Uniacke.
Tucker looked inside, then thought about a handball over the top to Teakle, who gets another touch. Almost lost his footing. Release Scott. He showed the candy. Inside 50, Lucky. Set sail and immediately locked it as soon as it left the boot. He has 2.
From the restart, North take it away. Sherry to Simpkin. Kick inside the forward 50s. Read beautifully by Powell. He eyes the sticks and drills it. Tom Powell goes Powell. Archer to Luke McDonald. McDonald kicks long to half forward. They're out the back here, North Melbourne, with Larkey. If it'll sit for him, you can gather. How does so. Handballs to Davies-Uniacke. Brilliant over the top of his head to Zerha, who spins free of the tackle. Snaps and goals.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Almost nothing in it at half-time at Docklands. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sports, 6:10:46 Richmond to 7:3:45 North Melbourne. Both looking for a third win. The loser probably consigned to the wooden spoon. And for the winner, there's a little bit of pride on the line this afternoon. Great to have you with us on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, via the ABC Listen app, of course. 0437 774 774 if you've got a text, a question for Luke Ball or Adam Ramanauskas. Joel Peterson and Chris Rowbottom calling the footy for you. Of course, a big night at the Olympics again tonight. The men's road race in the cycling. The Hockey Roos play Spain. Australia versus Hungary in the water polo. The swimming continues. The track and field. The men's golf. The Aussie 3x3 team. The 3x3 basketballers play France as well. And you've got Ariane Titmus in the 1800-metre freestyle final. Also, a golden night last night too. Again in the pool, Cam McAvoy gold in the 53. Kaylee McEwen getting it done again. And Kaya Sakakabara in the BMX as well, which is a great story, of course. Her brother, unfortunately, having some injuries over the last couple of years, not able to be competing alongside her, but she won gold in the BMX cross as well. So much happening in Paris. If you're on ABC Radio in the regional parts of our great country, you can catch that on the radio tonight, and for select other places you will get that as well. If you are most of our audience, you'll be heading to Geelong and Adelaide very shortly. In a couple of hours, we'll check in with Andrew Mays on that game at three-quarter time. Collingwood and Carlton a little bit later tonight. Matt Clinch heading up the team with Brett Sprigg at the MCG. Port Adelaide and Sydney, the other game this evening. Plenty of questions coming through on the text line as well, which is always fun. Might have to whip through a few of these, Rammer and Bawley. First of all, to you, Adam Ramanaskis. Tom in Benalla, and plenty of people listening throughout the Goulburn Valley.
Beautiful.
Which
drove through there yesterday.
Great to see. The mighty Saints, of course, they've produced plenty of good players over their time. GV League powerhouse in the last 10 or so years. Rammer, do you think the Tigers are a chance to make finals in the next few years? Are they so bad because of injuries, or is it a new style they're adjusting to?
Make finals, well, it will depend on their off-season and what they're prepared to lose. Like there's a lot of noise around particular players that may want to look at other clubs. But if they were to keep this team as is, I think they've unearthed a couple of really good young players. And at the same time, if you keep those senior players around, as Bawley and I spoke about to start the game, like they're more than capable. Like a full Richmond team is more than capable. You throw a Tom Lynch back into a forward line, and it looks pretty strong. You go, yep, this makes sense. You've got Tom Lynch one end, Noel Bolter up the other end. You've got Hopper, Taranto, Prestia, and a few others that can go through the middle of the ground. Yep, okay, that makes sense. But if they choose to trade some of those guys out, you know, you hear about Rioli, you hear about Dustin Martin, you hear about Shea Bolton and the like.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to make it really tricky to play finals within the next 5 years.
Going to be the most fascinating off-season player, aren't they? I think they can afford. I think they could look to let a few of those go, and I'd be having a real crack at the top 10 of this year's draft. And it can happen quick if they nail the picks. Like always, if you nail your picks, you can bounce back really quick. And I'd back the culture, you know, the club culture and what they've built over the last decade.
And it's a deep draft too.
Yep.
This particular crop. Stan from Vic says, my side not playing. Adam Uza has a long road ahead with his side. The Roos must win this to show they have enough. They have what it takes. They have had enough time in their build. Thoughts on that from Stan?
I don't think he's wrong. I think you want to start to see more wins really quickly. Now, obviously, they've got another month of football to play, today being the first of those games. But I think come the first half of next season, you know, they'd be wanting to put some wins together.
Yep. Martin's texted in and said, any Richmond highlights in the call? Are you being biased to one side again? Well, 5-3 in that second term, Martin. It'd probably give you a fair indication of how that went. Moose from Bendigo just woke up from a kip, looking forward to the second half. How much is George Wardlaw missed in the North midfield?
Oh, definitely missed, because he's a hard, tough player. So anytime you take that type of play out of any midfield, you lose that defensive aggression.
Back underway for the second half. 1 point in it. Bounces, you whiff. We'll have a recall.
Keep the text coming in too. 0437 774 774. Leave us your name and where you're listening from.
Sherry and Nankervis. It was Nankervis over the top to Taranto. Fired out a handball to Baker. And what a rifling pass it was. There's a highlight for you. Onto the chest of Shai Bolton. Steaming out of full forward. And that was wonderful stoppage craft from all involved.
Yeah, brilliant hands from Tim Taranto. Both sides been able to get out the front of stoppage centre clearance today.
So Shai Bolton is going to line up for goal here. He'll kick from right on 50, I reckon. No real angle to speak of. Set sail on goal. Distance, no troubles whatsoever. The accuracy's pretty good too. Richmond get the first of the third term inside a minute. And it was Baker and Bolton combining. The Tigers 7-10-52. North Melbourne 7-3-45 opening stages of the third term. Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Luke Ball.
Seen some great centre bounce goals today, haven't we?
Yeah.
Rammer, and it's interesting there, Bolton. It was a lovely kick.
Good hands by Taranto.
Yeah, great hands by Taranto. Out to Baker, as I said, out the front of the stoppage. And Bolton opted to go for the high chest mark in a sense. Usually I'd be saying, get your hands out, protect the ball. But he was good enough to protect the drop almost. Jackson Archer right in his back pocket. And set shots for goal haven't really been a huge strength over the last couple of years for Shea Bolton, but that time went back and slotted it straight over the goal umpire's head. Perfect start the second half for the Tigers.
28-23 this season for Shea Bolton. Chat about his future at Tigerland as well this week. Here's Simpkin bursting out of the middle, coming back the other way. Kicked it into the back of Green for Richmond. And it spills the way of Baker for the Tigers. Handball to Hopper in the centre of the ground. Looping hand pass from Taranto. Back to Hopper. Outside of the boot, inside the 50. Bolton dropped the mark. Burst away with the footy. He links up by hand out wide. Mansell on the right boot. Blazes away. As it just snuck in.
That's a point. That looked a point. We're right behind that.
Yep, so it's gone over the posts, and we're going to the score review because somehow we're going to be able to tell whether the ball's gone over the post.
I would say that's a point. We're directly behind it, Paulie.
So we're going to go upstairs and watch a camera that will probably show us absolutely nothing compared to what we already know.
Nope, this will be umpire's call, whatever it was. What was it actually? A soft call. No way that this could be overturned either way.
Barely even see the football among the crowd in that camera shot at the moment. Richmond lead by 7 points beforehand.
Insufficient evidence. Another one for them.
What a shock. They'd be leading the medal count this season, the insufficient evidence team.
Oh, so it is a point.
And it's a minor score, so the soft call stands of a minor score. It makes Richmond's margin 8 points, 7-11 to 7-3.
Kirchup out of full back. Another touch for him. Stevenson marks in the back pocket. Once he got up ahead, sends the ball beyond defensive 50 to the wing. Bolter front spot. Teakle was there, almost roved it. Was hassled by Taranto, who went in on hands and knees. Teakle was more than his match though. Took the footy and Taranto locked him up. Another stoppage right in front of the broadcast position here, just between wing and half forward. For the Tigers, Phillips gathered by Taranto. Another stoppage back of the square. 7-11-53 Richmond. North Melbourne 7-3-45. Opening stages of the third term. There's a whistle on the play. A free kick will go the way of North Melbourne. So holding off the ball to Phillips. He comes wide and hits a target in Simpkin.
I'm not sure what the umpire expects there from Tim Taranto. So Will Phillips has got his arms around Tim Taranto at the stoppage to start with. Like, you're allowed to push your direct opponent off you.
Yeah.
Simpkin kicks down the line looking for Teakle. Bolter got a hand in there. Now darting defensively was Tresize running the wrong way. Put Braun under pressure. Zurhaar got a hand in. Now Dersma. Handball over the top. It bounced horribly for Zurhaar and Sheasel, who were both running back toward goal for North. And Prestia just spirals it out of danger for Richmond to Koschitzky, who pulls in a good mark. They were lining up inside forward 50 then, the Roos, and it bounced at right angles away from Zurhaar and Sheasel. Koschitzky's kick down the line is marked by Archer, who just continues to impress for North Melbourne with his commitment and concentration in the contest. Goes defensively to McKercher, to Davies Uniacke, and they spread it out to the city side.
Core takes the uncontested mark, and he's got a man free on the outer wing in Curtis. He marks, turns, goes, and it's up a target in Larkey, long way from goal. Curtis kept running, received the handball, little poking pass inside 50 to nobody in particular, and it bounces on its end and over for a boundary throw-in.
It's a poor final kick from Curtis, but that's better ball use, isn't it? Just switching, automatically switching, keeping the ball moving, accessing the open side of the ground. Just got to hit that last kick inside 50.
45 metres around from the right-hand behind post. North Melbourne in attack. Flashing through the stoppage was Davies Uniacke, but he was well tackled and brought to ground. No holding the ball call. Much to Taranto's chagrin. He lays another tackle for good measure, does Taranto, and brings his opponent to a halt, and he pleads his case to the umpire. We'll have a stoppage right on the pane of 50.
Both subs warming up downstairs. Camden McIntosh, Robert Hanson Jr. A couple of West Australians yet to enter the game for their respective teams. Simpkin dribbles a kick into the pocket, taken by Dersma. He's dragged down. Took a terrific mark in that second term, Zane Dersma.
Well, I mentioned Dylan Stevens before the break. He's still out there. He's clearly got a limp, so I'm rapt to see him out there after half-time, because that would have stiffened up and got really sore, that corky. So good on him for getting back out there.
Of course, drafted by Sydney out of Norwood, Dill Stevens. Traded to the Roos in the off-season. Just see him battling through, but clearly affecting his game, as Ramos said. Sherry got a hand to it at the contest. Ralph Smith took it, gave it up to Sheasel, to Simpkin, who just nursed it to full forward in the end. And it was slapped through away from Teagle.
He's going to have a look at
He's going to have a chat at this, maybe to see whether it was touched. The umpire's call is touched behind. They just want to check whether the Richmond defender in Bolter did get a touch on it, and that is as clear as day. He's middled it. Right off the left forearm. It's gone to second slip, and we're going upstairs to check. So it's a minor score, 7-4 to 7-11. 7 points the margin the way of the Tigers. 7 gone third term. ABC Sport on your Saturday afternoon at the footy.
Yeah, the Snicko spike would have been very prominent on that one. In from full-back come the Tigers. Here's Dusty in the centre square. Got a man on out wide in Broad. That's where he goes. They progress things by 25 up the line. Taranto marks on his chest. Geez, kicks a shocker. He stubbed his toe. He wanted short. Now North Melbourne come away with it. Sheasel streaming inside 50. Larkey getting back towards goal. They affected the turnover, did North. And Larkey is the recipient on the shot on goal. And he'll kick 4 goal, 25 metres out. Slight angle.
Oh, you feel for Adam Uzo. That is a horror turnover. I actually thought Martin made the wrong decision, which very rare to say that. He had Rioli bursting through the middle on his inside. He turned and went outside. But then that kick inside, was it Tim Taranto? That's just an absolute clanger. It's going to cost them a goal.
2 for the afternoon. Nick Larkey make that 3 as he pops it through. North Melbourne capitalise on the Richmond mistake. They get their first of the third term and bring it back to within a point. 7-11-53 Richmond, 8-4-52 North Melbourne. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas.
It's impossible to defend. Turnover just in the middle of the ground there. Yeah, he just completely miskicked that. Tim Taranto, then Jaden Short. Again, I'm not sure what Jaden Short was doing there. Just try at least pick the ball up. Don't just put your foot out there. We're not playing soccer. Use your hands to try to stop the ball at least. But as soon as North Melbourne won that ball, got the ball in the hands of Sheasel, it just lights out from there.
It's a coach killer, isn't it? And you're furious if you're Nick Larkey's opponent then. That's one against you that you had absolutely nothing to do with.
Sherry and Nankervis wrestle in the centre of the ground. Taranto and Davies Uniacke fight for it. Tom Powell knocks it loose. Handball away to Scott, to Stevenson, backside of the centre circles for North. Sherry, defensive hand pass to Archer. And now they break clear with a kick. Luke McDonald's got it defensive side of the wing. Pops it over the top to his co-captain, in Jai Simpkin, who runs the fingers through the hair before he goes back to take his kick. He's got to make sure the salad's looking in tip-top shape. Simpkin now kicks inside the 50. Larkey! Powerful mark right on the numbers of the 50. Immediately rolls around. Right foot kick toward full forward. He's got numbers there. It's bashed in the air by Miller. Davies Uniacke had it. Lost it to Zerha through 1 tackle. 2, 3. Handball free to Ford. Can't find him. And it's out in the left forward pocket for a throw in. North into attack. They trail by a point. 10 minutes gone third term.
Saw Toby Pink flash across my screen. Rammer only had the 1 handball for the game. Pink's had no impact at all.
Boundary throw in, deep in attack for North Melbourne. And it comes. Sherry and Nankervis lock up. Davies Uniacke off the stoppage. Nankervis stopped him in his tracks.
But he's had Noah Bolter as his opponent for a lot of the day. And Bolter's only had the 2 kicks himself. Because Miller is got the match-up with Larkey.
They'll all.
Up it goes again. Power was flashing through. Vlosten had to go and find it. Got it to a teammate, but Sherry laid a big tackle.
Loves tackling. I love it.
And when you say 0-all, they've both nearly had nil possession.
Well, and Teakle's been the other foot. He hasn't had a kick either. So between Pink and Teakle, they've had 4 handballs.
Up it goes again, but off hands and out.
Well,
for another boundary throw in.
Well, I gave Dylan Stevens the pump up for getting back out there after half-time. He's just been subbed out, so
okay.
Robbie Hanson Jr.'s in. Well done.
Toby Pink's lucky.
Yeah, well, there's no choice, I don't think, Paulie.
Still a chance for Toby Pink to make the impact. Inside forward 50 for the Roos. Trailing by 1 point. Ball thrown back in. Nankervis down decisively. Taken by Banks, who bashes it outside the defensive 50. Bouncing ball in front of Campbell for the Tigers. Hand pass back to Bolter. Delivers down the line for Ralph Smith. Can't keep it in on that City side wing. It scoots away from him and out for a throw-in.
I'd be looking at Comben forward now, and Toby Pink, if he can't touch it forward of the ball, he might as well go to full back and play on Tom Brown.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's the obvious move. I mean, Comben looked really dangerous last week, didn't he?
I think he hit that ankle, I think it was the first quarter where he looked like he just jarred that ankle. Clearly it's hindering him.
Yeah. But I'd put him deep forward. You know he can catch it.
Yeah.
And then Larky can go up the ground a little bit.
Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 1 point ball game between the two bottom sides. Both with 2 wins for the season. North Melbourne and Richmond with a point to prove this afternoon. Hopper walks along the boundary line at the stoppage. Tumbles it up to half forward. Brown went early. Comben stayed down. Hand pass to Archer for North Melbourne. Off to Scott. Runs out toward the boundary line. Kicks the City side wing. Floats over the head of Pink. Taken out the back by Dersma. Lovely hand pass infield. Now Simpkin breaks the 50. Runs to 40. Steadies. Can't hit the target. Bounces off the chest of Larky on the behind line. Minor score. Ties things up. Boundary umpire, in fact, is saying throw it in. So it must have bounced into the post in the end. So it's going to be a boundary throw in. Still that 1 point margin to Richmond, but it's deep forward for North.
Boundary throw in right next to the behind post. Sub's been activated here, I think, for North Melbourne. Dylan Stevens off and Hanson Jr. onto the ground. Baker at ground level. Sherry, as always, applying pressure. Another stoppage, deep in attack. (7:11:53) the Tigers. They lead by a point. Zerha off hands, brought down by Floston. And it's all held up once again. Still deep in attack for North Melbourne. Left forward pocket. Up it goes once more. Sherry flies through. Zerha can't win a disposal. He's brought to ground.
So they've locked it in the Roos. Set up behind the ball as well. Luke McDonald, the +1, stands in the centre square. Around toward the boundary line again. Short and Graham can't conspire to keep it in for Richmond. Joel Peterson, Chris Rowbottom calling the action for you on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. 14 gone third term. Richmond 7-11, North 8-4. Tigers led by as many as 15 points in the first term. We had 7 lead changes in the second. We've gone goal for goal through the last 5. Powell at the stoppage to Ford, to Davies Uniacke. Already got 2. Left foot kick from the edge of the 50 to Ward Hanson Jr. Can't take it for the Roos. Spills to Graham. Dribbles a kick out. Nankervis was clean. Offloads to Prestia. And they burst back the other way here, Richmond. Green's kick toward half forward. Goes to no one. McDonald was waiting for it. Nervous kick back toward Davies Uniacke. Mansell got a hand into run interference. Davies Uniacke then got dragged down by Mansell, holding the ball. Great stuff from the young Tiger. Moves it immediately.
They get on their bike via Baker. He's got a man streaming inside 50. Ralph Smith with locks are flowing. Marks on his chest running back towards goal. And it was the Ryan Mansell chase down tackle on LDU that forced the turnover and the Richmond shot on goal.
Which is a rarity. You don't see LDU get tackled much at all. Yeah, Mansell there, just desperate.
Does that pretty consistently, doesn't he, Mansell? That was terrific. Great kick from Baker too. Just fell into Ralph Smith's lap.
Ralph Smith, who pushed hard forward for his first of the afternoon, leans back on the kick. No trouble whatsoever. Richmond strike back. And the Tigers go to 7-11-59. North Melbourne 8-4-52. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas.
Just having a look at the stats in this quarter. So Simpkins up to 6. Richmond, they're pretty even across the board. Liam Baker's had the most possession for them with 3. So inside 50s this quarter, 5-3. Clearance, 5-4. So that's a really even quarter of football at the moment. No one can sort of get that gap on the scoreboard. It's, the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals have just alternated.
Entertaining clash. That is for sure. And neither side can really get a stranglehold, as Adam Ramanauskas just told you. From the clearance, Bailey Scott for North Melbourne. Forward hand pass to Sheasel, knocked down. Terrific stuff from Short. Gave it up to Robert Hansen Jr. Back to Sheasel by hand. Now to Larkey. 35 out. Instant response. You bet. 4 for Nick Larkey. Margin back to a point immediately. 9-4-58. Richmond 8-11-59. Still the Tigers by 1. 17 gone in the third.
We're at the front of that centre bounce again. Rammer, it looked like, who was it that
who made that smother?
Cut off the handball. It looked like it saved a certain goal.
Yeah.
I think. And again, both sides having trouble defending clearance. It was
Jaden Short, but then he missed the handball. Robbie Hansen Jr. just terrific hands to Sheasel, then Sheasel over to Larkey. So Hansen Jr.'s first touch of the football here. It's just a beautiful little flick to Sheasel. He's got 4 now, Larkey. They might have to start thinking about an alternative here, the Tigers, on Larkey.
Looks like Richmond have activated its sub as well. Steely Green out of the game.
It's impressive, Steely Green.
Came off pretty sore in that last sort of couple of minutes or so.
Camden McIntosh into the fray. Back in the middle we go. Teakle does the ruck work. Here goes Powell after the footy. Feeds Scott at the back of the stoppage. They can go forward now, the Roos. Getting across was Broad, though. Taking the saving mark. Handed it off to Graham. Comes across the ground to a one-on-one. It was Archer who got in front of his man in Manser, but Manser one out. Gathered the loose footy and has got Prestia streaming inside 50. Put it out in front of him. Got a shocking bounce. McDonald gathered the footy, then just got rid of Prestia. But it was out of bounds.
I love that strength by Luke McDonald. Prestia is a strong, strong man. Luke McDonald brushed him off. Looked like he's still in the field of play. Umpire called it over, though.
200th game for Luke McDonald, best and fairest back in 2020, co-captain the last 2 seasons. Was part of a preliminary final team in his debut season back in 2014. All tossed back in. Stevenson and Graham fight for it. No winner. And we'll do it all again. Joel Peterson, Chris Rowbottom calling it for you on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Tigers camped across half forward. Banks is dragged down by Stevenson. And another ball up, still within 60 of that Richmond goal. Last 7 goals of the game have alternated between these two teams. Richmond 8-11, North Melbourne 9-4. Both looking for their 3rd win of the campaign. Clearing kick for the Roos. Came from Teakle, ended up with Larkey in the centre of the ground. Offloaded to Ford and to Scott, who flares the kick wide into space at right half forward in front of Hansen Jr. Needs to be clean below his knees, and he was. Comes back defensively to Tucker. Short to Scott. Front point of the centre square. Scott now kicks inside the 50. Broad read it beautifully. Peeled off and took an easy intercept mark for Richmond.
Broad in the left back pocket. Comes across goal to Bolter. He'll come further afield to Taranto. Danger. Larkey got there but just didn't quite take the mark. Off hands Taranto. Kick toward the wing. Just wanted to clear the area. Here's Dustin Martin on a loose footy. Turns toward the boundary, then cuts the ball inside, and it's magnificent to Taranto. He wants it back to Dusty, but Taranto says no. He's going to go back and take his kick. He's right on centre wing near side for the Tigers. He'll send them inside 50 to right half forward. Some jostling, but it was Teakle. Did he get rid of his opponent illegally? No. So Teakle took the mark over Kaczynski and then found the short pass to Stevenson. He's at left half back. Short ball, just the required 15 to Luke McDonald. He comes back inside the defensive 50. Aidan Cora waits an eye. He's put Jaden Stevenson under the pump there. Taranto was right on his hammer and he was able to get across and knock it out of bounds for a boundary throw in directly in front of our broadcast position just forward of a wing. And Richmond attacking half.
Later today, Geelong and Adelaide down at Kardinia Park. Tonight, Carlton, Collingwood at the MCG. Port Adelaide and Sydney, the 2 games for broadcast. One of the odd pieces of scheduling for the season. Free kick at the stoppage coming here, and the Tigers are going to have to bring it back to Bolton. North get a chance to set their defence free kick, 70 from goal at right half forward. Tigers by a point. 59 plays 58. Richmond hasn't won here at Docklands in quite some time. Bolton enters the 50, looking for Brown. Bashed away from him by Core. Spills to Martin. Handballs it into the leg of Hanson Jr. Umpire said it was off his knee, so it's only a throw-in as opposed to out of bounds on the full.
And it was very smart by Dustin Martin, though.
Tigers by a point. Margin hasn't shifted since half-time. It was 8 points at quarter time, so it's been very tight throughout the afternoon. Sherry gets to the front, just out of the ruck, gave it to Sheasel. Rare mistake, up and under. It'll just stay in. Hanson Jr. marks somewhat fortuitously. It'll be off hands and.
Well, I think distance.
Yep, no 15.
So he took the mark on the fly. It wasn't the required 15, then stepped over the boundary. So a boundary throw in.
And North have got the extra stoppage here. Richmond, Nathan Broad loose behind the ball.
Sherry palmed it down. Here's Davies Uniacke on the move. Comes in the middle of the ground where Eddie Ford takes the uncontested mark. He goes wide. Takar on the left boot. He's got Curtis further afield. Able to mark just in front of a wing. His kick is no good. He just missed the mark in power. He had to go and find it, and now they've affected the turnover, the Tigers. Ralph Smith couldn't quite bring it under his spell. Ford couldn't quite gather it either. It flicks up into the hands of Core. Now Sheasel. He'll use it well, and he does. Simpkin marks it half forward. What's he got inside 50? He decides to come laterally and gives the Richmond defence some time to get back into position. Hanson Jr. will kick into the left forward pocket. It wasn't much chop, the kick or the decision. There were two Tigers there and it spiked out of bounds for a boundary throw in deep in attack for the Roos.
Yeah, good call, Chris. Great scrambling there by the Tigers in defence. It looked like North had players out everywhere ahead of the ball. The decision from Simpkin to come laterally again was the wrong one. Head Teakle in particular deep forward by himself.
Hanson Jr. lurking dangerously around this stoppage. Sherry got it to Sheasel by hand. Then the Hanson Jr. had it and lost it. They fire in defensively, Richmond. Mansell waits for it to come out. Rioli's on the bottom of the pack. It won't. And so a ball up. 45 out from North's goal. They trail by a point, North Melbourne. 23 and a half gone here in this third term. Rioli spins at the stoppage. Hammers the kick down the line. But it lands in the lap of Comben, who's 75 from home. Kicks in field. Howe off to Aidan Core. He darts it inside the 50. Hit his toe. Straight to Prestia. Prestia's handball to Rioli. Was legged by Core, who was scrambling forward. Umpire said play on. Spills the way of Curtis. Curtis kicks to full forward. And rising to mark is LDU. 15 out.
It's got to be a trip. Oh, that's poor by the umpire. Aidan Core's got Dan Rioli below the knees.
Doesn't matter whether it's not deliberate or not.
Still a trip. So they could consider themselves hard done by here, the Tigers.
And meanwhile, Luke Davies-Uniacke has the kick to put North back in front.
It's an odd miss by the umpire.
20 metres out for number 3. Oh, it's an absolute sack that's wobbled through. It's the ugliest thing you'll ever see in your life. And Davies-Uniacke cannot believe that's gone through. It's floated like a dead pigeon and somehow flown through the goals. 10-4-64 to 8-11-59. 25 gone third term. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, good luck explaining that.
Well, it's in the scorebook. Doesn't matter. Now, Dan Rioli again there. Really unlucky.
It's good mark by LDU.
Should have caught that, but yep.
Career high third goal for him.
Third goal. I was going to say that. Yeah, I can't recall him kicking more than 3. Yeah, Dan Rioli again. Not happy at all. Nice kick from Curtis. It's been scrappy. Hasn't been scrappy 5 minutes here. Both sides struggling with that last kick. Oh yeah, it's a boomerang, isn't it? Just went sideways. Anyway,
in the book.
That's right.
Probably harder to do than to not do. Kick it off your shin like that. Out of the middle they go again here, North Melbourne. Sheasel inside 50. Vlosten was underneath it and he pointed his opponent.
Oh, he's made a push.
Good, strong mark, but it wasn't because it was a free kick against the Tigers.
Boy.
Gee, there wasn't much in that. Brent Teakle will be the recipient.
I'd hate to be a defender in today's football.
I mean, you've got to be able to make some body contact.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, it's an unimpeded run at the ball.
That's right. He didn't even extend his arms, Nathan Broad.
So Teakle can extend the margin here to 11. He tried to work it back and it couldn't quite make its way through the big sticks. A minor score for the Roos, so the Tigers get off the hook. 10-5, 65 North Melbourne. Richmond 8-11-59 deep into this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Biggest lead of the game for the Roos, 6 points. It's been a topsy-turvy affair in the second and into the third. Short drives it in long for Richmond, up toward the wing, taken off the pack by Archer. Clean hands to Davies-Uniacke, to Scott. High kick back toward half forward, and Broad sits under it with some courage, knowing that Pink and Hanson Jr. were closing in. He was called to go, so he feigned around Pink and kicked it straight back to Sherry, who had it at his knees. Bit of a fumble, got it off to Davies-Uniacke. He kept his feet, spun into the middle of the ground before offloading to Powell, who whips the kick across the back half. Darcy Tucker marks back point of the square. Now elects to move it straight up the pipe. Kicks inside the 50. Floston with a fly. Couldn't mark it. True centre half back. Still in Tigers' hands though. Taranto to Hopper to Baker. Darts across half back. Now he loops the hand pass back for Short. He's got to do some work, but it'll sit for him eventually.
Time and space as Short at right half back. Finds a teammate, then receives it back. Short hops it over the top to Baker. Puts him under all sorts of pressure. Big fly over the top, though, from McDonald. Might have hurt himself on the way down.
Yeah, that would have taken the wind out of him for sure. It's a bit dangerous, that one by Liam Baker.
North Melbourne come up with the footy. Inside 50 they go. And there's two North Melbourne players all in their own. Teakle has got out the back and he takes an uncontested mark and he'll have another set shot on goal.
And again, I think we're just seeing the benefits of Harry Sheezel forward of the football. So he's playing that mid-forward role. They look for him to get the ball in his head. Then he just makes good decisions going inside forward 50s there.
Yeah.
Teakle, obviously all alone inside forward 50, but you're still going to make the kick.
Yeah, 10 positions for the quarter, 4 score involvements. Cream's rising to the top. The game's really opened up, hasn't it, the last 5-10 minutes?
So Teakle from 40 metres out. This one is good. Bring Teakle. Points to the crowd and all's well that ends well for Teakle. He kicks his first on his second attempt of the afternoon, and North Melbourne just stretched this lead. 11-5-71 the Roos. Richmond 8-11-59. 28 and a half gone. Third term Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
First real gap, Paulie, in this game. So they've got this 2-goal margin now on the back of 3 goals in a row, the Kangaroos. But it goes back here to the half-back flank. The courage of Luke McDonald. There's a bit of tunnelling by Liam Baker, just come underneath Luke McDonald in that marking contest, but they played on, they use the advantage. And when you use the advantage, you come back through the middle of the ground. It catches the opposition unaware. Richmond just couldn't reset their defenders. Harry Sheezel finds Bryn Teakle inside forward 50.
Leads a new game high for North Melbourne. Davies-Uniacke has the best part of it at the clearance in the middle. Got it to Sherry. Via Powell. Now off to Simpkin. Kicks inside the 50 to Pink. Rarely seen this afternoon, Toby Pink. Might have been lucky to avoid the proverbial vest. And here he is, 35 out directly in front with an opportunity to kick North's 4th in a row and make it an 18-point game.
Slipped over Nick Vlosten at the critical moment. Such a good defender for so long, Vlosten.
North mids just starting to get on top, aren't they? Simpkins had a good quarter.
North Melbourne having a bit of a flurry at the moment. Pink can't put his name on the score sheet in a major sense. He extends that game-high lead to North to 13 points, 11-6-72 to 8-11-59. Tigers led by as many as 15 in the opening term when North were yet to score.
Short goes short to Floston, and you just heard the groans of the crowd. I sense they really wanted Toby Pink to kick that.
Well, just to back up what Ballie's saying, clearance in this quarter now is 11-6 in North Melbourne's favour. Inside 50, 14-6 in North Melbourne's favour. So those mids certainly getting on top.
Gee, the Miller 15-metre ball was only just inside the boundary. Short took the mark, and now he sends Richmond up the line. Offhand Sherry claimed in a big tackle by Taranto, and down they go. We'll have a stoppage right in front of the North Melbourne interchange bench. knocked away. Archer laying a big tackle. Another stoppage. Graham trying to burst through. Archer's tackle stick. Sherry down the throat of Hopper, just scrambled it onto the boot. Now they can get something happening here, the Tigers. Bolton to Graham, inside 50 they go to a one-on-one. Camden, McIntosh and Aidan Core engaged in a wrestle while flashing through was Baker. A little snap on goal, would have been something from the tight angle. It's across the face. 11-6-72 North Melbourne. Lead by 2 straight kicks. 8-12-60 the Tigers deep into this third term.
First score in 16 minutes for Richmond. North have been owning the footy. Combin's kick was dangerous. Just got its way to Archer. Inside defensive 50 at left half back. 32 minutes played third term. North kicked 5 goals in the second term. They've added another 4 here in the third. And Sherry comes over the top of the pack and takes a telling mark.
It's been a good battle. Cherry now Curvis just starting to get on top though this quarter. Tristan Cherry.
The helmeted big man kicks high to half forward, and then Curvis was there in the end of it, got hands to it, roved by Zerha, hooks the kick inside the forward 50. How does it bounce for Broad? Not too badly. Pops the handball over the top to Short. Right foot kicks a wobbler down the line in front of the interchange gates. Kajitsky and Campbell communicated just at the right time, but it spilt to Scott. Combin's handball inboard to Sherry. Somehow got away with it in the tackle from Bolton and Graham. Got it off to Archer. Kicks to the edge of the 50 for North Melbourne. Free kick going to the Roos. Looks like it's going to Zane Dersma, who's had 2 disposals. They've both been pretty memorable for Dersma here in this term at least. He's had 4 for the day.
Soft free kick, that one.
55 metres out. Set up kick to the top of the square. Curtis over the back. Can't drag it in. Takes it at ground level. Tackled. They want it high. They won't get it. Scrambled out of the Richmond defence out toward McIntosh. Stevenson's there with him for company. Miller. Ralph Smith takes it. He's dragged down. Off to Baker. Can they clear it? No. It's a free kick for holding the ball. And Jaden Stevenson's earned it for the Roos. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle right of centre.
I think it was incorrect disposal in the end. A big opportunity here now for Stevenson. Had a quiet day. Bit of forward pressure. He's played mainly as a defender today. Just be a handy lead. Be a 3-goal margin if he's able to nail this.
He'll kick from 45 metres out for a new game-high lead for North Melbourne. Stevenson salutes.
We're going to have a little look.
Goal umpire wants to look to see whether it was touched right on the line. Umpire's call is a goal.
That's a goal.
And a goal it will be.
Clear goal.
And the North Melbourne supporters celebrate as Jaden Stevenson puts them 18 points to the good at three-quarter time. Another 5-goal term to the Roos. Richmond managing just the 2. And we turn for home with North having established a new high watermark in the ball game with that 18-point lead. 4 goals to Larkey, 3 goals to Davies Uniacke, 1 to Teagle, to Phillips, to Powell, to Stevenson and to Zerha. For Richmond, a goal to Baker, a goal to Brown, a goal to Bolton, 1 to Campbell, to Mansell, to Ralph Smith, Steely Green, who's been subbed out of the game injured, and Jacob Kajitsky for the Tigers. So what have Richmond got here in this final term? Can they respond and record a 3rd win of the season, or will the Roos frank their improved form of late with their 3rd W of the campaign? Final term is not far away. Stick with us. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, Mesa me, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Dan Curvis over the top to Taranto. Fired out a handball to Baker. And what a rifling pass it was. There's a highlight for you. Onto the chest of Shai Bolton. No real angle to speak of. Set sail on goal. Distance, no troubles whatsoever. The accuracy's pretty good too. Richmond get the first of the third term.
From the clearance, Bailey Scott for North Melbourne. Forward hand pass to Sheasel, knocked down. Terrific stuff from Short. Gave it up to Robert Hansen Jr. Back to Sheasel by hand. Now to Larkey, 35 out. Instant response, you bet. 4 for Nick Larkey. Prestia's handball to Rioli was legged by Core, who was scrambling forward. Umpire said play on. Spills the way of Curtis. Curtis kicks to full forward. And rising to mark is LDU. 20 metres out for number 3. Oh, it's an absolute sack that's wobbled through. It's the ugliest thing you'll ever see in your life. And Davies Uniacke cannot believe that's gone through.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It was all coming up North Melbourne in that third term. Even LDU's wobbly old set shot was able to find its way through the major opening, and North lead by 18 points with a quarter to play. 12-6-78 to 8-12-60. Joel Pearson, Chris Robrodden with you. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas very shortly. And the next game for broadcast on ABC Sport this afternoon in the twilight down at Kardinia Park is the Cats and the Crows, and that's where we find Andrew Mays. Hello, Maysy.
Hello, Joel. It's a big afternoon at Kardinia Park for the Cats, more so than the Crows, who, with a decent win tonight, will sit in second spot provisionally on the AFL ladder by the end of the night. The Cats got back on the winners list last week down in Hobart against North Melbourne, whilst Adelaide are pretty happy the Olympics have been dominating the headlines and not their poor second half showing against the Hawks, where they conceded 10 goals to 2. Any slip-up for the Cats today could be a dagger in their top 4 aspirations. And Adelaide haven't won down here since 2003. No late changes down here in Geelong. Jack Bowes will be the sub for the Cats and Dan Curtin the sub for the Crows. Look forward to bringing it to you in about 40 minutes' time with Jess Webster alongside me, Rod Jamieson and Beck Goddard to join us. Should be a very interesting afternoon. Joel?
Good on you, Maisie. Thank you. Look forward to sending most of our audience there after this game. Of course, Olympics coverage later tonight. Collingwood and Carlton from the MCG, and Port Adelaide and Sydney, the 2 late games this evening. So plenty to like about the Saturday slate here on ABC Sport. And plenty ahead here in the final term here. 12-6 to 8-12. Rammer, Bawley, it was another profitable term for North Melbourne as we turned for home.
Yeah, you mentioned the contest at half-time, Rammer, and really that's where it started and finished that quarter. North just dialed it up, their pressure around the ball and their clearance work really stood out. You know, plus 11 contested ball, and when you look at Cheesel going into the middle of the ground, he had 10 possessions, LDU 9, and Bailey Scott's had a really good game, he had 9, and Simkin 8, so they really did start to get on top around the ball. We mentioned Cherry, Nankervis, really good battle, but Cherry starting to exert his influence that quarter as well. And from that clearance dominance, they were able to control field position and 16 inside 50s to plus 9 inside 50s as well. And eventually the dam wall broke and they were able to score 5 goals 3 to 2 goals 2. So a really good quarter from North, starting around the ball. See what the Tigers can do. They're not out of it, clearly. They need to just play with a bit of flair now, risk getting beaten by a bigger margin to try and put North under pressure, because when they've done that, they can score, but they dried up that quarter.
They're going to get going out of the middle to start this final term, the Tigers. Dion Prestia wheels away, kicks inside the forward 50. Kaczynski had an arm over his shoulder, not paid the free. It just, last 10 minutes of the game, rubber the green hasn't gone Richmond's way.
Yeah, absolutely. That looked a free kick for mine.
Stoppage inside forward 50 for the Tigers to start this final term. Sherry palms it down to Powell. Stolen by Taranto. Throws it on the outside of the boot toward full forward. Going back with the flight, Comben. Good mark. Under pressure from Kaczynski. And he'll pick himself up. Charlie Comben in the left back pocket and take the kick for the Roos.
It's been in the wars a little bit, Comben, this afternoon. Has just been sort of limping around the park, but been pretty impressive at the same time as he kicks beyond defensive 50 on the outer side. Coming through was short, unable to complete the mark, slid in on hands and knees, tried to find a teammate via hands, unable to do so. Ended up with Zerha of North Melbourne. He released Powell and he had Stevenson running on the outside. Put it out in front of him, had to go and find it. Powell had to go and lend a hand. He received the handball, but then it was taken over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. Just back of a wing for North Melbourne on the outer side. They've become a 1-point deficit at half-time to lead by 3 goals at three-quarter time. Here's Prestia shoveling it out to Baker, slaps it on the boot, tumbles it inside 50. Comben had best position, dropped the chest mark, went and gathered it. Handball was picked off by Brown, just patted it to himself, then gained control of the footy. Back to Graham, flying through was Kaczynski. Oh, he controlled it beautifully and then gathered and goal. Gee, Kaczynski with a little bit of globetrotter action. A wonderful finish from Jacob Kaczynski to open the scoring in this 4th and final term. The Tigers 9-12-66, still trailing North Melbourne by 2 straight kicks, 12-6-78 the Roos. Early stages, the 4th and final term. Saturday footy for ABC Sport.
Well, he was involved in the original marking contest with Comben and played the sport, and he just recovered quicker. Comben ball watched a bit after he gave the handball off, went to ground. Kaczynski stayed involved in the play. Well done, Tom Brown. Nice kick forward by Jack Graham, and it's it's a really good bit of play. Very dexterous foot. He nailed him in the tackle too. Well, Comben just showing some frustration, but
certainly what the game needed.
Yeah.
Just Richmond getting the first goal of this last quarter.
That's what we wanted to see from the Tigers. And free kick out of the middle this time is going to North Melbourne. The Tigers fans will roll their eyes at that somewhat. It'll be Luke Davies-Uniacke to send the Roos forward. Oh, terrific mark from Bolter. The pack converged, and Noah Bolter, like the Rock of Gibraltar, just standing strong as they all went down around him. Kick outside the defensive 50 is great as well to Prestia. Handball forward for Baker. Couldn't find him, but did find Martin. Pretty good substitute. Back to Prestia. Kicks inside the 50. Kaczynski fell over. Comben, who didn't realise he was as close to him as he was when he played on, shoots it short, and the Roos will come into the middle now through Pink.
Pink's in the middle of the ground. Oh, he couldn't quite connect with Zerha, who was streaming forward. It was turned over, and Curvis was able to bring it under his control. He locks it in. We'll have a stoppage just forward to the centre circle. Sherry tried to win it down, but it fell out to Nankervis, who got it out to Taranto. Fed it back to Prestia. Kick was affected as it tumbles forward for Richmond. Core just hassled his man out of it, went and found it, then released McKercher, rode a tackle and got the handball off to McDonald at half back. He sends North Melbourne forward, but best position was Miller. Getting across and cutting it off. His kick isn't much chop. He'll have to find Prestia on the bounce. He's got Curtis to contend with, who, just held himself up really, really well to Curtis and split the contest beautifully. Gathered the footy and then found Pink at half forward. Inside 50 going North Melbourne, and how did Larkey get so free? He had 5 metres of separation, did Nick Larkey. Watched it come in, took the easiest mark he'll take all day, and will go back and kick for goal number 5.
Well, he keeps losing Brad Miller in traffic. That's how he got so free, Nick Larkey. But it comes back to centre wing here. Yeah, Prestia started the quarter well for the Tigers, but he just needed to nail that tackle.
So Larkey, he has a mini bag. There's Nick Larkey, he's 5th of the afternoon, and he restores order for North Melbourne, who skip back out to an 18-point advantage. They're 13-6-84, the Roos. Richmond 9-12-66. Early stages of this 4th and final term.
Yeah, he caught it, Rammer. Paul Curtis just won a 50-50 winning contest on the wing. I think he might have already been lucky. The umpire was blindsided, but took the ball out of play. But anyway, when you put the work in and you win a crucial ball, that
Roger Luck on
the green. That's right. Yeah,
Roger Luck.
And you're right. Ben Miller just at times is.
He hands over too easily to a teammate. Whereas I think, when you're on the big key forward, you only hand over if you absolutely have to.
Yeah, and you don't leave him when there's a 50-50 ball on the wing. It's too much of a gamble, and an easy goal for Larkey. There's a handful.
Premiership players Luke Ball, Adam Romanascus, your experts on ABC Sport. Davies Uniacke with another clearance to Sheasel. Simpkin got dragged down by McIntosh and the Tigers come bursting back the other way. Bolton to Graham. Graham kicks inside the 50 and finds the chest of Brown.
Paulie and I both agree that Tom Brown looks better as a defender, but as an experiment today of him going forward, he's been dangerous. He's able to find space. He's able to mark the ball inside forward 50. This will be his third shot at goal. So I think it's an experiment that's worked. He could be a really effective swingman.
Can Tom Brown, the man from Mooroopna, keep the Tigers in it? Kicks from 49. It'll go across the face. Sherry skies to mark. And they'll take a look at this as he clutches it on the behind line. Umpire's call is a mark. Tristan Sherry. He's been good again today, the big ruckman. It's going to be obscured by the post, I'd imagine. It's a matter of whether it slipped out the back of his hand and he had control. Have control all the way down there.
Definitely one grab. That goal umpire's had all the reviews. He's got the goatee, so he's getting some real airtime. So he looks sharp, but all the reviews have been with him today, that goal umpire.
You reckon it's a new look? So
might try it, Paulie.
After some feedback. The screen time.
Yeah. Well, he's well noticed, isn't he?
Soft call is no score. Sherry marks it on the line, obscured by the post, and he's paid a mark. So the North ruckman will take it from the right back pocket. His team lead by 3 goals. And our goateed goal umpire breathes a sigh of relief.
And a big presence in this match this afternoon, Sherry, as he kicks beyond defensive 50 to a pack. Off hands Miller, fed it out to Nankervis, and they work it through hands. Or Bolton just tried to put it into the path of a teammate in Banks. He's surrounded by kangaroos as he went back and found the footy. There's 3 North Melbourne jumpers to his 1. It's all locked up. We'll have a ball up at left half forward.
I thought you were going to say the goal umpire's been a big presence in the match then for a second.
Well, that would have worked as well. Out of the stoppage, speaking of big presences, Sherry just loops a 15-metre handball over the top into the pack of players, and they come away with it here in North Melbourne. Oh, with panache, it was Davies Uniacke, but he has his handball picked off, and a big thumping tackle laid by Simpkin. It just lingered. Umpire said play on, and it's eventually out of bounds. Insufficient intent will be called as it was just knocked over the line.
So it looks like the matchup has been changed. So Miller's now with Teakle, Bolter is now with Larkey.
This will be a North Melbourne free kick. So Simpkin right on the boundary line in front of the interchange benches. Makes the hand gesture to come up at the footy, and he kicks to right half forward where a pack forms off hands out of bounds for another boundary throw in, 45 metres around from North Melbourne's goal.
So out at right half forward, North lead by 18 points. Goal apiece so far in this final term. North have kicked 10 since quarter time, at which point they trailed by 8. Tigers clean through hands outside the defensive 50. Baker by hands off to Floston, who flares it across the centre square. Oh, terrific mark. Was that taken by Campbell with one hand as he turned his back to the footy, or he dropped it as he gathered it? He did drop it. Yeah. He was just obscuring the ball as he ran away from us, but the replay shows that he clearly dropped it before he was grabbed. And we'll have a ball up, front point of the square. Richmond's attacking half. Sherry controls it down to Davies Uniacke. How many times have we said that today? Powell handballs it to Sherry. Back to Phillips for North Melbourne. Tumbles a kick down the line. Zerha got collected.
Zerha collected. I think he got Nathan Broad.
A considerable bump of Floston.
Yeah.
It looked like, as I raised the eyes from the binoculars, that it was the other way around, but it was definitely Zerha taking out Floston on the replay. So the Tigers got it defensive side of centre.
Short ball only just finds its intended target in Taranto on hands and knees. Takes the mark, so he's just back of a wing on the outer side. Sends Richmond to right half forward. Can somebody take a mark? Coming out was Nankervis. Couldn't drag it in. It's all locked in. Luke McDonald on the bottom of the pack. So a ball up, right half forward. North Melbourne with a handy advantage. Now it comes out of the stoppage. Big tackle laid on Phillips. And another ball up, just inside 50 now. 13.684 North Melbourne, 9.12.66 the Tigers. Sherry working hard, got boots of ball. Robert Hanson Jr. and Dan Rioli. There's a one-on-one for you. No clear winner as it goes out of bounds. So a boundary throw in at right half forward.
Joel Pearson, Chris Rowbottom calling the footy for you on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Coming up next for most of our audience, Geelong and Adelaide down at Kardinia Park. For those with us in the nation's capital, you're headed to the Broncos and Bulldogs in the National Rugby League. Baker at the stoppage for Richmond. Off to Taranto, got his kick away as he was closed down inside the forward 50. Terrific mark from Core. He pulls it in for North Melbourne. Inside the defensive 50. Roos by an equal game high 18 points. Sherry now had 25 last week and he's had plenty of it again today. The big ruckman continues to improve.
Still plenty of time in this game, but you think Richmond needs to make their move now. Start putting some real pressure on with ball movement on North Melbourne's defenders.
There's the Titans and the Broncos in that NRL game. I'll correct myself as well as the Tigers chain it forward. McIntosh now to Campbell. Low kick inside the forward 50 and he finds a good man for a big moment. One D. Martin who marks 45 metres out and Dusty can go back and kick for goal.
Impressed with Campbell. His game.
Ball inside 50.
He does. He's a really nice kick of the footy too. Lowered his eyes there or Dusty's going to pass it off.
He does so and finds Graham, who's on a tighter angle but maybe 5 to 10 closer to goal in that right forward pocket.
Interesting that, isn't it? You feel like that's maybe an acknowledgement. Dustin, we know he's had some back issues that maybe that's just...
Doesn't have the leg anymore.
Yeah, he's got the handbrake on from a power point of view. 4 or 5 years ago he would have gone back and kicked that over the goal umpire's head.
So Jack Graham, right foot kick from the right forward pocket, won't have the carry. Sherry gets a hand to it and rushes it through for a minor score. Margin 17 points the way of the Roos. We're 13 through the last.
That is your pocket though, Brunner, isn't it?
Yeah,
fair enough.
Rarely see a goal there in that pocket.
Drop short again.
Powell to Sheasel from full back, floating across was Ford, almost a good mark, but it was off hands. Miller just slaps it inboard. It's a Core at the front, couldn't reel in the mark, but off hands they control it here, the Roos. It was Comben, then Sheasel, clearing defensive 50. Ford floated across again. Oh, really good effort down low from Mansell. And they'll concede a free kick, will the Tigers, as North Melbourne come away with it up the line. Broad got in front of Pink, controlled it down to himself. Now handballs inboard, plucked though by Tucker. North Melbourne now through Davis Uniacke. He was dragged off it. In they go. Dusty on hands and knees out to Trezise. Now Taranto, middle of the ground, feeds it back to Hopper, sells a bit of candy. Forward handball now back to Trezise. He's at 55, kicks it to a dangerous spot. 2 on 2 at ground level. It was Brown trying to get boots of ball, dragged as he kicked it by Archer. And it'll eventually spill out of bounds.
Well, they're pushing here, the Tigers.
Just can't find a winner ahead of the ball, can they?
Inside 59-3 in Richmond's favour this quarter.
Had that one opportunity with Martin and then Graham, didn't they? But other than that, just can't find that key mark inside 30.
And they conjure something up here at the stoppage. Kazitsky to Baker around the body. They've got representation. Falls to Prestia. Snaps. Misses. Way to the right-hand side. Margin 16 points. 9-14-68 Richmond. 13-6-84 North. Halfway through. 15 minutes gone in this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Tom Powell again with the kick in Judy. Short one to Core. Across the ground, back to Powell. So getting some loose touches here. Tom Powell just spears the ball. It was an ambitious sort of a kick to Jackson Archer, but Jackson Archer was well and truly good enough to take the mark. He goes up the line. His kick isn't much chop. Getting in the way is Kazitsky. He's gone back. He goes into the middle of the ground where Floston takes the mark. Back of the square now. Over the top by hand to Prestia. Just behind the centre circle. You go all the way to the outer side of the ground where there's a one-on-one between Ralph Smith and Stevenson. Ralph Smith brought it to ground. Oh, Short had a bit of a shocker. It just bobbled up in front of him and he couldn't control it. He gave it to Hanson Jr. He's mown down by Campbell holding the ball. Richmond will come back up with the footy. They go to right half forward where Camden McIntosh presents and marks on his chest. He's 58 metres from goal by the time he kicks it.
Bolton's gone forward. He had some space then too, but too slow here, McIntosh.
Just in two minds, and he eventually decides to go laterally to Jaden Short, who's still 2 kicks from goal. So Short eventually just pumps it inside, getting back with courage, and able to take the mark on that occasion is Core. And it goes over the fingertips of all involved and out for another boundary throw-in deep in attack for the Tigers.
16 and a half gone, final term. Joel Peterson, Chris Rowbottom with you on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. North with a 3-kick lead as it's bashed straight back over the boundary line for another throw-in. What do Richmond need to do now? How can they generate some scores?
Get some speed around the ball. Rama called it. Just take some risks too. Even that one with Prestia wheeling around. Had to keep going through the corridor there. He went too wide. Bolton's gone forward. I like that. He can produce something out of nothing.
Oh, Kajitsky, here's Baker. Spun his way into traffic and couldn't get out of it. And a free kick to Bailey Scott, who's a little bit worse for wear after the contest as well. Might have just lost his boot momentarily. Short to Sheasel, to Comben, who had to play tunnel ball with it along the boundary line. Then Seth Campbell's 6.3 metre kick went straight to Scott. Handball to Tucker, made it tough for Sheasel, but he was so clean below his knees. Whips the handball back out wide to Scott, still behind the wing. On the broadcast side of the ground is Bailey Scott. Now he advances it to half forward. In from the side is Zerha. Terrific mark. Flostone picks it off for Richmond, and he can move it back the other way.
He can slingshot the Tigers forward, but what a defensive effort it was from Core, who got the double spoil in and ends up in yellow and black hands. Now Baker crossing the paint of 50, sets sail on goal, and he just misses, and that might have been the spark the Tigers needed. The chance goes begging for Baker. A minus score, 13-6-84 North Melbourne, 9-15-69 the Tigers, 18 and a half gone, fourth and final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He was willing it to come back to the right, Liam Baker, pointing at it, hoping it'd work back his way. McKercher brings it into McDonald for the Roos. With the fair old
they've got to score. The issue is North have got to score still. I just feel like they're sitting like inside 50s now, 11-3 in Richmond's favour. So they don't want to do this too much longer, North. Probably 1 goal, maybe 2, and it ends the game.
1 goal should kill it, but when you've only won 2 games all season, do you know how to do it from here?
Yeah, how do you finish?
Sheasel short to forward. He had it ripped off him by Tresize. Umpire waves play on. 1 finally goes the Tigers' way. Hopper, terrific kick, great vision, finds Campbell, edge of the 50, left half forward, gets onto his right boot, hoists it long and misses left-hand side, and they just keep chipping away at that advantage. It's back to 14 points the way of the Roos, 19 gone.
Well, it was 18 points, so last 4 scoring shots have been with Richmond, but they've all been behind.
Needed a bit of composure there, Campbell. He's got a good leg.
McDonald, outside defensive 50.
What's happening here?
He's going to come back.
Don't tell me how, man.
Oh, no, he hasn't stepped on the chalk, has he? Bringing
He's going to come all the way back.
Did he go too early before
goal line? So
might have needed to get the new ball out of the back. It's just craziness.
9-16 for Richmond. 13-6 for North. North, the best converting team in the competition, but Richmond have had a couple of times today where those runs of behind Rammer have cost them dearly.
Well, it started early, didn't it? Yeah, that first 15 minutes.
Kircher stands with ball in hand still in the defensive goal square. Now he brings it out to the near side, looking for Sheasel. It's knocked out of bounds, so another boundary throw in at left half forward for the Tigers. You sort of get the sense that North Melbourne have fired their shot, and now it's Richmond's turn to fire theirs. They do hold a 14-point advantage, but they do have the run of play here, the Tigers.
Plenty of time, 7.5 minutes still remaining in this game.
And it comes. They're at half forward. Richmond off the stoppage. Coming through was Scott. He was clean. Able to feed up a handball to Sheasel. Now Phillips. Now McKercher. Phillips received it back, and McDonald now breaks the pain of defensive 50. Spies something he likes up ahead. It's a 2-on-2. Offhands coming through was Rioli. Got it out to short. Now Vlosten had to wait for it. His handball's picked off by Curtis. Couldn't quite control it. Miller. Now the Tigers regain possession. Short. Graham, Prestia, middle of Docklands, handball forward to McIntosh. What can he produce? Here's Baker, another chance on goal for Baker. Can he convert this time? He can! The Tigers are well and truly back in it as Baker puts through his second of the afternoon. And the margin back to just 8 points. They're coming harder, Richmond. 10-16, 76 the Tigers. They trail North Melbourne 13-6, 84 midway through the fourth and final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Tigers, they are a-coming.
Just a critical win across half back there for the Tigers. It looked like North Melbourne were out. They worked the ball across in that stoppage against the Luke McDonald, and Jaden Short was involved there, Miller was involved there, Hopper was involved there, just to get the ball free to Dion Prestia. And Dion Prestia made the right decision. First went to McIntosh. McIntosh makes the right decision to Liam Baker. So this game's well and truly alive.
There hasn't been much scoring in this final term. It's only the third goal. Richmond have got 2 of those. And there is plenty of time left for the Tigers, just under 7 minutes. And they have been dynamite in this last term. Their defence resolute, their midfield's on top at the moment. Nankervis got it by hand to Graham. Graham shares the kick out wide. Beautiful delivery to McIntosh. They continue to build.
Get it in, Camden.
He does just that, Luke Ball. It's a low kick to the pocket to the advantage of Core in the end for North Melbourne, who stood in front. Handball's off to Tucker. Tucker's left foot kick long down the line for the Roos. Looking for Pink. Can't mark. Miller there with him. Clever soccer off the ground. Found Broad. He comes short. Nankervis sliding in. Paid the mark. Looking for Taranto. It's bashed away from him. Desperate stuff for the Roos. Broad's back there as the goalkeeper for Richmond across the defensive 50 now. He kicks. It's nervy stuff in the back half for the Tigers. Miller grabbed by Curtis, got the handball away. Vlosten has to work for it. They'll settle here, the Tigers. Taranto loops it out wide to Banks.
Away they come now on the near side. Over the top is Campbell. Takes the mark. In front of his former Tasmanian in McKercher. Goes inboard now. Tigers have it via Rioli.
He might have the leg here, Dan Rioli.
He's going to have a shot.
He's pointing towards the big sticks. So Dan Rioli will kick from just beyond 50 metres on a slight angle. He can cut the margin to 2 points. Wouldn't this bring the roof off the place? So Dan Rioli launches a rocket. It won't go for goal all the way to the line. It's knocked over by Tristan Sherry, who clenched the fist and spiked it through for a minor score. So they edge ever so closer. Margin back to 7. 10-17, 77 Richmond. North Melbourne 13-6, 84. 24 gone, fourth and final.
Grandstand finish coming up here on ABC Sport. McKercher brings it into Scott. Richmond have been suffocating here in this final term. Can they put the foot to the throat? They come from behind to pinch one. They win the footy back at half forward. Ralph Smith, McIntosh, now short. High kick inside the forward 50. Can he get someone on the end of it? Kajitsky went up, had 2 hands to it, couldn't mark. Bolter's been swung forward as well. Core in defence for North Melbourne. Now Tucker needs to be clean, and he is. Curtis has worked up the ground and he takes a relieving mark. Still within 40 of defensive goal. Roos lead by 7, but the Tigers are coming with a rush.
Yeah, and Roos has stopped running too. See a lot of Tide players out there.
Stevenson just marked in front of Vlosten, and Vlosten just gave him one around the ears. He's at right half back, Stevenson. That's a nice kick up the line to Zerha, who found a little bit of space and takes it above his head.
Oh, he just snuck in off the bench, Zerha.
Just in front of the logo. is Cam Zurhaar. He sends North Melbourne to right half forward. Pack flies offhand, pinks. He's claimed. Rioli at ground level shares it with Miller one way then the other. Off to Banks, around the body now towards Dusty in a one-on-one. Well done by his opponent in McKercher. It came to Zurhaar. Now McKercher. Now Davies Uniacke breaks away. Inside 50. Lucky. Was he infringed? Umpire said no. Ball at ground level. Getting a boot in was Gervis. Agriculturally did well enough to get it and give it. Off to Banks. High ball outside 50. One-on-one contest and Paul wins it. Takes the mark and releases Stevenson.
Stevenson at right half forward for the Roos. 60 metres out from goal. Now he cuts in field and measures the pass for Scott. And Bailey Scott will shoot from 45 to steady for the Roos.
It was a big win, Aidan Core, wasn't it? Just had to find a way, Noah Bolto. Hasn't had a great day to get that ball to ground, the centre of the ground. Core just nudged him under far too easily. Took the mark and that set up this shot at goal to Bailey Scott, who I think's been one of the best players on the ground across the course of the day.
So 26 touches already for Bailey Scott. Comes in, lets it go, and it's there! Bailey's got it! And he might have sealed a win for the Roos and consigned Richmond to the bottom of the table in this 2024 season. 14-6-90 to the Tigers, 10-17-77. 100th game is just around the corner for Bailey Scott, and he's celebrating early after that kick.
Well, I like that from Jaden Stevenson. Hasn't had the best of days, but just composure there. Could have easily just kicked to a contest inside forward 50. You know, tried to get a potential restart in a forward pocket, but cut back inside. And as Bally mentioned, Bailey Scott's been terrific today. 26 disposals, deserves that goal. It's been just amazingly hard working the way he's gone about his football today.
2.5 minutes remaining. North Melbourne by 13. Richmond will need something special from here, but you never know. As we go back into the middle, the bounce was a little off kilter. The umpire just let it go for a few seconds more than he probably should have, and he eventually recalls it as Shees will pop one around the chops. So from the restart, up it goes. Sherry and Nankervis lock horns out to Taranto. Chance here for the Tigers. Inside 50 over the head of Archer. Getting back was Powell. Gathered it on the bounce. Fed it off to Comben. Just slapped it on the boot. Sherry had to affect the contest and he did. Pouncing on the loose footy was Curtis and he unlocked the run of Stevenson. He cuts in board. Oh, good strong mark. Almost to Zurhaar. Couldn't quite bring it in, but he did bring it to ground and he'll force a stoppage at right half forward. In fact, no, he'll get a free kick. So an invaluable free kick here for North Melbourne as the clock ticks down. Inside 2 minutes. Once a short pass. Tucker. He marks 70 metres from goal. On the right half-forward flank for North Melbourne. Just concedes back to Core. He'll send them inside 50. A goal here will seal it for the Roos. Big patch, Sherry over the top. Couldn't drag it in. Short got boot to ball. Rolled out to Taranto, who shared it with Floston. Kicks to a one-on-one. Bolter and Kerr, as they've done all day. And it goes out of bounds, off fists eventually. And a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Roos.
They've been game, the Tigers.
Yeah.
Particularly defensively.
Plenty of chances, really. I mean, that's the story of the day, isn't it? Haven't had enough class ahead of the ball to finish.
27 scoring shots to 20 in Richmond's favour.
And Curvis slaps it in to Baker, Taranto, looping handball infield to Prestia. Off to Banks, who's been impressive. A couple of bright sparks for the Tigers, but this man's been outstanding for North Melbourne. Bailey Scott with the intercept mark opposed to Ralph Smith in the one-on-one duel. As we tick toward half an hour gone in this final term, it's North Melbourne by 13 points. And they're looking like taking a third victory of the season. Send most of our audience to Geelong and Adelaide shortly after the siren here. For our audience in the ACT, you're headed to the Broncos and the Titans in the National Rugby League. Scott kicks long up the line. And it's marked by Miller. who can send the Tigers back the other way. Finds Bolter, rolls immediately, eyes the sticks, sends it long. Core getting back there. Kazitsky challenges him. Ball to the deck inside the defensive 50 for the Roos. Nice step from Stevenson, and Curtis is all alone.
Curtis has it at right half back, has time to steady and just pop a ball over the top to Zuha, who's been pretty good this afternoon. He takes the mark and gratefully looks at his teammates on the bench. As the clock ticks down, he'll send the long ball forward to right half forward, and there is the siren. North Melbourne notch up their third win of the season. They look likely to avoid a dreaded wooden spoon, and they'll sing the song with vigour, the Roos faithful.
Join in the chorus, North Melbourne's on the ball. Good old North Melbourne, they're champions, you'll agree. North Melbourne is the team that plays to win for you and me.
So 5 goals to Nick Larkey paced North Melbourne, 3 to Davies Uniacke. Big games for Baker and Kazitsky. And North Melbourne get the job done. We've got about 2.5 minutes before we send you down the road to Geelong. So we'll get the votes very shortly. But first, the thoughts of our experts, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanasket.
Well, look, terrific win by North Melbourne. I just thought around contest, they really made Richmond play. That last quarter, Richmond threw everything at them, 19 inside 50s to 7. They just simply couldn't find a winner forward all day, really, of the ball. Baker went forward and kicked a couple of goals, but Kazitsky was okay. But other than that, maybe Tom Brown. So it was disappointing from that sense. I thought Bailey Scott was huge today. LDU had another terrific game. McKercher started the game really well. He finished with 31 possessions. So, look, a strong performance by North Melbourne. They deserved the win. Tigers, on the other hand, a little bit disappointing. Probably left a few out there. 10 goals, 17.
Yeah.
The votes?
60 inside 50s to 14. Just lamenting it. And we know that. A lack of class, personnel forward of the ball for the Tigers. But their effort was really good throughout the day. So good contest, good one to watch. We're going to give 3 to Luke Davies Uniacke, 33 and 3. And I just thought in that first half he was clearly the best player. And when North were up against it a bit, he was the one that was doing the damage. 2 to Bailey Scott. I just think he's become a really consistent player for this team. Underrated player in a sense. Just works hard all day. His ball use was pretty good and rewarded with kicking the sealer. And I'm going to give 1 to Tristan Cherry. What a season he's having. It was a good battle, I thought, for 2.5 quarters. And in the end, I just thought he took over and he had 20 possessions and 10 tackles to go with his 45 hit-outs. And those 2 stoppage goals that LDU kicked, they were from silver service from the big fella. So what a story he's been. I mean, they had to make a tough call, didn't they, to let the champion of the club, Todd Goldstein, go. But that's what it does, doesn't it? It opens up an opportunity for someone to go in, take it with both hands. So well done, Tristan Cherry.
Absolutely. So the Roos get the job done by 13 points, 14-6-90, 10-17, 77. Thanks, Bawley. Thanks, Rama.
Well done.
Good to see you both. Thanks to Chris Rowbottom, to Stu pushing the buttons here, to Craig back in the studio. Big day of footy continues. If you're with us in Canberra, you're headed to the NRL, the Broncos and the Titans engaged in battle. For everyone else, it's down the highway to the Geelong, the Crows and the Cats.